Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Okay, I'm glad you guys can hear. Yeah, YouTube, I can't get too mad because y'all know my biggest thing that I've always hated is when it doesn't have the timestamps on the scrolly bar. I will say it's had the past couple days had a lot of issues, but the timestamps are on the scrolly bar, so I really can't get too mad. That matters so much to me for some reason. Yeah, have y'all have heard this? I'm sure from other creators as well, other channels. I have. So yeah, it's really. I wonder if it's just like there's just so much happening, you know? Like, is it just too much? Maybe YouTube is like a person where it's like I'm maxed out and I need a vacation. It needs a week off. I couldn't blame it if that's the case. Hey, let's play a game. What flavor ice cream do you think Super Planner Girl and her husband are having? Let's guess. Okay. That sounds fun. Okay, what? I'm gonna Super Planner Girl. If you are listening, don't say what flavor ice cream yet because we're guessing. I'm gonna guess mint chocolate chip. That's amazing. Thank you for that, Super Planner Girl. Or oh my God, Black Witter. Thank you for that, Black Witter. I was reading her comment about the ice cream and thinking about the ice cream, and yes. So, ooh, Rocky Road, good guess, good guess. I kind of like sex flavor though. Hey, new question. Okay, secondary question. Sorry, this is the third question. The first question is still to DSN only, and it's why is he only okay? Okay, second question is what flavor ice cream do you think Super Planner Girl and her husband are having? Third question, what would sex flavor ice cream taste like? Let's not get too carried away. I mean that in food flavors, people. It's kind of a good brain exercise. Like you have to get real creative with that one, right? Like if sex was a flavor, if sex ice cream was a flavor, what would it be? Yes. Okay. So the first question, again, still stands. DSN, why are you only okay? Second question. We're guessing what flavor ice cream you guys are having. So don't tell us yet because we're still guessing. Black Witter guessed sex flavor, which made me think of a third question, which is if sex ice cream was a flavor, what flavor would it be? Like what would the flavors be? That's awesome. That's awesome. You know why I love that? Black Witter has actually told some stories about her life there. I think maybe childhood. Black Witter, was it childhood or adulthood or both? But there's this creepy place up on a hill. She knows what I'm talking about. Black Witter knows what I'm talking about. The creepy place on the hill. And so that's what I think about when I think of you walking up a hill. The question to you, DSN, is why are you only okay? Just okay. DSN specific question. So I guessed mint chocolate chip ice cream. Candace guessed Rocky Road. Black Witter guessed sex flavor. Yeah, that hill. That's the one. That's the one. It's funny because that looks like a French name, doesn't it? Yeah, that place sounds creepy though, the hill. And we looked up pictures as well. That was funny. That night we were on the phone for like, what was it, like 12 hours? And that same night, Black Witter got like lost in the woods. And she was like, everything has a glow to it because it was like middle of the night. It was funny. I don't know what that means. I don't have to know everything though. That's okay. Things we accept, right, in life. Although I do have to know why DSN is just okay. I'm not giving up on that one, DSN. Because we want you to be great. I mean, you are great, but we want you to feel great. Yeah, the glow. Yeah, that was so. And didn't I think your dog ran off too, right? Like your dog ran off, and then you found her. I think it's a her. I'm pretty sure it's a her dog, a she dog. Have y'all seen or heard of the musical Into the Woods? Into the woods, into the woods. I always have to remember that I need to back up if I'm going to sing because my computer, I've learned that when I'm live streaming, my computer like it clips because my voice is loud. And I'm not used to having that problem because I sing all day, every day. And I never have a problem with the microphone clipping like that, only when it's live streaming. So I should probably back up. Yeah, isn't it awesome? But it just made me think of that. Here, let me pause. Yeah, I love that. I actually had never heard of the musical until I was hired to play in the pit. And what was it? The dude with his cow is so fucking funny. And I just remember that theme. What was the one about, what was the cow's name? Anyway, this is like a whole thing, but it's a great musical. It's sort of like the premise is really good. It's like all the different fairy tale people, like Disney fairy tale people, they all go into the woods and like run into each other. And so all their stories get like commingled, and it's funny. It's got a really good sense of humor. Have y'all seen Hamilton also? I'm asking you guys a lot of questions. It's on the table right now, but we still don't know the answer to the first and most important question of all. Okay, anyone else that wants to guess ice cream flavors, get your guesses in before we find out the answer. And I'm also gonna do this. I'm gonna share. Bloop, 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 bloop. This. Here we go. Yeah. Y'all, Kitsmits is the wizard. If she were a gentleman, she would be a gentleman and a scholar. Actually, I said in the Discord, I was like, if Kitsmits' family tree were a timeline, it would be Peter Rudovsky's masterpiece comprehensive timeline. And you guys know how I feel about that timeline. And like, yeah, look at this. So she added in the vehicles. This is just freaking incredible. I love this. It's very aesthetically pleasing. I know I said that last time, but let me zoom in a little bit. Can I make it? Okay. Yeah. So it's so good. And look, she did Brother and Sister Nagel. I love it so much. Yeah, I love musicals. Also, for any of you guys who don't know, I actually did musical theater growing up as well, like on the stage shit. Okay, well, Super Planner Girl, what flavor ice cream were you guys having? You and your husband. I hope TSN is okay. I mean, we know he's okay. He said he's okay, but you know. Oh, weird. Weird. Wow. We didn't forget your question though. Yes. So I wonder if it's just because, again, the YouTube problems. I guess maybe it's not just for creators, but for everybody. I mean, not like y'all. I grew up in a family where we sang everything all the time. Like that's just the way it is. So that's why I do that all the time. Yeah, the black hole. And it's so funny because every now and again I'll be around somebody and they're like, "Why are you singing everything?" And I'm like, "Oh, wait, you didn't grow up like I have to remember like normal people didn't maybe live like that." Well, if you ever get into a bind, I do know a couple people I bet you know who I'm talking about, and I've heard they're available right now. They might be able to help you out. So yeah, well, let me put this back on. Oh, so nice. Um, so, all right, well, okay, there's like a number of questions still on the table about other things, but what matters the most is the first question. I'm so sorry, DSN. I'm not going to put your comment on the screen, but let me know, and I'm sure the chat feels the same way. If there's anything that I can do, or anyone, literally, you name it, you got it. You name it, you got it. Hopefully, we can, maybe some laughing will help you. Whatever, like literally, you name it, you got it. We love you. We love you very much. And Nightbot loves you. Nightbot loves you. Always remember. Hey, did you catch the part about the sex ice cream flavor? That might make you laugh. Oh my God, I love you so. I love you guys so much. Boobies exist. Lovely. Oh my God, that is amazing. She's trying to cheer up TSN. Let's talk more about the sex flavor ice cream, because we didn't finish that. We didn't close that loop. All right, so if sex ice cream was a flavor, what flavors would it be? Banana? I don't know. It seems kind of too obvious, right? Has anybody ever had banana ice cream, like for real, like actual, sorry, actual banana ice cream? Like, does that exist? I wonder. Yeah, sex, because that was Black Widow's guess to your ice cream flavor. She said guessed sex flavor. Cucumber and peach. Great. That sounds delicious, actually. I happen to be a huge fan of cucumbers and pickles. I think we've maybe talked about that before. Yeah, but we could also go the banana route, though. It could be banana and peach. Oh, is that an actual thing? Okay. Wow. Cool. I did not know about this. Like that. Love that it's vegan, though. Look at the Super Planner Girl. This is hilarious, y'all. Y'all, this seems to me. Okay, hold on. I gotta pause this music, y'all. This is amazing. All right. Here's my thought. This seems to me like she's not describing the ice cream they had. I think she's describing sex flavor ice cream. You know, and it's making me realize you could probably learn a lot about the type of sex a person has by how they answer this question about the flavor. Like, this is very sophisticated, isn't it? Very like that sound like that. That's like so fucking sophisticated. I would never have thought of that. DSM, lots of whipped cream. See what I mean? Yeah, yeah, hopefully in a good way. We love you. You're well, yes, and it shows, right? Super Planner Girl tells us she's super innocent after saying for the flavor of ice cream, lavender and salted cow caramel. Y'all. Oh, that's so cute. I love that. We have Candace with strawberries and cream. Classic. Can't go wrong there. They also make, like, I saw this kind of recently. I was in the grocery store and I was like, whoa, like, you guys know, like Ready Whip, the stuff in the can, which I haven't had since I was a really little kid. They made Ready Whip, like the brand actually makes vegan one now. And I was like, just so shocked that I actually bought it just because I was like, you know, that thing that everybody does on TV shows and movies and shit, where they're like, they do the can and then they do it into their mouth and there's like whipped cream into the mouth. Because I haven't had whipped cream like that since I was like, I was really little because I've, been vegan for so long, like almost my whole life. And we didn't really have stuff like that. So like growing up. So like, anyway, basically there's like things I haven't done that normal people do. That was one of them. So I bought this vegan Ready Whip so that I could like do the whole like whipped cream in your mouth situation. Yeah, it's vegan and it's made by the actual brand. It's not even a different brand. They make it with coconut, like coconut milk and stuff. It's fucking delicious. It's so good. I would say it's probably better than the regular because who doesn't love, and it's like real coconut, right? It's not coconut flavor. It's like they use the coconut milk. Yeah. So I was like, I have to have that experience. The quintessential whipped cream. That could be a band name. The quintessential whipped cream experience. So what flavor ice cream were y'all having? Yeah, they are. They are. Yes. Meanwhile, Blackwitter's playing dead from her cat. Can't blame you. Them cats be needy. Doo-doo-doo-doo. When was the last time y'all saw a movie in the movie theater? Because if you asked me that question, I couldn't even tell you an answer. Oh my God, I guess mint chocolate chip. So was this two different flavors? Are y'all combiners? Do y'all do the thing where you take like a scoop of each and put them in one bowl? Is this like a combiner situation? Is that what's happening? Or is this like all that's in one ice cream? Just Blackwitter's is just like her. Oh my God, y'all are amazing. So funny. Wow. Don't usually combine. Okay. Wow. What did you see, Candace, and was it good? I'm a big time combiner. There's like people like they're either combiners or they're like non-combiners. And like I'm a combiner all the way. Wow. Also, what did you see, Blackwater? And was it good? Ah, I've not even really tried it. If I tried, I could probably come up with some stuff. Attack of the Clones. Is that a Star Wars? Is that a Star Wars thing? A Star Wars thing. The Fall Guy. I don't know. It's funny. I don't know why I asked this question because literally I'm not going to recognize any of these movies. I have no idea what's even. I'm not up on the things. I have no advertising, as y'all probably know. I'm like totally averse to advertising, so I don't. I'm not going to be familiar with any of these. But The Fall Guy is that like a funny movie, a scary movie? Yeah, Inside Out 2 also. Is that a cartoon? I know, another new game. Y'all talk about movies and I have no idea, and I try to guess what they're about. Oh, man, that's funny. Oh, it was Star Wars. Okay, cool. Some Mad Max shit. I've heard of that, but don't know what it is. Dune, isn't that a book? I think so far I'm doing better on these two answers, the Mad Max and the Dune, because I actually know I've heard of it. Who was it? Somebody was talking about Fantastic Beasts, Fantastic something. And I don't remember who was it. Candy, was it you? Can't was it? Somebody was talking about it, asking if everyone had seen it, and I might not even be getting the name correctly. Again, I have no. Yeah, Dune is a book. Okay, I love Lord of the Rings. Also, I think what I'm going to try to do, Candace, did you put? I looked for the orchid pictures. I didn't see them, but it's possible that like if a lot of things happened in the Discord, other things happened after it, and so that's maybe why. But what I figured I would do is I can actually start. I actually had this idea earlier today. I could actually start like a separate tab for orchid stuff, so that we can people that want to talk about orchids can, and like also I can try to put like videos and stuff in there for y'all if you want. Um, I'm not from modern times. You're exactly right. Yeah, I'm literally not from modern times. That's accurate. Also, in case you guys, I'm a huge Renaissance nerd and medieval nerd. I love history. I love all history, but like I have a big place in my heart for like Tudor England, like Elizabethan. And I actually collect, and I have like my whole life collect like the genuine like handmade garb, as they say, the shit they wore back then. And like when people will ask that question, like if you could live in any century, when would you live? the only thing that makes me have a tough time answering that question is because it would be a solid, like, not even have to think twice, like clearly 16th century. The only thing, well, the first main thing that makes me have to rethink that is if I lived back then, I would not have been able to hear Bach's music because it would have been before Bach. So Bach single-handedly is the first thing where I'm like, okay, wait, no, I can't pick the 16th century. It would have to be later because I can't possibly exist having never heard that music. So Black Widow wants to be a dandy. Excellente. Yeah, we need this poor sick orchid. Yeah, the thing is the thing about orchids is like everybody overwaters them. So like that's like the first thing to think about. And the thing is when it's overwatered, the symptoms sometimes look like it's thirsty or dehydrated. And so people water it more. It's a whole thing. But I have made a video on it. I have to see if I can put it in the Discord and stuff. Oh, I hate that it's dying. That makes me so sad. Okay, Candace, don't lose hope because here's the thing. Depending on what's going on with it, it could be saved. It could possibly be saved. We'll have to see when we get the pictures. Like if it has root rot and you need to get rid of all the roots, it's possible that if you take care of it properly, it can grow all new roots and survive. And I've seen these crazy videos on YouTube of people where they have these orchids that are so sick, so they have to get rid of like they trim like all this shit off the plant, and what they're left with is like you wouldn't even know what it is. It's almost a joke, except that it's sad. It's like a little thing with like one leaf, and that's it. There's no flower spike. There's obviously no blooms, no buds, no roots. It literally looks like you just picked a blade of grass, but it had a little branchy dindle thing on it. Like that. Like it's like that. It does not look like orchid. And if you do the right thing with that, believe it or not, it can recover. It's crazy. Yeah, dandy. That's right. Frilly shirt, yes. And beaded velvet clothes. Wow, the beaded velvet clothes. Yeah, that's a dandy, all right. That is a dandy for sure. What time period would that be? Is that like Victorian? Edwardian? Wait, what's gucked? Gucked? Oh, I see. Right. Yes, I see. F for G. This dandy, I love this. This is giving me a lot of imagery. Like, oh man. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the story I keep talking about, that fancy, creepy dinner party, like a Clue game. And for whatever reason, whenever I picture this with the McAlberts in this whole situation, I picture that, but I take it, you can change the lighting to where it's like maybe not black and white, but like that dark, and like that stylistic, and it's like that type of shit that they would be wearing. And it's like, again, like the long fancy cigars and whatnot, all the fancy shit. And they're like, oh, darling, and they're all having pearls. Yeah, the consumption though was hardcore back then, man. The consumption was real deal. It was not, the consumption did not fuck around. It did not say fuck around and find out. It said bye-bye. I did learn a new thing about orchids though today, that they can actually have like purple tint to their leaves, and that's okay. It's funny how much information there is to learn about orchids that isn't just like readily available. But like, again, like I was at Trader Joe's, and like I said, I will study the orchids even if I'm not buying one, just because I want to learn them, and I want to learn. Anytime I see something different, I want to learn what's different about it. Is that a good thing? Is it a bad thing? Is it, what does it mean? So I finally was like, so I was looking at these orchids, and they said there were several that looked perfectly healthy. Like I really looked, I was like, I don't see any signs of anything wrong with them, but they had this purple tint to the leaves, and I was like, what the fuck, And turns out that it's just a pigment. Like if the plant could have in its genes, it could have something for like that purple pigment color. Like, because sometimes you'll see purple on the blooms, or you'll see it on sometimes the stems can have a little bit of a purple tinge. But what's funny is sometimes even the flowers that don't have any purple in the flower can still have that gene. So sometimes that's what that is. So anyway, initially I thought that would have been a bad sign, but it's not, just so y'all know. You know what? Yes. I love that answer. That's a sick ass answer right there, Candace. Yes. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Library of Alexandria. Yes. Learning. Is that for real? Is it back now? Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I love talking with you guys, and I could do this forever. I want to make sure that we give DSN all of the opportunities to laugh at Brian Higgins, as many as possible, before he goes to bed. So without further ado, let's jump into that. Wait, do I have? Hold on, let me pull it up. That's right, because I had to kick myself out. Right. So hold on. Here we go. There we go.
It's a house.
It's a house. Here we go. All right, Higgins time.
Hey. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in the Flirty County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
I love that concept, Dandy in the Underworld. Actually, DSN, this is you. I think you would like this because look, I left this in. Hold on, let me pause it. Okay, so here's the thing. You might be like, what is happening? There's no sound. I left this in on purpose. Literally, court starts and then there's just silence. There's no court feed or audio. It's just footage of this dude. Remember this dude who came in and set up shop? Remember, with his table? And we don't know, and no one knows he's like. It's like we get to see him move. So I let's all watch together in amazement. Here he goes. Look, he's moving. He's walking, and he has very good posture, sitting in his chair with his table. He did it. Like, mission complete. Let's watch again. He did whatever it was. He did it well. Let's watch again.
It's a house.
I've never heard of Trex. Is it T-Rex or Trex? And I'm guessing it's a band. Okay, here we go.
Hey. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni,
Right.
Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in the Flirty County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Also, he didn't say God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and this good court. He left the good court out. All right, here we go. Let's see. Let's watch again. He stands up. He's tall. He's a tall fellow. Here he goes. He's moving. He's on the move. On the road again. What's he doing? Getting a pen? Like, literally, what? I wish I could tell. Yeah, you're right. The squirrel is on. That's John O'Keefe's brother's head. I wonder what he did there. Huh. It looked like he just tapped.
Good morning.
Here we go, guys. This also I loved. There's a long, awkward period of time before Lally starts asking a question. I think what's happening is Lally's like contemplating running out of there. It reminds me of, I did that. I've only been nervous one time in my life for a performance, and it was when I was going to play Paganini Caprice from memory, and I had that. I was backstage in between pieces, and I'd already played a bunch of stuff, and I've never been nervous performing before, and I was backstage, and like, it's a recital. I'm the only person. Like, I have to come back out stage. Like, it's like they're waiting for you to come back on stage, right? And literally, I was backstage, and I literally had a little vision in my mind of like, what would happen if I just ran? In my recital gown with my heels on, what if I just ran and ran away, never to come back again, never to be seen again? And I literally, I was backstage for probably, I don't know how long. It felt like a long time. And they were like, probably like, what's happening? You know, because normally you're not back there for anyway. And I was literally like, what would happen? Can I just run away? And then I was like, no, you have to walk out. And I walked out, and then they all clapped. I took a bow. And then I put my violin up in playing position, and there's a video on YouTube. You can actually see this entire thing play out where I put the violin up, and then I kind of procrastinate a little bit longer. Oh, it was excruciatingly horrifying. I mean, the performance was fine, but I was so nervous. But anyway, I think Lally's doing that because there's just like silence. And so then Brian Higgins, and he's just like adjusts the microphone. It's amazing. Let's just watch here.
Anytime you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I
Good morning, sir.
about that.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Brian Higgins, Higgins.
And where do you live, sir?
Barnstable County, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived there?
Yeah.
I've owned that property since approximately 2018.
Non-responsive.
And
right
do you
off
work,
the
sir?
bat.
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm a special agent with the United States Department of Justice, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
Alternatively, doesn't he look like if you just put a little cone, like a, like a party, like the hat's like a party hat, like a triangle hat. If you put one of those on him and maybe a colorful shirt, doesn't he look like he could be one of those ice cream truck drivers? Y'all know what I mean? Right. And where did you used to work? I know, right? Yeah. What if he had like a little bicycle with a bell on it? Ding, ding. And he like did like deliveries.
And how long have you been doing that?
Just over 15 years.
Now, sir, prior to that, prior to your employment with the ATF, what, if any, other positions, what did you do for work before that?
I was a lieutenant with the Cambridge Fire Department.
And how long were you a lieutenant with the Cambridge Fire Department?
I was a lieutenant probably for about 8 years. Total, I was with Cambridge approximately 15 years.
Now, at some point, did you reside in the town of Canton?
I did.
And when was that, sort of what year to what year?
I think that it was shortly after my sister passed away. So it was probably 2017 I purchased that house, and I sold it in January of 2022.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into January 29th.
Look at Blackwater. I love this. Blackwater, I've been forgetting our new tradition. Blackwater has remembered every time. And I love, she doesn't even just remind me. She just says something that and I'm like, yes. We have to compliment him, guys. Thank you, Blackwater. Yeah, you know what? What are they, blue maybe? Yeah, like if there was like more of a soul behind them, maybe, then yeah, I see what you mean though. I will say his haircut. Okay, I can say this. His haircut is very freshly done. That is a high fucking maintenance haircut. Like that is a lot of like this is a fellow who must go see a barber once a week type shit. But it's very well done. You can tell he cares about his appearance. I guess I'm not saying that's a compliment or not. I'm just saying, but the hair is he puts effort into the hair. Yeah, you know what? That does kind of make sense, doesn't it, though? Like, because I bet a lot of them, Boston, right? Like, there's a lot of Irish people, from what I understand, in that area.
22. Do you recall those dates?
Yes.
Do you recall what days of the week those were?
I believe the 28th was Friday and the 29th was Saturday.
Now, on the way back, who, if anyone, came with you for the ride back from New York City to Massachusetts?
Brian Albert, Kevin Albert, and Eddie Hernandez.
And who were they to you, and what, if any, relationship do they?
About this Lally. Okay, so are you guys aware of why, besides the fact that he sucks? Are you guys aware of why he says the questions like the way he does? He goes, what did he say? Who, if anyone, hold on, let me get it verbatim. Hold on. I never like to get things wrong.
2017, I purchased that house and I sold it in.
On the way back, who, if anyone, came with you for the ride back from New York?
All right. Who, if anyone, came with you on the way back, whatever the fuck. But the important part of that is the who, if anyone, came with you for the ride. So are you guys aware of why the fuck, besides being annoying and stupid and whatever the fuck, why he is saying it? Like why the if anyone? Are you guys aware of that? Because I'm curious. Because we can talk about this, and we can also talk about how he's actually it's all. Look at Fender. It's not foundation, although I like your style, Fender. Fender, give DSN a big hug in the chat, if you will, please. For me, as a favor for me. And if you want to do it through Nightbot, you can do !, hug, DSN. So another good guess. It is a good guess. So I'll give you guys a hint. It's in order to avoid, okay, in his mind, it's going to help him avoid an objection. That's the first hint. Thank you, Fender. He's trying to avoid a certain objection, but the question, the significance is which objection? Because by understanding that, then you understand why it's actually pointless. So yes. So do you guys know which objection? It's not foundation, but it was a good guess. Fender, you missed the part where we were talking about ice cream flavors, and we were talking about what ice cream flavor, if sex was an ice cream flavor, what it would taste like. So feel free to chime in on that, by the way. But Black Widow's following up with that, saying his ice cream flavor is Angry Bald Guy. Love it. Brilliant. His ice cream flavor is butt tiles. Oh my God, I love it. Where's Night? Why is Nightbot? Nightbot. Is Nightbot having a nap again? Hi, Copper. I'm so happy that you're here. Yeah, we're also talking, there's a lot going on. And one of the many things is that we are talking about if sex was an ice cream flavor, what it would taste like. Come for the, trial analysis and commentary. Stay for the sex flavored ice cream, I will say. Right? That's the real shit y'all want to talk about. Just kidding. Just kidding. But it is great. Oh my God, yes. Higgins likes to sprinkle, little bits of SIM cards on his ice cream. Oh my God, yes. Oh man. Yeah, bit too on. Yeah, Fender. Oh, so also I will say that I made a joke earlier about how you can probably tell about you can get ideas just about like how someone's sex life, right, by how they answer this question. Kitsmits, I'm glad you're here, dude. Okay, I'm gonna say it again for Kitsmits. Anyone who's been here since the beginning is probably like, stop repeating the same question. But you know what? We love our friends. We are talking about if sex was an ice cream flavor, what it would taste like. So go for it. Have at ye, as they say. Oh, you walked in on a party. That's what you walked in on. It is a party. Party Central. To quote Michael Scott, Party Central. Thank you also for adding your compliment. Yes, we were actually, that's exactly, we were at the compliment stage when we got sidetracked with the ice cream again. Yes, excellent. Well said. Fender says he's smart, but used it for the wrong things. Absolutely. Well said. That's right. Kitsmits is a gentleman and a scholar. And Kitsmits, in case you didn't see it in the Discord, here's what I was saying about your family tree. I was saying that if Kitsmits' family tree was a timeline, it would be Peter Rudofsky's condensed comprehensive timeline. So that's like the best compliment anyone could ever have in their life, I think. Like that's it. That's life goal, like done. Like, yes. His goatee is neatly trimmed. Yeah, he really is. He takes care of his hair. Yeah, it's sick. We were looking at it earlier. I mean, just it's a masterpiece. It's a fucking masterpiece. Honestly, Rudofsky would be in awe. He would be impressed. Like seriously, like yes, you're done now. You can rest. You can just go on vacation the rest of your life. Oh my God, that's wonderful. I'll take it. I'll take that. Yes. Fender, thank you, Fender. I forgot we were right. Okay, we are avoiding leading. So He's trying to avoid an objection to leading. So here's the thing, because sometimes if he was to say, so who rode with you on the way back? That could be objected to for leading, because the answer to the question assumes there was someone. So that's why he says who, if anyone, right? But it actually doesn't solve the problem. The correct way to get around, like, in other words, they could still object to leading. It's just a bullshit thing. Like, essentially, if you want to ask, if the question that, okay, if you know that someone was riding back with him and you want to find out, you want the witness to tell you who was riding back with him, but you don't want to be objected to leading, the proper way to do it would first be, you have to ask an open-ended question. So, did anyone ride back with you? Yes. Okay, who rode back with you? There you go. But instead, Lally goes, who, if anyone? So the answer is already implied in the question. It's like a fake out. It's like a fake out to avoid leading, but no one's buying it type thing. Yep, leading. Yep. That's right. Kitsmits is yes. It is. Channel. You know what I love? You know what I love? I love that. I love that, like, at different times, I think everybody has said something to that effect, like we or our channel. I know that recently, I think Fender said something like that recently. I feel like everybody has. And every time I say, yes, please, I adore that. Thank you. Yes. Every time I see someone say that, I encourage it. So, right. I know. Right. I know. Yeah. It is definitely easier, but it's leading, you know. I know. We love the hugs. And Nightbot too. Nightbot gets to join in with the hugs. Cute. We love you, Nightbot. Oh. So cute. Right. Yeah. Who, if anyone, sort of rode, right. That's, yeah. Who, if anyone, sort of rode back with you with reference to this trip in regard to whatever the fuck. Also, bonus, because in reference to road trip crew, gang's all here. If DSN's not laughing, I give up in life. Oh wait, that's not loud enough to hear. Hold on.
It's a house.
It's a guinea. Also, in case you didn't know, remember DSN, how many millions of times I promised I was going to clip that? I clipped that, and I don't know if you knew I had done that. So. It's a guinea. And you know what? You can actually fucking hear the guineas in the background. Listen, I've never noticed that before. You can hear them. It's a guinea. Oh my God, you can hear them in the background. Amazing.
There's a chicken.
Wow.
It's a house.
You know, it's like much of that kennel video is them talking about what things are. It's like as if you think about like a toddler or somebody learning to read and they have a book and it's like their alphabet book and it has like the fluffy picture that's fuzzy and you can touch it. And then it's like you point to it to the baby and you're like, what is it? And the baby's like, it's a house. Oh, we have a request. Hold on. Poot. Where is he at? Where are you at, Poot? Oh my God. So good. Oh, you hear dog panting? Could be. Anything is possible. From It's on a Boat. Yeah, who, if anyone was driving, I know, right? That's like probably the one exception to where you're like, I think it's safe to assume someone was driving the ambulance. That's why that one is so funny, because it's actually the one time he probably could have just, oh, you have a serious question. Hold on. Yeah, serious question. Let me know. Oh, DSN got booted out again. No. We were doing all the things to make you laugh. So did you hear the part about why the purpose for the if anyone or the if anything? Because we were just talking about that. I don't know if you know, YouTube's being usurped by ghosts, it seems like right now. So I don't know if you heard that or not. But as far as like the et cetera, because he does actually say that one time. I don't know what the deal is with that. But Kits has pointed that out last night, that he actually said et cetera, when he was asking a question. Okay, right. It's to get around the leading. So because again, like remember here in this example, the question that he's trying to ask is essentially, it's like, okay, so he's saying who, if anyone, drove back with you, blah, blah. because he knows the answer. He knows there's people that drove back with him. So the proper way to ask that to get around a leading objection correctly would be, so did anyone ride back with you on the drive back or whatever? You know, like, did anyone ride with you? Yes. Okay, who, right? But he says who, if anyone, as if you were to say, so who rode back with you? Yeah, that would be leading. But who, if anyone, it's still a leading question. You've just added the if anyone. In other words, it's a fake out. It's a fake out way to get around leading, but it's no one actually, like, it's stupid because it's like enough to be like, yeah, okay, I guess you're kind of not breaking the rule, but like everyone knows it's still leading. It's because the answer is implied in the question, right? That's what leading is, when the answer is implied in the question. So when he says who, if anyone, just like with the ambulance, right? Who, if anyone, was driving the ambulance? Well, you know, so if the answer is implied in the question, that's because it's leading the witness. Leading is leading the witness, right? In other words, the idea, because they have to elicit testimony, like evidence comes from the witness stand. Even when it's an exhibit, even when it's forensic, everything comes from the witness stand. So it's the attorney's job, and it's actually a lot harder than one would probably think, to ask a question in such a way that elicits the testimony that they are hoping for. Because literally, you never know what somebody could say, right? Like, someone could answer a question anyway. And so, yeah, it's very weaselly. And so basically, their job is to ask these questions that will get them to the answer they're looking for. And they're probably also trying to do it in a way that is kind of time efficient, you know? But there's all these rules, right? In terms of how they can ask the questions, you know, and there's objections. So leading is like cheating because it's leading the witness. In other words, because the answer is like implied in the question so that the witness knows how they're supposed to answer it. It's actually like a real problem. If you really think about like the purpose, like if you actually think about what leading is, it's like, yeah, no, that's fucked. Like they should not be giving them a hint to the answer, right? That's not what we want. So that's what it is. Yeah. And it's such a good point of, right, exactly. He has elicited so much unnecessary testimony, not to mention, of course, there's all the wasted time with the snow and the apron and the hill. That's another one I've noticed too. Like he asks everybody if the road has a hill in it. That's not even come up on anything relevant. It, like, that's not even, the snow at least is relevant, even though it's become redundant. But like the hill is another one that has been, he's asked fucking everybody. And I'm like, God, what? Right. Yeah, it's a fake way to get around leading. It's still leading. It's still leading because the answer is implied in the question. It's just like enough to where technically you could maybe not get objected to, right? Like in other words, in terms of what is the point of the objection? What is the heart of the objection? What is the point? Like, what does leading mean? Like, then yes, the way he does it is leading. But in terms of like, is someone going to object to it or not? You know, that's the whole point. In other words, Lally's goal isn't to not lead. Lally's goal is to not get objected to. His goal is to get around a leading objection. That's what it is. So if he could lead all day, he would lead all day. Yeah. Lally leads more than a connector. Yes. To die on. That is brilliant. Yes. Well said. Oh my God. Yeah, I know, right? Fucking hell, Lally. So yeah, now as far as like the other bullshit, like the in reference and the with regards to, which I've noticed myself picking up on saying these things because I hear it so much, and I've noticed the other attorneys doing it too. It's like the Canton brainworm, right? As Runkle calls it. I don't know why the fuck he talks like that, but the rest of it, because he's not the only one who does the whole if anyone, if anything, blah, blah. But really, up until he came along, Elaine was the worst, and he takes the prize though. Elaine is nothing now compared to this. Right, exactly. Yep, good point.
New York City to Massachusetts.
Brian Albert, Kevin Albert, and Eddie Hernandez.
And who are they to you, and what, if any, relationship do they have to your work in law enforcement?
Well, first and foremost, they're all friends. Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police Department. Brian Albert was a sergeant detective with the Boston Police Department. Eddie Hernandez, also a detective with the Boston Police Department.
And how long had you known each of these individuals?
So out of the group, Eddie Hernandez would be the person that I knew the longest. I had worked with him back in the early 90s at the Mass General. Then it would probably be Brian Albert. I may have had some contact with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department, assigned to the Fire Investigation Unit. And then Kevin Albert would be probably the last in the three that I knew.
Now, speaking to the Canton Police Department at that time, as far as your assignment went,
Speaking to
with
them,
work,
you mean of them? Oh my God.
where
Lally.
was it that you worked out of, or where was sort of your base of operations, so to say?
Canton PD, I had an office there.
And how was it that you came to have an office in Canton PD?
That relationship was through Chief Berkowitz, born through a tragedy. When my sister passed away, we became friends, and he offered up the space because I had also moved there. So
to answer that question, I cut out certain things that are, so I cut out certain things, but the majority is here. If I thought it was like, if the testimony is, relevant to anything, but like anytime where Wally's just like struggling or like they're just like talking about the numbering and and pointless shit. So it's definitely like runtime is way shorter than what it would be. So
it was close. It was a jumping off point.
And were you the only federal agent that had space within the Canton Police Department?
I was the only one that had an office. I believe there was an HSI agent that might have had some access there to come in, hook up his computer and stuff. And there was also an MBTA police detective, transit police detective, who also had access there. But I was really the only one that maintained a desk, so to speak.
And as far as your work or your familiarity with work as far as federal law enforcement officers, is that abnormal to have access to a local PD or have an office or a desk there?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, it's not abnormal to have space within a department that you work closely with.
And when you arrive back to Massachusetts, where specifically in Massachusetts?
I'm pretty sure when he gets crossed on that, he answers that differently.
So the first place that we went was a Boston Police Department district in Charlestown, where Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez had parked their vehicles.
Oh, wait. We have a request. Hold on. DSN, I hope you're still here. Are you with us, my friend?
Anyone. It's not unusual to have killed your wife and son, but even God will never forget what you've done. It's not unusual to see you lie or pretend to cry.
It's a house.
There's a chicken.
I saw that DSN. That's for you. So I know that DSN loves the song. So, do they always hop objection? You mean like how he goes to hop up? Yes. Actually, I'm assuming that's what you mean. But also when they're not showing them, especially if it's on cross, like when we get to cross, listen, because even if it's not showing Lally, you can always you always know when he's going to object. Like when Jen was on the stand, we knew because she was giving him the eyes. I command you to object, eyes, right? And so that's how we knew. But even still, regardless of who's on the stand, when Lolly's going to object, like 10 seconds before he's going to object, he does a big sigh. It's like really loud into them. It's like, or something. And you can hear it. And then you're like, oh, he's going to object in like 10. You could probably count down from 10. But the hop up to object thing is very common. They don't have to do it. They could stay sitting. I think it's just because they get excited.
Now, as far as you know, had they driven down to New York City, or how would they come to be in New York City, if you know?
I believe that Brian Albert.
Yes, indeed. God, Lally with his stupid fucking questions. Yes. Yes, yes.
You would use a solo cup.
I'm sorry, what?
Objection, Your Honor.
So
So
so good. It's so good. The solo cup at the end is my
Eddie
favorite.
Hernandez and Kevin Albert all flew down to New York.
And they drove back with you because of the storm, is that fair to say?
Yes.
I think
Now,
that's
after dropping them off there, where did you go from
yeah,
there?
Kitsmits. I think that's true. I've actually don't know that actually, you know what? In Idaho, I think in Idaho, that might be the case. Y'all who've been watching Chad Daybell, have you noticed that that every time, I know it's kind of hard to see because they're showing the weird angles. Maybe you can't tell, but I wonder if I feel like in Idaho that might be the case. Yeah, that makes sense in certain jurisdictions. Yeah, because I was gonna say I feel like I've not seen a trial where that was the case, but then I was like, wait, hold on. I feel like even if no one's mentioned it, I was like, yeah, I feel like maybe in Idaho because they are real they're like real formal. Like this is formal, but also like in a different way. Idaho formal is different, but hi Iowa, I'm happy you're here. Also, I saw the picture you posted earlier. It was beautiful. It was like the sunset. Are you talking about Jen McCabe's testimony? Oh yeah, you have to stand in Canada. That's right. I do remember hearing that. Yeah. Shout out to Iowa backyard cam. Yeah, so do you guys, anyone who's been watching chat, have you guys noticed that? Because I feel like it might be the case in Idaho that they have to stand. And everything is so slow there that it wouldn't surprise me. Like that is one thing I do appreciate. I mean, Lally's droning on and on is slow, but apart from that, everybody else is really fast paced in this courtroom, which I appreciate. Oh, the solo couple lady. Yes, of course. Right. Of course. Yes. Yes. I see what you're saying, Fender. Yeah, it's even better seeing that now. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Well, now that I've thought about it, I'll be sure to pay attention to see if that happens in Idaho. But speaking of Idaho, real quick, public service announcement, PSA, if you will. Tomorrow, there is the hearing at 10 a.m. It's the live. Oh, wait. I need to adjust for the time zone. I'm glad I just thought of that. Right. So there's the next hearing is for BK is at 10 a.m. And now I'm realizing that that's 10 a.m. whatever time zone they're in. And what I will say is that it's been confusing because, believe it or not, Ada County and Latah County, I'm pretty sure are in different time zones. Actually, I'm almost positive because I feel like they're actually an hour different. If anyone wants to look it up, feel free. But I remember getting really confused one day because I was like, oh, I was assuming Idaho was like all in the same time zone. And it was because of Ada County and Latah County. So now I'm like, wait, I need to account for that because I scheduled the stream for 10, but it's not going to be 10 because it's 10 their time. Anyway, but yeah, we're going to cover the hearing live from Judge's YouTube channel, streaming it. And we're going to do some live coverage. But what I was going to say is if there's a verdict in Chad, then we will not do it. We'll do the verdict instead. And we'll do the trial later in the day. But yeah, so that's already scheduled, but now I'm just realizing I need to account for the time zone difference. So I'll figure that out some point. A little bit of math here and there never hurt anyone, right? Or did it?
I went back to the Canton Police Department where I dropped off Kevin Albert, and then switched vehicles, got into my Jeep Wrangler, and I traveled up to the hillside in Canton.
Now, as far as
Yes,
traveling
Thunder.
up to the hillside in Canton, who, if anyone,
Yes.
did you have plans with, or who, if anyone, did you coordinate with as far as going to the hillside?
Brian Albert agreed to meet me there.
And as far as switching from your government vehicle to a personal vehicle, is that correct?
Yes,
And why did you do that before going to the hillside?
because I was technically no longer on duty, so to speak, even though I had been at a funeral. But, I knew I would be consuming alcohol, and we have a policy against that.
I love that he's like trying to be like, yeah, look, I'm a rule follower, guys. I don't want to be like drunk. He's like, I'm fine with drunk driving, but not if I'm drunk driving the wrong vehicle. That's what he's.
Or as vehicles related to
I
you,
know,
whether they be personal or work, and the Canton PD, how many vehicles did you have at that location?
So I would have had
Like I had a million different vehicles, and also like I got scolded a lot because I liked to park them wherever the fuck. And then my mom also has late stages Alzheimer's. DSN, I hope you're listening.
my government truck that I parked there. I would have had a surveillance vehicle that I parked there. And at times, it would sometimes flip in and out between a pickup truck that I had and the Jeep itself.
And the Jeep that you were driving that night, can you describe the Jeep, sort of what it looked like, what kind of Jeep it was?
So it's a 2011 Jeep Wrangler, gray in color. And at the time that I was driving it on the 28th and the 29th the next day, it had a plow on it.
And the plow that you had affixed to the Jeep Wrangler,
It blows my mind how he says that with a straight face, as if that's like, it's just, how does he say it with a straight face? Right? See, DSN read my mind. It's just, also DSN, I'm trying to remember that funny joke you made during Murdaugh. You gave this like example of like people that are like at a restaurant and the waiter's like, okay, like what type of salad are you gonna have, or what dressing, or something like that. And you made like the funniest joke about like how the person's like, I'll have the Caesar, and then the next person's like, I can't remember if the next person goes, I'll have my mom has late stages Alzheimer's, or if the way that you said the joke that was funny, or if it was just like, what will you have, and they just launch right into it. But anyway, I think about that joke on a regular basis, and wherever I am, just so you know, thinking about picturing that scene at the restaurant in the late stages Alzheimer's. But yeah, I mean, right? It's just his look at his face. This is a guy who's like, yep, I just happen to drive around with a snowplow. It's with fish stick.
How big a plow are we talking about?
If I was to guess, it was probably
How big a plow are we talking about?
6 feet 8 inches. I
Y'all.
believe they make them in two formats, 6.8 and I think 7.2. But I believe I have the smaller blade on that.
I know,
Jeep.
right? He's got property in
And
Cape Cod.
how often would you have, was that like a year-round thing, or how often, when about would you have?
Lally, I'm so glad he said that. Lally, yes. Finally, that's the one thing that Lally has ever done that is okay. He says, is this a year-round thing? That's the question I like, because you know what? Yes, the only thing that can make this any better is it's like, yeah, year-round. I in summertime, snowplow in, what is it? Snowplow in the evening, snowplow in the morning, snowplow at supper time, or whatever. There's that song. Anyway, let's see what else. It's like summertime and summertime and the plowing is easy, or like what else? I don't know. There's so many songs that have to do with season. Anyway, it's just fucking funny. 8 days a week, and then like 8 days a week I drive with a snowplow. I don't know. I could go a million different directions with that. So 6 or 12. Yeah, multiple, right? I know. And the Cape Cod, right? Like that's fucking, I think that he has, yeah. It was several properties for sure.
That plow affixed to the Jeep.
Inclement weather or impending into inclement weather.
And is that something that you used, as far as what if any use did you put the plow in front of the Jeep?
No plow.
To help family and friends clear the property at the Cape. I had used it when I had the house in Canton.
No.
And so you go to the hillside. And,
I'm sorry.
About what time and what?
I don't like fucking like if Jesus were alive, Jesus, Buddha, Mother Teresa, whoever you want, I don't think they're gonna buy a snowplow and affix it to their vehicle and drive around with it. Still not really entirely clear on how often, just to go around when they work, when they have a job. They're not retired, they have a job. They're also getting into God knows what else, and then they're just like, oh, meanwhile, in the middle of like drunk driving and like, whatever the fuck else, all this tomfoolery, butt dialing, Brian Albert Sr., and the like. oh, I'm just going to take, for out of the goodness of my heart, I'm just going to go plow people's properties. I'm sorry. It's just not plausible to me.
Was it you got there?
No, again, it would have been after I dropped off Kevin Albert.
Right? I would think.
Definitely would have been dark at that time.
And the Hillside, is that an establishment
Yeah.
that you're
There
familiar
you
with?
go.
You had been there before?
Fuckery.
Yes.
And about how long was it after you arrived that Brian Albert arrived?
Shortly thereafter, probably, because he was. I had traveled back, dropped the vehicle off. He may have even beat me there because I went to the station and dropped Kevin off, but
Right.
I don't think it was
Yeah,
contemporaneous.
people do it to make money as a job, like Caitlin's boyfriend, correct? I could see that, but this dude though, this fucker, Mr. I also okay, here's the real question. How does he have time when this is someone who, according to his testimony, drives out of the way to various other properties, locations, whether it's other properties he owns or military, just to throw out his trash? Because he literally was asked, and then he's like, I do this with all my trash. I take my trash, I put it in the car, and I take it on a little vacation, a little road trip, if you will. I take the trash on a road trip to throw it out somewhere. Like, how the fuck do you have time for all this, though?
Yes, but it was in close proximity.
Between the trash and the plowing,
And
right?
once you got to the Hillside, how long were you there, and how long was Mr. Albert there?
So I had something to eat. I had something to drink. The approximate time, maybe an hour or so, and then Brian had left before me. I remained. He left.
And if you know, about how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Can you repeat that again?
Sure. Brian Albert left before you, correct?
Yes.
About how long before you left was it that Brian
Yeah,
Albert
Iowa. I actually commented on this whenever that testimony came out. That was on Tuesday, and I streamed it. I actually commented on that. Yeah, it is in a lot of places, like, because a lot of places have signs posted, private property. So I think that, I mean, my thought is I would be shocked if it's allowed at the military base to bring outside trash in. I would just be shocked. That just, like, it to me, it's like, that's got to be more than illegal. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see if there's any fallout from this trash thing, because literally that was what I said. Like, there's a lot of problems with this. Like, in other words, when you put your trash out on the curb, when you put it out onto public property, the trash is public property. But the converse of that also is you can't just take your trash and put it anywhere. It is actually illegal. Reminds me also of a really funny episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm where Larry David is taking a walk with one of his friends. He's eating an apple. And, you know, in the show, he lives in California or whatever. He's like in his neighborhood. He's like walking and sunny day, eating his apple. And then he happens to finish the apple and he has the core. And they're just walking in the neighborhood, and somebody's got, you know, they got their dumpsters out because it's like trash day or whatever. And he opens up the dumpster, the trash can rather, you know, like the kind you have at a house. And it's at the curb, and he opens it up and he throws his apple core in there, and they keep walking. And then the dude who lives there comes out and is like, hey, y'all. And I don't remember exactly. It's been a long time since I've seen it, but starts yelling at him like, what are you doing? And Larry David's just like laughing. He's like, are you fucking kidding me right now? You're mad because I threw my apple out? Like, the whole thing is really fucking funny, but I happen to know that you're not supposed to do that. So at the same time, but that, like, they didn't know that. And like the dude in the show didn't know that. So that's why it's so funny. It's like, if you didn't know that that was actually legitimate, then it is really funny. It's like the dude's being petty. You know what I mean? And that's what it seems like. So, well, that's what I said on, oh my God, what day? Tuesday. That's what I said. What's funny is that the lawyer, when he was talking about it, he didn't seem to say anything about it not being allowed. He was just like, is it believable or not? Which was interesting. But everything that I've learned about trash, and I'm trying to remember, there's actually been specific, I actually researched it when was it? I researched this topic when it came to Brian Koberger and the DNA with the dad, and also when it came to Lisk. Because those are two examples. I actually researched and looked into the trash thing, and like, think about how, I mean, that's why, right? Because they need to preserve things. Anyway, we all know that people dispose of all kinds of stuff in trash, and you don't want any commingling of trash, and that's the point, right? So if anywhere is going to be locked down, I can only imagine that it's not allowed. Like, but that's like, just like what other people are saying, that's just using like deductive reasoning, common sense, and like what seems like it's got to be the case, but like, and like maybe something I read, but like I couldn't point it out, like if that makes any type of sense. Right. Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. Garbage disposal. Do you mean like in the sink or like garbage? Wow. How many acres do you have? Some guys, right. Yeah, you might be right there too, DSN. Some guys like twice he isn't married. He's like, I like to drive around with my snowplow and like scoop up some snow or like drag it on the ground. And then I like to just take my trash on a little vacay, you know, because even trash needs a vacay. Even trash needs some time off, you know?
Maybe 15 minutes.
And you had some drinks at the hillside, is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall what you drank that night?
Usually what I drink all the time, Jameson and Ginger.
Finally, though, thank God. Okay, so I can add another thing to his compliment bucket. I don't know. And so far, what did we have? We had the fact that he seems smart, but used it for the wrong reasons. I think that was one from Fender. We had the hair, the facial hair, his eyes halfway, because also they're scoundrel eyes. But also, I will say that he oh fuck, I just lost my fucking compliment. Hold on.
Drinks at the hillside, is that correct?
I did.
Oh yes. Finally, a drink of choice that isn't a stupid Bud Light or whatever the fuck. Like Jameson and Ginger is like one of the best ones we've heard so far, I would say, for like a legitimate drink.
And do you recall what you drank that night?
Usually what I drink all the time, Jameson and Ginger.
Right.
And as far as where Mr. Albert was going, what, if
Yes.
any, conversation did you have about that?
He had told me that he was going down to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, which is in
rough.
Canton Center, and that he'd be meeting his wife and some family.
Sorry. I'm so advanced at silent laughing. I've gone straight into a laughing cramp at your trash. Yeah. Squirrel life. Hashtag squirrel life with the trash research. But that's fucking amazing. I love that. Wow. Yeah. And it's great because I know exactly why you're silent laughing. I think we all
Family
do.
and maybe some other people.
And were you invited to come along?
Yes.
Now, the Waterfall,
Yeah.
that's an establishment you're familiar with. You've been there previous times as well.
Yes.
And with respect to this evening, so you leave from the hillside and you go directly to the Waterfall?
Yes.
Iowa, it sounds like you're in a predicament. Maybe your best bet is to reach out to Brian Higgins because it sounds like he's just a good Samaritan. He's not willing to help you if you're lying dead on the ground. However, he will plow your driveway, allegedly, and he will also likely take your trash on a little vacay and dispose of it, allegedly. So maybe get in touch with him.
And if you know about what time was it that you got to the Waterfall?
Again, it was dark. It could have been around 9 in the area, 9 o'clock.
And when you get to the Waterfall, do you recall where in relation to the Waterfall you parked the Jeep at that time?
No.
So you come in to the Waterfall and where do you go?
I went to a series. I saw Brian and his family, and there was a series of high tops. And I proceeded to the high tops where
There's more talk about the high tops. I did cut that out, just so you guys know.
they were.
Now,
Right.
with respect to Brian Albert, how would you describe
Well
sort
done,
of your
Kitsmits.
relationship
Well
around this
done.
time in January 2022?
He's a good friend. He's a co-worker. I had been working closely with his his unit.
His unit.
I'd say he was a good friend.
All.
What
Did you
time?
guys hear that? Let's hear that again. I swear, I really hope it comes out someday that they were secret lovers. I just do.
Relationship around this time in January 2022.
He's a good friend. He's a coworker. I had been working closely with his unit.
I bet you have.
I'd say he was a good friend.
What time was it that you left?
I would say right around when the band was wrapping up. So it was probably closer to midnight.
Now, prior to that, at some point between the time that you arrived and the time that the band's wrapping up and you're preparing to leave, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with,
for fuck's
came
sake,
into the
Lally.
waterfall?
John O'Keefe and the defendant.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, starting there, as far as how long had you known Mr. O'Keefe?
Maybe a year, a little over a year.
That's what I want to know.
And do you recall how it
Can you
was
imagine?
or where it
Can you imagine if somebody like they're in a trial and pick a trial, any trial, and the attorney comes out with that question? Like, can you imagine? That would be amazing. I hope it happens someday. I hope someday there is something where that would be relevant and not get objected to.
was that you first met Mr. O'Keefe?
I
Right.
believe it was actually the hillside.
Yeah. Also, yes, exactly. And the thing is I know no one requested it, but I'm requesting it, which also means vicariously through me, Nightbot also kind of is requesting it too. So we have 2 votes for this. Right here.
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
Yes.
Obviously, you know how long 22 seconds is.
What's that?
You know how long 22 seconds lasts.
Yes.
What's that? It's just like the cup lady. Oh my God. I love it so much. Just adjust. Oh, it's so good. Right. There you go. Who Kane is stepping it up a notch here, kicking it up a notch, whatever the saying is. Who, if anyone, does ice cream flavor taste like? Oh my God, y'all. Oh my God. Super Planner Girl, are you blushing again? I have a feeling Super Planner Girl is blushing right now. Just saying.
And how
The
often would it be
lavender
that you saw Mr. O'Keefe or socialized with Mr. O'Keefe?
I can't.
I would see him at the hillside.
And as far as, were you familiar with what Mr. O'Keefe did for work?
Yes.
And what were you familiar with him doing for work?
He was a Boston police
Oh
officer.
my God. Kitsmits. Hold on.
And, with
Y'all. That was the natural conclusion, the natural how to say climax of this conversation. I don't know. The natural ending to this conversation that is just so perfection and just had to happen. It takes 22 seconds to make sex ice cream. Lovely. Wonderful. That's yeah. Yeah. Oh wait, yeah. No, actually at first it's like, yeah, no, now I get it. Right. Yes, leather, of course. Right. You know what? That makes a lot of sense. See now I'm like, oh, right, leather. Yeah, that does make sense. Unfortunately, as much as I hate to say that, that tracks with what, like, I could see that. I mean, like, I could see that. Yeah.
reference to Mr. Reed, how long had you known
No,
him?
I'm not trying to.
It would be about the same time,
there.
And,
or as long as.
and so roughly, what was your understanding as far as the relationship between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
They were dating.
Now, with reference to
Oh my God, Lally.
occasions, as far as would there be occasions
What the fuck?
typically where you would see Mr. O'Keefe without Ms. Reed, or you would see Ms. Reed without Mr. O'Keefe, or were they essentially together when you
some
saw
of these questions outdo themselves. Let's listen to that again.
them? With what Mr. O'Keefe did for work,
Yes.
and what were you familiar with him doing for work?
He was a Boston police officer.
And with reference to Ms. Reed, how long
Okay, and with reference to Miss Reed,
had you known the defendant?
wait, it's
It
not
would
that.
be about the same time,
And,
or as long as.
and so roughly, what was your understanding as far as the relationship between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
They were dating.
Now, with reference to
And now with reference to
occasions, as far as would there be occasions
I can't even and now with reference to as far as occasions, would there be occasions?
typically where you would see Mr. O'Keefe without
I can't even follow this. This sentence is a disaster. I can't even.
Ms. Reed, or you would see Ms. Reed without Mr. O'Keefe, or were they essentially together when you saw them?
I would say more often than not, they'd be together.
Help.
And did you have occasion to see them at other sort of social
Good point.
settings outside of the hillside?
I went over the house one time before the end of Patriots game.
right.
So if I could take
Y'all,
you
we are getting to the good stuff because here comes the Patriots game, and after that, it's the text messages.
back,
It is.
let me ask you this: as far as
What the fuck, Lally? What the? Hold on, Lally, get it together, man.
For the end of Patriots game.
So if I could take you back, let me ask you this: as far as how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
I considered him a friend.
And how would you describe your relationship with Miss Reed?
I considered her a friend as well.
Now,
That
through the
doesn't
course
reflect on you,
of
sir.
time that you knew them, did you have occasion to get their contact information and have communication with each of them through their phones?
Yeah, that's a good point though, because
I had John's telephone. John and I had exchanged telephone numbers.
And with reference to those communications, were they texts, were they phone calls, or
I'm going to.
Oh, that would be text.
And as far as the text communications
Oh God.
that you had, you
That's
received
the
this
other one.
contact information, you texted,
As far
someone
as-
replied. How did you know that that was John O'Keefe that was replying to you?
Well, I had him saved in my phone, John O'Keefe. I don't know exactly where he gave me his phone number, but I knew it was him.
Now, on that evening,
Oh my God.
taking you back to the waterfall,
You know why he's. You know
January
why all
28th into
those stupid questions are there? It's because Lally is anticipating that there's going to be issues with the text messages. And why, you might ask? Oh, because they're screenshots. Right. Oh, and he destroyed his phone, right, and rehomed it and the SIM card. So Lally is anticipating all of the shitstorm that's going to come with all that nonsense. And then he knows that what's going to follow is that the judge is going to give the jury an instruction, and the instruction is going to say something along the lines of, you get to decide if any of this is realistic or not, if any of this is legitimate, if these are the real people with the real phone numbers as they say they are. Like, essentially, y'all get to judge it because it's not been verified because they did it all wrong. So that's why he's going through those dumb bullshit, stupid ass questions of like, and he does it with every witness, because with every witness, that's what they have, is this dumb bullshit. And it's like, you know, how do you know it's him? Oh, because I called him and it was his voice on the other end. So that's how the jury's going to have to verify that these numbers are in fact the right people, which is wild.
January 29th. Do you know about what time it was that Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant came into the waterfall?
It would have been, I think, between like 11 and closing.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed came
You mean they didn't come in after the bar was closed? That was a Lally answer. That was the way Lally would answer it.
into the waterfall, what, if anything, did you observe? Where did they go when they first came in?
So when they first came in, I believe they
Right.
may have initially went in, like, veered off in different directions. I recall that she opened her coat and took a drink out of it. I should say a glass.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the glass that Miss Reed took out of her coat?
It was a tall glass. It looked like a clear liquid in there.
Now, as far as the glass that you saw,
Okay.
with reference to the waterfall and or C.F. McCarthy's, what, if any, observations did you make of it?
Well, that it wasn't from the waterfall.
And what makes you say that?
Well, she walked in with it and took it out of her coat, but it wasn't consistent with the type of glasses that the waterfall had.
I mean, also though, like, see, they're as Judge Newman would say, they're almost flying a little bit too close to the sun there, because, you know, it didn't take much. Super Planner Girl was able very quickly, when we first started talking about the glassware, it was long before this came up. This is with one of the first witnesses back in the day, a million years ago. She found the glassware at C.F. McCarthy's, and has all their different bar drinks, and she's posted it in the Discord so you guys can see it. And so that has all their different glasses with their different drinks. And so far, no witness had described a glass like what they have there. And same here. I think he ends up describing bubbles on it, which also is not. So, like, in other words, by saying, oh, well, it didn't match the glassware at the waterfall, if the defense wanted to, they could say, well, that opens the door to now let's go through. Like, does this match C.F. McCarthy's? If you're alleging she took it from C.F. McCarthy's, let's see, does it match that? No, okay. So then maybe this whole glass thing is made up, right? Because you know what's the other thing that's interesting? We know those surveillance cameras were on at the waterfall the whole time. Why do we have no footage of this bullshit? We only have the footage of the wrestling, the butt slapping and whatever the fuck, and then them leaving, and then the flag outside, and then Jen trying to, lure people in the parking lot. That's what we've got. But they were all there for hours and hours and hours. I just can't.
So let me just ask one further question in
Correct,
regards
yes.
to that. So when you say it wasn't consistent, what was it about it that made it inconsistent with glasses from the waterfall?
I believe it was a tall glass and kind of
I think everyone else also
like
said
bubbles on the side of it, so to speak,
Yeah.
like the design.
So this to me sounds like they didn't discuss this testimony ahead of time and get their story. Like they're just making it up. Because they're literally, everybody described the glass in completely different ways. Like I think Chris Albert, when Lally pressed him to describe the glass in further detail, probably to try to make it seem legitimate, Chris was like, I don't know, glass, something like that. I think he called it a cylinder, right? He says it is cylinder. Okay. I guess that's the safe way to describe it, right? Because every glass is technically a cylinder in a way. But I'm pretty sure everyone else said it was shorter, and he's the only one that called it tall.
Now, after you make those observations, at some point over the course of the time that you were at the waterfall and they were there as well, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe?
I did. I don't know that if it was initially when he first came in, but I did have a brief conversation with him as to the content. I don't recall what that was.
Just small talk, fair to say?
Greetings.
And with regard to Ms. Reed, during your time at the waterfall, what, if any, conversations did you have with her?
I did not have any.
Now, at this point in time on this date, did you have Ms. Reed's cell phone information?
I did not.
At the time that you were at the waterfall?
Right.
No.
Do you recall sending a text or...
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question?
This is weird because it doesn't actually make any sense how he got confused. This was actually for one time, the first and only time that Lally asked a clear question that's not confusing. Hold on, let's listen again.
On this date, did you have Ms. Reed's cell phone information?
I did not.
I don't understand how he...
At the time that you were at the waterfall?
No.
Do you
What?
recall sending a text or...
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question again?
At this
That's
time,
weird, right?
I know we've jumped
That's-
around a couple of days, but at this time that you were
Lally?
at the waterfall on the 28th or the 29th,
Like I
did
said,
you
that's
have
the
Ms.
one time where you actually did not fuck up. That question was clear. Did you have her cell phone information? There was nothing wrong with that question. That was the first, but now the witness is, oh my God, look at his face. Now the witness is confused. And I don't know how he misunderstood that question, but that is weird.
Reed's contact?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at some point
I think
over
that's
the
correct,
course of
GSN.
the
Yes.
evening while you were at the waterfall, did you send a text to Ms. Reed?
I did.
And do you recall what the substance of that text was?
I think it was something like, well,
And do you recall what it meant as far as that text message or why you had sent that to her?
to be honest with you, it was, I guess you could view it as a flirty text.
So that was confusing at the time. But now that we have all the context, it's even more confusing because literally it's not flirty at all. It's like the opposite. Like he's scorned. He's mad because they're at the waterfall. Like I think what we end up learning is looking at the times, he sends that text while they're at the bar at the same time and she's not talking to him. So actually it's like the opposite. It's like a fuck you. It's like a middle finger.
Now, around midnight or so,
We're
when
not
you
talking
leave the
about it.
waterfall, well, I'm sorry, let me take it back just one second.
Lally.
At some point over the course of the evening while you're at the waterfall, what, if any, discussion is there around the table as far as next steps or where to go from there?
Well, there was talk at the table, I think initially about going back to Chris Albert's pizza shop.
Who are you referring to she as in Karen? Karen hadn't, the two of them had, if that's what you're asking, the two of them hadn't texted like for a week or something like that. I mean, we'll see it all when it comes with the text messages here in just a minute, but they hadn't texted at all in a while. Like she had been ghosting him or what have you. And then after they they hadn't had any communication. And then what happens is they're all at the waterfall together and he texts her, well, because it's like, hey, we're in the same room and you're not talking to me, so I'm going to text you because you're ghosting me. But what's funny is he describes it as a flirty text, but it's not. It's like an FU or something. And she never responds to that.
To have some food and drink. And at some point that transitioned into...
That's absolutely on point, that it is infuriating. And yes, if we don't laugh, we'll explode. Absolutely on point.
Going back to Brian Albert's house.
He didn't answer. He sent it.
And as far as the invitation to go back to Brian Albert's house, was
Did me re-explaining that make sense, guys? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah.
that something that was extended to the entirety of the table?
I took it as an open invitation to the people that were together at the table, yes.
And Mr. Albert's house, is that somewhere that you had been to before?
I had been there,
Graduation party.
the twins' graduation party, which was outside in the backyard. And I think I may have dropped him off on one occasion. I may have dropped something in his mailbox, but those would be the only other times.
I said this when we were streaming live, like, that's weird. How would you remember dropping something? Like, what? In my mind, I'm like, what? That's fish. That seems fishy because it's like, why would you remember that? Why would you do that? First of all, for anyone who doesn't know, that's also that's another one of those little known facts. That's illegal, by the way. Just like with the trash shit, you can't just put shit in the mailbox. I got in trouble for it actually as a kid, believe it or not. When I didn't know, I think most people don't know. The only things that have the actual proper postage, like US, like it has to be approved. You can't just put shit in the mailbox. It has to be approved by the postage people, US or whatever international resource. It has to be postage mail approved and all that. You can't just put anything in a mailbox. So he's an ATF agent, for fuck's sake. I mean, he's like, what the fuck? He's bringing his trash to random places, including military bases. He's dropping random shit off in the mailbox. Fuck knows what it is and for what reasons. He's drunk driving. I mean, it's a lot of things.
And are you familiar, at least now, with the address and sort of where you were going? Did you know where you were going that night?
I knew where I was going, yes.
And the address was 34 Fairview Road.
That is correct, yes.
And
so I had made I was a little kid. I used to go to Lowe's. Like, I'm really handy, and we used to do like family trips to Lowe's, like the hardware store, but we would go for like the gardening shit and stuff. And like, I don't know why, but I loved going to Lowe's as a kid. I loved it. I loved Lowe's. I could not tell you why. And I'm talking like I was probably 4 or 5 years old, and I loved Lowe's so much that I took my crayons and I made like a big poster sign thing that was like Lowe's, like shop at Lowe's, and it had like I used the proper colors for Lowe's, like the blue and I tried to make it look like the logo. And I was a big little kid, so it probably didn't, who knows, but I think I spelled it correctly because I was always good at spelling. And anyway, but I made all this stuff that was like Lowe's decorated, but me with crayons basically. Right. And I like put it on the outside of the mailbox. And I think I put it like in the mailbox, and it was supposed to be like a present for the mail people, like in my mind as a kid. And they yelled at me, but they said, but then they told my parents, they were like, that was so cute. We're going to save it. We're going to take it and like hang it up at the post office. But like, it's illegal.
about what time, about midnight or so when you're leaving?
They're not supposed to be doing that.
Who, if anyone, was leaving the bar around the same time?
Happy to see you. Yeah. And yeah, of course, also, I still love hardware stores, but y'all, if you guys have not been to a Harbor Freight, get your butts to a Harbor Freight ASAP if you have one locally. Harbor Freight is the shit. It is like, oh my God, how do you even explain? It's like a Lowe's or a Home Depot or something like that, but it's like the real deal. Like that's where my anvil came from Harbor Freight. And I don't think you can even get an anvil at Lowe's or Home Depot. I think like it's like the real deal. Like if you're like your welding shit type of stuff you can get. But everything is so cheap, and they always give you free stuff. I have so much free stuff from Harbor Freight. It's absurd. They have like awesome rewards, and they always just give you free shit. Yeah, Harbor Freight. Yeah. Iowa knows. Harbor Freight is literally, there's very few stores I can say something about, which is like, I could like, okay, if someone's like, is there a store that for a fact you could at any point walk in and you're not going to walk out empty-handed? Like you're never going to run out of something to buy, and not just frivolous, right? But necessary. I'm not a frivolous person. Like when I say buy something, what I mean is it's necessary, right? Like it's practical. It's used like, and then also maybe you want it, like we can throw that in, but like Harbor Freight is maybe one of the only stores, if not the only store I can even think of in terms of a brick and mortar store where it's like, I would never leave empty-handed. Like, there will always be something there for me. And it's always something useful, like, and cheap and inexpensive and like practical. Yeah. So it's like, if I could go on a shopping spree somewhere, I'd probably want to go to Harbor Freight. Yep. See, DSN also knows. Bought a high pressure wash from Harbor Freight. Works great. And you know what? It was probably 25% of what you would have paid at like a Lowe's or a Home Depot. Like, I know Lowe's, don't get your feelings hurt to Lowe's, because Lowe's, I still love you. The Lowe's is much closer to where I live right now. In fact, I'm not even sure where. I think the Harbor Freight is actually kind of further away, but I know there's one in High Point, because that's one I used to go to a lot when I lived in High Point. Anyway, but I mean, Harbor Freight is just the shit. Harbor Freight's awesome. Big shout out.
I mean, I think pretty much everybody was wrapping up and leaving. I know that I beat Brian and Nicole back to the house.
Now,
Was it a
as
race?
far as the
You racing
time
with your
at the
snowplow?
waterfall, with reference to either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed, what, if any, observations did you make in regard to what they were drinking that night?
I think John was having beers, his
Questions
typical, what I would see him with. And the defendant had, glasses.
And do you recall her ever at any point that you were there, if you recall,
I feel like most
drinking
people
out
have.
of a glass
I think
different
like
than
most people have testified as if she kept refilling the same glass, didn't
the
they?
one she took out of her coat when she first arrived?
I don't recall.
How would he?
Now, you drove from the Waterfall to Fairview Road. About how long a drive was that?
Probably a few minutes. But the weather was, I remember when I came out, I put the wipers on. There was some snow on the ground, but it was the type of snow where the roadway was still black at the time, but because it was being driven on, but the sidewalk had a light coating.
Oh my God, what a mess.
And you drive over to the home, and you mentioned that you beat Mr. Albert there. Is that correct?
I did.
And so, with regard to the home, when you get there, what did you do?
Well, I was kind of being a smart ass, and I dropped the plow, and I did a little sweep of the driveway, and then I got out of the driveway because I didn't want to
Again, this is confusing. What's the deal with the smart ass thing? Isn't he saying that he's supposed to be a kind, good Samaritan, plowing people's roads for them and shit? This just doesn't make any sense, because where's the, like, that is lost on me. What's the smart ass thing? I don't get the smart ass thing. And no one's even home. Like, they're not there to see your smart assery, so what's the point? So yeah, I know. Iowa says, for as many times as this guy beats people, why wasn't he? I know, right? Well, and Colin too. That's part of why they're able to get in this shit with the knuckles. Cause they're like, dude, like, they should have looked at him, like, and then we end up hearing later on, I think it's actually on the recross. Maybe it's whenever Yannetti's doing cross. We hear about how, actually, no, sorry. No, it's Jackson's cross. We're going to hear it today, actually, because we're going to start cross today. We hear about how fucking Kevin Albert, like, what was it? Chief Berkowitz was afraid of not Colin. Oh my God. Chief Berkowitz was afraid of Brian Albert Sr. because he was notorious for getting in fights. Brian Albert Sr. Like, people were like, his own friends were like afraid of him or whatever. That comes out. It gets objected to, but the question came out.
Blocked in, and I parked.
And do you recall where you parked in relation to the house?
But yeah,
I do, by the mailbox.
I'm glad you love Lowe's. Also, if anyone is joining us that hasn't been here as many times and doesn't everyone, let me know if you guys have orchids. That's all. That's what.
With that laser pointer now in your hand, if you could direct the jury's attention to, if you see it in this photograph, where you parked your Jeep at.
So the back end of the Jeep would have been right around the mailbox itself. And the edge of the driveway is right there. I wanted to make sure that I was not blocking the driveway or blocked in.
And so the front of your vehicle would have been pointing in which direction?
I believe that'd be going towards Chapman Street.
And so which part of your vehicle was the closest to the house? So the driver's side or the passenger side?
So the passenger side would be closest to the house.
So you parked along the front of the house sort of with traffic, correct?
Yes.
So you arrive at the house, you do, as far as the maneuver with the plow in the driveway, and then you park the vehicle, and where is it that you go from there?
Into the house.
And when you get into the house, who, if anyone, is there, or who, if anyone, is coming in with you?
So it might have been there, well, it was about the same time that Brian and Nicole showed up. I don't know if they entered before me or I entered after them. I entered the house. What I recollect is that Brian Albert Jr. is sitting kind of at the island or in the island area.
Oh, that was weird. What I recollect is, that's a weird way to say it, right? Ew.
And I believe he was flanked by at least one
Yay, the flanking. We're at the flanking part, guys. Yay.
female, possibly two, one on each side.
And either of those females, did you know them? Did you recognize them? Did you know who they were?
I may have recognized one I've seen before, but I didn't know them.
You know, it's like the
And just lastly,
the word females and then also the flanked by the females. It sounds like one of those nature documentaries talking about like the orangutan in his natural habitat, and he's flanked by two females, one on either side. You know, it's like that type of thing.
before we go back into the house, when you park, when you do the sort of plowing in the driveway and then parking, did you see Mr. Albert arrive at the house around that time?
When I parked the Jeep?
Yes.
Well, yes, so I made the sweep, and as I could see the vehicle coming up, I made the sweep, got out of the way so he could park.
Isn't flank also a body part on like it's like a term for like, let's see how to describe it. Like flank, what is it? Like not the butt, but like kind of. Do you guys know what I mean?
So we had parked in the driveway around the time that you're parking on the street.
Yes.
And so when you come into the house and you see the people that you've described, where were they situated within the house?
So I came through.
Piece of meat. That's what's so crazy, right? Because technically, yeah, I mean, one and the same, like piece of meat, body part. Yeah. I mean, that's what's weird about it because like enough like flank steak, right? So that's like a cut of steak. But like, I think also like, if you look at like animal diagrams, when it comes to like butchery and stuff, I mean, the way they describe body parts, it's like they're using these other words to term like for the meat, but like it is a body part, right? It's like, I'm trying to think of a good example, you know, like they have words for like the hooves are called the trotters or something. I don't know. I'm trying to think of an example. That's with pigs though. But anyway, yeah, the flank is a body part. Kitsmits says she thinks it's the abdominals. I thought it was more like, see, in my mind, I can only think of it as the loaf. I don't know. Like, in other words, it's like not the butt, but like the loaf. You guys remember we talked about loafs? Anyway, it's a whole other thing. Yeah, right. So like not the butt area, right? Butt region. Okay. So maybe you guys do know what I mean with this whole thing with the flanking and the loaves. I know. I also hate it. Yeah. Like I'm not a nature documentary. Hindquarters. Thank you. That's it. Hindquarters. That's what I was looking for. That's it. Hindquarters. Yup. I don't even know what you would call that on a person. It's such a specific thing. It's like, what even is it? I don't know. But that's what I'm thinking of. I think they're like one and the same, the flanking and the hindquarters.
What I would call like a breezeway door. So there's a front door to the residence. There's the garages, and in between there is a like a breezeway door. I came in through there, and it's kind of like you're in the kitchen.
Top butt.
I think there's like an island, so to speak.
Top butt. That's it. Bravo. Round of applause for rock, paper, scissors. Top butt. That's it. It's the top butt. That's the only way to say it.
You may be able to sit at it, and Brian Albert Jr. was right there, and again flanked by one, if not two females.
Now, at some point after your arrival, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came by the house?
I believe it was Jen and Matt McCabe.
Do you know about how long it was after you arrived that they arrived?
No, I don't know. I mean, I don't think it was much longer. People started, float in at that point.
And beyond.
Float in? Like, are they ghosts? I'm just picturing like Casper the ghost. Like they just started to float in.
Beyond sort of the kitchen area that you were describing before, where else did you go within the house that night?
At one point, briefly, Brian Albert showed me some photos.
There's actually some legitimacy there, considering how people came and went and nobody saw people coming and going, and like Colin, for one. I mean, how many times have we made the joke about people who had like invisibility powers or like they could just evaporate? So like, I don't know, maybe there's some legitimacy there when he says they were floating in.
Photographs, family. I believe primarily it might have been of his son who had recently been in the Marine Corps. Gone into, I should say.
And do you recall, or why was he showing you specifically like those photographs of his son in the Marine Corps?
Because he's proud.
Now, let me ask you this. As far as yourself and or Mr. Albert, what, if any, familiarity?
I know it is such a shame because you know what? I'm just picturing like what Black Widow was saying, like the frilly dandy type of costume and like maybe some pearls and some, I keep in my head going back to like the fancy creepy dinner party. Like I'm picturing like in the 40s maybe or 30s or 40s type stuff. And the oh darling, and the hats. I feel like they'd be wearing hats. That would have been the best thing. Like that's what's missing for me. But see, in my mind, I'm imagining it, so it's like it's okay.
Or what, if any, background do you or Mr. Albert have with regard to the military?
Brian was in the Marine Corps. I was in the Army.
Now, this period that you're talking about in the other room, about how long a period was that?
It was brief.
And beyond yourself and Mr. Albert, was there anyone else from the group that you described that was in the room at the same time as you and Mr. Albert?
I don't think so. I think Nicole may have popped in for a second, but I'm not 100% positive on that.
And as far as, do you know approximately what time you left the house on Fairview that evening?
I'd guesstimate it was anywhere between 12:30 and 1 o'clock, but I'm not 100% positive.
So a relatively short period of time, is that correct?
It was a short period of time. I knew kind of from the onset when I got in there, it probably wasn't going to be a long time because I'm not a beer drinker and that's what they had. So I was probably one of the first people to leave.
I mean, that actually, I believe there's not much I will say that I believe that comes out of his mouth, I would say, in terms of things that are related to this, like, if he's just talking some of the random shit that wasn't relevant, I'd probably cut some of that out. But like, for example, having multiple properties. Yeah. Okay, fine. Like, I believe that, whatever. But like anything related to this of substance here, this is one of the only things. Like, I do believe that he's the type of guy that if they don't have his drink of choice, like from what we can tell, I don't think he's going to stick around if there's no alcohol. That's my point. Like, I think it's not even a matter of discernment per se. I mean, I guess in a way it is. It's like, but maybe not discernment. It's more like stubbornness maybe, right? Or just like rigidity. Like he's only going to drink that one thing. And if you don't have that, you don't get to the benefit of his company type deal, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like it's kind of like that because his friends would know that's what he drinks. Maybe he sort of expects people to just have that on hand. It's like, if you want to hang out with my cool snow plow, you have to have Jameson and Ginger or I'm out, But I believe it just because he seems like he's not, I mean, fuck, he's already had a ton of drinks and then he apparently, according to him, goes home and drinks some more, which is wild. Oh, yep, DSN, Jinx, DSN, Jinx. To quote The Office or Office reference, buy me a Coke.
Now, for that entirety of the time that you were there, did you go anywhere else within the home beyond what you've described as far as the kitchen and the living room?
No.
Did you go upstairs at any time?
No.
Did you go downstairs in any sort of basement area at any time?
No.
And when you exited the home, do you recall which of the two doors that you described that you would have exited from?
The same door I came in, the breezeway.
That's interesting. He didn't say which door did you exit from. He says, which door would you? See, I'm paying more attention to this now because after we heard Cross, it was on Cross because it was still with Jackson. It was really interesting what Jackson pointed out about the upstairs and the downstairs thing. Now I'm just thinking about old Greg with downstairs mix up. Anyway, and like how that whole thing is really interesting. And we've heard, remember, because I pointed it out, like one of Lally's many things he harps on, he's always on and on about the doors, right? Which door did you go in? Which door did you go out? Blah, 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 upstairs, downstairs. And it's really interesting because again, if we know that everything he's doing is trying to thwart a defense strategy. And it sounds like what came out a little bit on Cross, and I would imagine we'll hear more from other witnesses, but that there must be something that makes it seem like they maybe were in that basement, right? The defense isn't just coming up without a thin air. And, I think we'll hear it again, but I think impeaches he impeaches him. And then, of course, also there's the thing about how Higgins had said he saw somebody with tall guy with dark hair or whatever. Anyway, but when you think about that, when you think about, oh, wait, hold on, wait, are they saying, so like if there's this potential that the defense has maybe a witness who's going to testify to something else, that they were somewhere else in the house or whatever. If you were to go back, if we were, or anyone was to go back to all these witnesses thus far, although one wouldn't want to do that right now, but like one could, and think about, and then really pay attention to all the times Lally asks about which door did you go in, which door did you go out, and upstairs, downstairs shit, right? That could be part of it, right? He's thwarting that. But here, what's really interesting is that with Higgins, it's the first time the defense really tries to say, like, hey, you were in the basement the whole time. And in a way, right? It's kind of implied in cross. So it seems like they really have more information about maybe Higgins being down there. But what's interesting is that just with this question, Lally says, what door would you? And with everybody else, he asks what door they went out of. I can tell you that for a fact because every time I would joke about it, it was annoying. He always asked them what door they went out of. He says, would you here? And I mean, could it be just a whatever thing? Maybe. But like, because the fact that he's asked this question to everybody the same way, it does kind of stand out.
Now,
It might have been.
for that entirety of the time that you were there, did you go anywhere else within the home beyond what you've described as far as the kitchen and the living room?
No.
Did you go upstairs at any time?
No.
Did you go downstairs in any sort of basement area at any time?
I
No.
love that. Yes, then I love
And
that.
when
That's
you
my favorite
exited
thing.
the home,
Oh my God,
do you
that's
recall
my
which of the two doors that you described that you would have
I
exited
love
from?
that.
The same door I came in, the breezeway.
Now, during the time that you were there, similar to what I asked about the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or demeanor within the home?
It was fine. I mean, everybody was happy.
And
Okay. Whatever,
at
man.
any point in time while you were at 34 Fairview, do you, any of the people that were in the house, do you recall seeing them go outside of the house and come back or anything like that?
I can't say definitively I saw anybody come in or out of the house, but I think somebody might have been in the process of maybe
If he doesn't testify to seeing people staring out the windows, I'm going to lose my shit.
being picked up.
Because literally every single person spent this entire birthday party, poor Brian Albert Sr. or Jr. rather, they just sat there and fucking looked out the fucking windows apparently. So
And
somebody should have witnessed that, right?
not anybody that you were super familiar with, is that fair to say?
I think it was one of the females.
Rude.
Now, with respect
Her name is Sister Nagel. She's Sister Nagel to you, sir.
to the front of the house, at any point in time that you were inside of the house, was your attention drawn or did you
Sorry. Say her name. Right? Sister Nagel.
look out the window, the door, or anything like that?
No.
And when you were in the kitchen area, do you recall sort of how you were positioned in relation to the windows facing the front of the house?
So I would have had my back to that area, my back to the door.
Sorry, this is a stupid question. This is a terrible answer. How would anyone, I don't give a shit if you're drinking, no one's going to remember this if your back is to, it's just not going to happen unless you're tied up somewhere. I mean, it's just like, you're not going to remember this type of shit. But again, even still, he's asking this question. It's even worse than that because it's like, what would you have done? How could anyone possibly fucking, I would have stood with my back to a window. I'm sorry. It's just a mess.
Door that I came in.
And specifically with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, at any point in time, did you see either of them inside the house or outside of the house or around the house or anywhere around 34 Fairview Road?
Absolutely not. No.
Did you guys
And,
expect him to say or underneath the house or on top of the house?
At any point in time, over
Yes.
the course of the
bravo.
evening, what if any communication?
Rock, Shaver, Scissors said I had my flank against the kitchen counter. Brilliant. That's actually really a nice pun there as well too, right? Because like technically, we know it could be a cut of meat as well.
Or text or anything did you send to either of those two people? while you were at the house on Fairview?
While I was at the house, I think I shot a text just to John.
Yep.
Where are you? I think that's what it was.
And if you recall, did you ever get a response to that text?
No, there was no response.
So after you
Compound.
left
It was
the
compound. The
waterfall,
question was
when you left the
compound.
waterfall, was Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed, the defendant, still there?
I can't say 100% no.
But after you left the waterfall, at any point in time, did you speak to, text with, or communicate in any way, shape, or form?
Compound
or
is
see
fucking
in any way,
fun.
shape, or form, either
Oh my-
Mr. O'Keefe or Miss
You
Reed?
guys.
Well, again,
This might be the most compound question of all time. Let's listen to that again. Holy shit.
I can't say 100% no.
But after you left the waterfall, at any point in time, did you speak
At any point in time, did you speak
to, text with, or
text with, or
communicate in any way, shape,
communicate in any way, shape, or form? Why? Just why?
or form, or see in any way,
Or see. He finally adds another one on at the end. I thought the way, shape, or form was the last part.
shape, or form, either Mr. O'Keefe
Oh
or
my-
Miss Reed?
Wait.
Well-
And then he says their way, shape, or form again. Hold on. I'm going to replay this without me interrupting, and I'm going to be quiet because this is crazy.
I can't say 100% no.
But after you left the waterfall, at any point in time, did you speak to, text with, or communicate in any way, shape, or form, or see in any way, shape, or form, either Mr. O'Keefe or Miss Reed?
And then finally, the piece de resistance. Two different people, either Mr. O'Keefe or Miss Reed. Let's listen one more time. This might take the prize for like literally the most compound fucking question of all. This is insane. Wow.
I can't say 100% no.
But after you left the waterfall, at any point in time, did you speak to, text with, or communicate in any way, shape, or form, or see in any way, shape, or form, either Mr. O'Keefe or Miss Reed?
Well, again, the only person I shot the text to while I was at the house was John, but after I left the waterfall, I never saw John O'Keefe or the defendant again.
Now, when you
I want to
left-
try to type it out. I'm going to rewind it one more time. I'm going to try to type it out so we can see it in written form. Hold on.
John, where are you? I think that's what it was.
And if you recall, did you ever get a response to that text?
No, there was no response.
So after you left the waterfall, when you left the waterfall, was Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed, the defendant, still there?
I can't say 100% no.
But after you left the waterfall, at any point in time, did you speak to, text with, or communicate in any way, shape, or form, or see in any way, shape, or form, either Mr. O'Keefe or Miss Reed?
Well, again, the only person I shot the text to while I was at the house was John, but after I left the waterfall, I never saw John O'Keefe or the defendant again.
Now, when you left from the residence, and again, you're not sure what time that was,
Between 12:30 and 1 o'clock.
and do you recall who amongst the group was still at the house at the time you left?
I think I was probably the first person to leave.
So all of the other people that you've described would have still been in the house when you exited from the house.
Yes.
Now, you indicated earlier that you're familiar with Mr. Albert and his family to some extent, correct?
Yes.
You've been to his house for a graduation party for his twins, correct?
Yes.
Through that, at any point in time prior to this date, did you become
The only thing I'm not 100% sure on is the very last part. If there's a with, there might be something else in between the last any way, shape, or form, and in between that, and then when he mentions John O'Keefe and Miss Reed, and see, now I can't remember who he says first. I was trying to type that as he says it, but all of it is so much the same that it was hard. It's actually difficult because it makes it harder to actually memorize because it repeats itself. But it's something along those lines. So yeah, DSN says she hadn't texted him since January 23rd. It's now January 28th. Then you text her as she's ignoring you at the waterfall. And then, right. Yeah, I know. That doesn't make any sense. And do we have it? I feel like that text isn't in evidence, right? That he says, where are you? I feel like that do we have that? I feel like we don't actually have that, like evidence of that. I feel like that didn't come in from anything. So we know that they've referenced John O'Keefe's cell records at different points, but I don't recall that. Hey, yeah, it's and then also I was going to pull up That's fun. That's fucking funny. That's funny. I know. Any way, shape, or form. I mean, fucking hell. With or directed or yeah, I know. There's probably some of that in there as well. Just yeah, it's just weird because it's like the time to do it would be when they pull up all the text messages, right? Like, why don't they pull that up? Because they do pull up. Okay, remember, guys, they do pull up communications between him and John. It's not just him and Karen, so it's not like that's the reason. They pull up text messages between him and John regarding the nephew's video game thing, because that's actually the first thing we hear about. So why would they also not pull up that text if it existed? Because in other words, it's not like they're not doing, like they have the communications between him and John, or some of them anyway.
Become aware or familiar with Brian Albert's nephew, Colin Albert?
I know the name, and I know that he is one of the sons of Chris Albert.
You familiar with what he looks like?
If he walked in here right now, I wouldn't know.
You would not know?
No.
And beyond the people that you've described as far as seeing at 34 Fairview Road, fair to say you don't recall anybody being introduced or identified as Colin Albert?
No.
Now, you exit from the home through the breezeway door and go over to your vehicle, is that right?
Yes.
And from the time that you would enter the home to the time now that you're exiting from the home, what, if any, change did you note as far as the weather intermittently?
Just that the weather was getting worse. The snow was picking up.
And as far as the accumulation that you had described before, as far as you could still see the blacktop and all that when you left the waterfall, what was it like when you came out of the house?
Again, I think that the streets that weren't being traveled, there was snow on them. There was coverage.
And
There was coverage. I agree, Fender, honestly. I agree with that. I totally agree with that. And I think it was a miss and a fail or whatever they say. No, that can't be the saying. You know, whenever these text messages, I guess they were trying to use it to show that it was like Karen's motive, but no, if you guys remember from when we were covering it, whenever that was last week, you know, when the first thing that comes out with those messages, man, is the part about him breaking the fucking video game controller, and then he's like, he basically you can tell he's blackout drunk. He's like, I don't remember that, and I'm like hurting, and it's like, oh shit, so he gets blackout drunk and throws things and breaks things for a kid, like he like, it's like, oh, okay, right? So there's like, that means a temper possibly. But then on top of that, yeah, no, 100%. I agree with that, Fender. Also, I have to say, it's a shame that we don't hear the word ballyhoo enough these days.
as far as the
Ballyhoo.
front lawn area of the house at 34 Fairview Road, what, if any, observations did you make of that?
It was.
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. As far as the snow was concerned, was
Yes.
the snow sticking to, or was it accumulating on the lawn as well?
I believe so. I mean, I walked through, I mean,
Oh my
when I
God,
walked
this
from the
is not-
breezeway to the Jeep, there was snow on the ground.
Now, the front yard area of the house, is that something that you were looking at with any particularity or taking note of as you were walking your Jeep down the driveway?
No, it was a long day. We had been on the road. I just was looking to get home.
And so when you get to your Jeep, can you describe to the jury sort of how it was that you pulled away, or what, if anything, you recall about that process?
So I got in the Jeep, started it up, may have looked at my phone, put it in drive and started to pull away. And then I'm like, put the plow up. So I reached, I moved a couple of feet. I heard it
weird.
grinding on the ground,
Weird.
reached for the device called a fish stick, picked it up, lifted the plow, and then drove away.
That whole part about the phone just sounds so much like Alec Murdaugh with the console, right? When he's leaving Alameda, it just sounds so much like that. It's insane.
And the plow that you had affixed to the front of the Jeep, how is, I think you've talked a little bit about it, but how is that sort of controlled, and who controls that?
So the operator controls it. The mechanism to control it, again, is called a fish stick. It's on a cord, and it plugs in under the dashboard. And I reached down to find out, I don't know if it was on the floor or between the seats, but it's not like a joystick that's attached actually
I love that. That's brilliant. Flanking flank. Yes, love it.
to the dashboard.
So some sort of hydraulic system, is that correct?
Yes, it's hydraulic based.
Now, in addition to moving it sort of up and down, is there any other way that you can manipulate the blade as far as that switch is concerned?
Yeah, so if I would generally, if I'm driving around town and I'm not worried about the vehicle heating up, I just lift the plow off a couple feet off the ground. If I was on the highway, I would tilt it to get airflow.
That's also brilliant. The windshield factor. That's great.
And as far as height is concerned for that plow, if you were to lift it all the way to the top, what, if any, impact would that have with reference to your line of sight or visibility through the windshield?
0.
So even if it's raised all the way as far as it can go, you can still see over the top of the blade?
Yeah, if it comes even with the hood of the Jeep, I'd be surprised.
So you pull forward a couple of feet, and then you lift it. About how high did you lift it when you stop and then lift up?
Probably like a foot or two.
And as far as following that, you pull away from the house, is that right?
Correct.
And as you're pulling away from the house, where is your attention drawn, or what, if anything, did you see as far as when you're pulling away from the house?
Wasn't drawn to anything. I just drove away.
And
like, what type
when
of
you drove
stupid-ass
away,
question is that, Lally?
again, during that process, did you see anything outside of the house that drew concern or your attention or anything like that?
No.
You said no. Objection.
Now, as far as when you get out to your vehicle and you're driving away, were there any other vehicles on the street that you saw in the area of the residents
this
at
to
34
me-
Fairview?
I didn't see any.
This to me makes it seem like Lally was expecting or hoping or thinking he was going to see something. I don't know what. An SUV, a truck, a fuck if I know. It sounds like Lolly's fishing for an answer there and he's not getting it.
And do you recall whether or not there were any tire tracks in the snow or anything that you saw when you came out to the vehicle, if you recall?
I do not recall.
Now, you leave the residence at 34 Fairview, and where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton Police.
And why was it that you went back to the Canton Police Station?
Well, we had traveled down for the services for those police officers, and we anticipated staying the following day. I think I had said that we left a day earlier. So I had left a key to the surveillance vehicle on top of my desk so that somebody could move the vehicle, because a lot of times Chief Berkowitz would get after me. As a courtesy, I was parking vehicles there, sometimes my personal, but primarily my work vehicles.
Oh my God.
And one thing he asked me, just leave the vehicles in.
This to me is probably one of the most disastrous parts of his testimony. This is a mess. This is the complete mess. It makes no sense. It goes on and on. There's a lot, like I would say there's a lot of red flags around like all of his testimony. But this part, for me, probably has the most of all of it, maybe.
The middle of the parking lot, so that snow could be cleared. So the reason for heading back there was to move those vehicles, because if I didn't do it then, I would have had to get up early and do it. And I also know they plow through the night, so that would be the reason for heading back.
Before we get a little more into that, as far as the funeral that you went to,
We're going to have to listen to the question and answer one more time just to fully appreciate how great this is. Hold on. The answer's so long, I have to go back longer than usual.
To your vehicle and you're driving away, were there any other vehicles on the street that you saw in the area of the residents at 34 Fairview?
I didn't see any.
And do you recall whether or not there were any tire tracks in the snow or anything that you saw when you came out to the vehicle, if you recall?
I do not recall.
Now, you leave the residence at 34 Fairview, and where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton Police.
And why was it that you went back to the Canton Police Station?
Well, we had traveled.
That's the question. Why is it that you went back to the Canton Police Station? That's the question. And we know, remember, this actually mattered. This is this time frame where he leaves the freaking party and goes to the police station, and we have the key card thing. This is one of the main things we've been waiting to hear about with this testimony, as to explain why the fuck you're there, right? But the Lally just puts it in the sense that this is just like a regular question. Why is it that you went back there? And then here's his answer.
Down for the services for those police officers, and we anticipated staying the following day. I think I had said that we left a day earlier. So I had left a key to the surveillance vehicle on top of my desk so that
This is my mom has late stages Alzheimer's. That's what this is.
somebody could move the vehicle because a lot of times Chief Berkowitz would get after me
I mean,
as a courtesy. I was parking vehicles there, sometimes my personal, but primarily my work vehicles. And one thing he asked me, just leave the vehicles in the middle of the parking lot so that snow could be
Any way,
cleared.
shape, or form.
So the reason for heading back there was to move those
Yes, sir. I'll have the Caesar salad, and my mom has late stages Alzheimer's.
vehicles, because if I didn't do it then, I would have had to get up early and do it. And I also know they plow through the night, so that would be the reason for heading back.
That was like
Before we
18,000.
get a little more
things,
into
sir.
that, as far as the funeral that you went to, were these people that you knew or had met or were familiar with?
No.
So you get back to the police station, and with regard to the Canton Police Station, what, if any, access did you have to the Canton PD, and sort of how did you facilitate that?
So I would describe it as a proxy card. The doors have card readers. Generally in the parking lot, when you come into the police station, you drive in. Sally ports are off to your right-hand side. There's two bay doors there. There's a pass-through door. And then over in the corner would typically where I would bury both vehicles. So if I was, typically it would be my take-home pickup truck that I described earlier, and it would be the
Yes.
surveillance vehicle.
Perfect.
But if I had, that could be swapped out with one of my personal vehicles. I would leave a personal vehicle there if I took one of those two vehicles. And then for me to access into the building, the most direct door would be that pass-through door by the Sally port.
And sort of that back area, is that typically where you would park?
Yes.
And just in reference to you talk about a surveillance vehicle, that's something that you use as far as conducting surveillance and performance of your duties as a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
And so fair to say that would not be something you would want to park, like, say, in front of the police station?
No.
Now, that path that you took, is that the typical path that you would take, sort of park to the back and then cut through the Sally port into the station?
Yes, that would be the route that I would go.
And if you recall,
Yeah,
is
and
that the route that you
that
went
place is you going right where the freaking solo cups are, though.
on that particular early morning when you came back to the station?
I believe it is.
And when you come back to the station and you go in, where are you going within the police station when you went?
So I'm going up to I was going up to my office to grab the key for that surveillance vehicle. So when you come through that pass-through door at the Sally port, the first door.
Y'all, do you remember if we learned who it was that left the solo cups in the paper bag there in the Sally port? Like, do we know who put that there and left it? I can't remember if we learned that or not.
Would be through the booking and the holding area that directly goes into the dispatch area. But if you walk to the extreme other end, there's another door on the other end, common hallway. I'd walk down that hallway, hit a set of stairs, and I would go up that way.
Now, if I could take you back just for a second, as far as when you initially walk into the Sally port area, that's a garage, basically, correct?
Yes.
And when you come into the garage, the door that you would then enter to come into the station, where is that in relation to the door that you come from the exterior? How far away are the two?
So if you come into, I guess what you're asking, so if I come into the Sally port, immediately to the right, there's the door that goes into the holding area, booking area, and then probably it's probably 12 feet long to get to the other door.
So from where you're parking and where you come into the Sally port, it's not like you then have to walk across the garage or anything like that to get to the door into the station, is that correct?
Well, you do walk across the garage, but it's small.
And when you say small, about how far, if you know?
About 12 feet, maybe?
And so you come into the station, you go by the dispatch, is that correct?
So as I'm walking down the hallway, dispatch would be off to the right. It's a wooden door with two glass panes.
And as far as the Canton Police Station is concerned, are you familiar with, or were you aware at the time that there is sort of security and cameras and such around the station?
Yes.
You're aware that those cameras record, is that correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of any records that are generated as far as your key card access when you go through a certain door at a certain time?
Well, I've never seen those records, but it's my understanding it tracks access control.
Y'all, do you remember this?
And did you happen to go by the dispatch area
Because we
specifically? And
completely
if so, do
called
you know
this
who was working
when it
there that
happened
night?
live. That
Newly
was-
promoted Sergeant Good, I believe. Probably,
Right. Yeah.
he was on midnights.
Yep. I'll
Do
never
you have
forget
any
that.
specific recollection of
Guys?
seeing him there that evening or that early morning when you came by?
I believe I waved to him.
I'll never forget that. As soon as he said, if you guys were here live, I think I probably timestamped it too, but when he said newly promoted Sergeant Good, I was like, I remember when he started talking about the Sally Port, I was like, oh my God, like the evidence was in there. And then it was like the surveillance. And he's like, no, I never saw it. I'm like, oh my God, it's going to be missing. It's going to be missing. But then I was like, oh, like there's no way. Don't get carried away, and then it's like newly promoted Sergeant Good. And I was like, oh, yeah, it's gone. That's it. It's gone. And then it's not confirmed until much later, but like we called it. We were the first people because Squirrel Crew, go Squirrels. Yeah. Yes. Then what, if any, biohazards do you normally store in the Sally Port? Yeah. Accurate.
And as far as when you get to the police station, do you have how far drive is it from Fairview to the police station, if you know?
Well, I mean, the weather was picking up, so it probably took me a little bit longer to get back, but it's probably 5-10 minutes maybe.
Now, the key that you went to your office to get a key, correct?
Yes.
And why had you left the key to one of the vehicles in the office?
So as I stated earlier, I anticipated not even being back in Massachusetts, knew the storm was coming, didn't know how bad it was, but I left the key on the desk to facilitate somebody being able to move that.
And so you go to your office, you get the key, and then where did you go from there?
I go back downstairs and I move the vehicles to the center of the parking lot.
This whole thing
And
is
then,
so confusing. Like, I think that's like, it's like, I'm like, I can't follow who's moving what, when, where, and why. It just doesn't, none of this makes any type of sense. Why are you, like, this is not how real life works. It's just none of this.
At some point you leave, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know about how long it was after you moved the vehicles around that you left Canton PD?
Not long, but I'd be guessing if I gave you a time.
And so where did you go from there?
I went back to West Roxbury.
And which vehicle that you've described, which of those vehicles did you use to get from Canton PD to West Roxbury?
The Jeep Cherokee, the Jeep Wrangler, sorry.
That's one of my favorite
and
parts.
if you know about what time was it that you
That's one of my favorite parts, you guys. So, okay. So okay. He's mentioning the Jeep Cherokee, and the reason that's significant is because remember, that's Caitlin Albert's car. And then the whole story about her boyfriend picking her, none of that makes any fucking sense. It makes me wonder if at some point he was driving that vehicle, but they needed to place him elsewhere. So then that's how the story came about the boyfriend. I don't know. Let me listen again. But that's.
I went back to West Roxbury.
and which vehicle that you've described, which of those vehicles did you use to get from Canton PD to West Roxbury?
The Jeep Cherokee, the Jeep Wrangler, sorry.
To get from where to where? Hold on, one more time.
I went back to West Roxbury.
And which vehicle that you've described, which of those vehicles did you use to get from Canton PD to West Roxbury?
From Canton PD. The other thing that's interesting, so there's these little things that I'm not forgetting about.
The Jeep Cherokee, the Jeep.
Sorry, I didn't mean to unpause it. But we don't really have. The other thing that's weird that still never made any sense is the whole thing. Remember, guys, about Lally McCabe and the thing with the dog? I'm sorry, that was just like the most out of left field red flaggy thing, but I think no one knew what to do about it. But the whole story about the dog, so they go to the police department and they go there like twice, I think. And like then the owner like yells at them and is like, why do you have my dog? And then she like says that they deliver the dog back. that whole story, again, was an answer to a question that where it was completely unnecessary and way too much. And like, what? I mean, literally, that was one of the weirdest things that's happened in this trial in terms of just random ass testimony. It's like, but the police station, though, the police station. So if it was like her finding a dog and then, I mean, I don't know. You don't go to a police station with a dog. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It just doesn't make any sense. And so yeah, I agree that it's a Freudian slip. I understand what you're saying, Kitsmits, but at the same time, you get used he's already okay. Imagine how many times he's had to talk about what cars he has. It's like a muscle memory thing, right? Like I wouldn't accidentally say I have a Toyota Corolla because my mouth is usually saying making a P sound after the Toyota Prius. It's a muscle memory thing. When you repeat things like for anyone who has a vehicle, right? But even just so far in this testimony today alone, he's already repeated Jeep Wrangler many, many times. What? Maybe over a dozen times at this point. So to go from a WR to a CH, I don't know. I understand what you're saying, but I just don't think that's plausible here. If they started with a similar sound in terms of the way your mouth would move to do it, then I could see it being a little bit more plausible that like it was not, it was just a slip of the tongue. But it's not to mention they're two completely different vehicles. Like they look different, but I think more importantly, it's the way that the words formed. That's what sticks out to me about it. Yeah. Yeah. Candace said, I forgot about that stupid dog story. I know. Right? So he supposedly was using that white Jeep Cherokee, right? Like that was what. But that story never added up either. That story never made any sense. Like, and we do like, I'm trying to remember what came out of that. Like eventually he ended up saying like, yeah, that was never the plan. The plan was never for me to do this whole thing where I drive out of the way and pick her up and all that. But like, we never got answers as to like, when did he actually end up going? Because I mean, he's not on trial, right? So we don't really know, like, when did he actually go to work? Like, it's just none of that. And of course, there's no telemetry with anything. But it's another one of those things where it's like, it wouldn't have been suspicious, but they made it suspicious. This whole story about the picking her up and the driving back and forth with the whole, and it came up well before him. And that's why it's sus, right? We first heard about it with the very first witnesses from even the Kolokithuses. They're like, yeah, he was there, but he had to leave early to go snowplow. Okay, like that's not weird yet. But then I'll tell you what it was. Julie Albert gets on the stand and adds to the story about how the time factor and the thing that she said that stuck out was, oh, well, because he knew he had to wake up so soon, he figured he would drive all the way out there and get her and then go back. It's like something that just doesn't make any logical sense. It's like, oh, so he's going to get less sleep. It doesn't make any sense. And then they all repeated it. Ugh. I don't know, man. That's a good point. Thank you for pointing that out. He drove the Cherokee to pick her up, but he never indicated what vehicle. That's right. He did. I remember him saying that the Cherokee was better for driving in the snow, but you're right. He was referencing, oh my God, I'm turning into Lally. He was talking about picking her up. You're right. He didn't actually indicate, oh my God, nuisance. Again, Lolly brain. He didn't finish that sentence with, that's the vehicle I was going to use to plow. That's a good point. Because it also would make sense too, since he said he's working for like his landlord or whatever, it would seem plausible that they would provide him with a vehicle potentially. No, I agree too. Yeah, the boyfriend and Julie Nagel's brother. Yeah. Brother Nagel. Yeah, I agree. Carrie Roberts also to me was credible, but you may not. Were you here last night, Fender? I can't remember. Carrie Roberts, I think, was also credible. But I know you're working. I know you're in trial time. You're like in 3 different time zones right now because you're like, you went back to the beginning, but you were also watching when we were doing it live during trial, and you're also watching these recaps. So it's like, that's pretty incredible. You're able to do that actually. Fender says, I loved how the boyfriend was like, she's high maintenance, right? Yeah. Right. It lends credibility to him going to pick her up. Correct. But then again, it was either cross or it might have been recross. It did come out. He was like, yeah, no, this was never the plan though. You know? Yeah, Carrie. Yeah.
Wrangler, sorry.
And if you know about what time was it that you got home to West Roxbury?
Could have been somewhere around 20 or 2. I'm not 100% positive.
So sometime between 1:30 and 2 a.m., is that roughly around?
Yes.
And when you get home, do you recall like what it was that you did when you got home?
Well, it was a long day. We had traveled, the traffic, it just seemed like it dragged on forever. But I think I did what I typically do after being out, having a couple of drinks. I had something else to eat, and I believe I might have had another couple of drinks and either laid on the couch or laid on my bed. And typically I would fall asleep if I was on the couch and wake up and go into the bedroom. I don't know what location I was in at that point.
Now, after you
So-
fall asleep,
It sounds like you don't literally know anything that you did. You can't account for where you were or what you were doing. That's what that sounds like to me. You're like, I could have done any number of things.
at some point later on that morning or something, you wake up obviously at some period, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall what it was that it
No, Lolly, he's still asleep. To the answer, he's like, so you wake up at some period, right? No, Lolly, no, he's still asleep. In fact, he's asleep right now. Your questions are putting him to sleep.
woke you on that morning?
I mean, for lack of better words, my phone, both my work and my personal phones were blowing up. They were going off.
And if you know about what time in the morning was that occurred?
Probably around 6:30-ish.
And who, if anyone, as far as you looked at your phones, and who, if anyone, was blowing up your phone, or who was calling you at that?
Well, I think first it was Chief Berkowitz, and then Brian Albert.
And you mentioned first it was Chief Berkowitz. Did you answer the chief's call at that time?
No.
And was that abnormal for the chief to be calling you at that time of day?
No, he's an early riser, and typically when he was working, again, we also had a friendship. He would call in the morning, kind of like checking in with each other. So I just kind of blew like,
Wait,
why are you calling?
Are you cheating on Brian Albert Sr. with Chief Berkowitz also? Is that what's happening? Is that why he's checking in on you in the morning?
This early? Kind of just blew it off. But then when I saw Brian Albert calling me, like that kind of caused me some concern because I'm like, why is he calling me? He was out with me all day yesterday.
Yep. See, sounds like there's a love triangle happening here, guys.
We both had the same long day, and I was concerned at that point.
And so you answer the phone from Mr. Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you learn from him, or what, if anything, did he tell you?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain the objection at this point.
So you receive a call from him and you have some sort of conversation, correct?
Yes.
Now, prior to that, from the time that you got home to the time that you answered this call from Brian Albert, do you recall having any phone calls or conversations with anybody during that time period?
No.
And specifically, did you talk to Brian Albert on the phone at any point between the time you left his home and the time that you woke up the next morning to his phone call?
No, I did not.
Now, the previous day, over the course of it, we're all waking up in New York and then driving home and going to the hillside and going to the Waterfall and going to Mr. Albert's house. Had you and Mr. Albert communicated via cell phone, whether it be text or phone call at any point in time during the course of that day?
You mean the day before?
Yes.
Yes.
Lolly just named like 30 different events. So, compound as fuck. Like, is that an objection we can use?
So he was fairly recent in your contacts, is that correct?
Yes.
And so as far as that phone call that you received from Mr. Albert, based on whatever information that you learned from that, what did you do then?
I got dressed and went right over to the house at 34 Fairview.
And when you left your house in West Roxbury and went back to 34 Fairview, what were you driving at that point?
I was still in the Jeep Wrangler.
And if you know about what time or so was it that you arrived back at 34 Fairview late that morning?
Maybe a little after 7.
And when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you see?
I mean, I just went into the house.
As far as outside of the house, when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you see outside of the house?
So I think the point here is, why the hell did he not see law enforcement? Because we know that he arrived after law enforcement was there.
I don't recall. Maybe a police car. I don't remember.
Yeah.
Now, with regard...
So, and I will say also, right, I know, I remember like, whenever I was watching, like, I guess I was catching up, like, a little, some of it was probably this morning even, with EDB, and like, she made a really good point at this juncture, that was based off of people in her chat that are first responders or in law enforcement or the like. And they said something that makes a lot of sense too, which is like, that if you are in this, if you're someone who's been in the military or in as a first responder or fire, EMT, any of that stuff, right? Law enforcement, and you're, even if you're not on duty, but you're in a situation where there's some sort of an emergency or whatever, like, you are trained to automatically jump into like observant mode, right? Like, in other words, it's like, that's what you're trained to do. It's like, so she was actually just saying how, like, it doesn't make any sense that you would have dulled senses and not heightened senses. Like, you would be on heightened alert. Like, you would, like, and so she was saying how it's crazy how, or I don't remember if she said this specifically, but I thought it, okay. Like, that all the other witnesses like can testify to, like, well, except for the people in the house, of course. Right. But like, you know, people could, like, even like Matt McCabe and shit, right, was talking about the vehicles he saw out there when he pulled up and whatnot. So, you know, we've got like these other people who did not work in that capacity. But yet he gets there and he's a federal agent and has all this experience, but he's not even noticing emergency vehicles or anything for that matter. I mean, his memory, like, I can't remember who said it, probably more than one of you guys have said, you know, his memory is shit, except for very specific things. He remembers all these details that are like not relevant. And like, there's like way too many of them. Right. It's like, but then when it comes to like the important stuff, it's like, yeah, but it's just not plausible in terms of like, when you have all that training, it's like, they drill it into you, you know? Right. Exactly. I call shenanigans, right? I know. Yeah. And here he is, you know, there's a bunch of it. And according to him, it was his friend. I mean, it's one, like, this should, the observant, like, skills and whatever, like, that should be kicking in due to your training, regardless of who died. But it was your friend, and the body is in front of your other friend's house. Like, this is like, of all the situations where you should be like, hey, overdrive, helping as in noticing everything, right? Unless you know that there's things that are shady, right? Because if you really don't know what happened and you don't think that there's any way that the people that live there have something, like if you are genuinely trying to help and coming from that type of mindset of like, there's nothing fishy here, I'm just going to help, you would be doing everything you can to remember everything and to take note of it. And you know what I mean? Like, it's like you would have been able to provide helpful information. Yeah, instead of whatever this is, shenanigans.
Starting with the weather, when you woke up and you were driving back to 34 Fairview, what was the weather like at that point in reference to when you had gotten home to West Roxbury the night before?
It was real bad.
It was worse, we know.
And as far as when you get to the house at 34 Fairview, sometime around 7 a.m. or so, where is it that you parked in relation to the home at that point?
You know, technically, shouldn't he say, if he's going to be consistent with his own testimony, shouldn't he say, because the snowplow is still attached, right? He says he's still driving the Jeep Cherokee. The snowplow would still be attached. Wouldn't this be a good time, if you're not going to do anything to help with like this entire situation, at the very least, if the reason you have the snowplow is so that you can just be a nice, good neighbor, good Samaritan, why would you not now plow? Like, You Plow to be, according to you, a jackass or a dickhead the night before when there's no snow. I'll never understand that. But like now, like if you're not going to help in this emergency situation, at least now is your time to shine with your snow plow. But but he's not plowing, right? I don't get it.
I might have went in the driveway. I don't remember specifically where I parked.
And as far as other vehicles there, how many other vehicles, were there more or less vehicles there that morning than there were when you were there the night before?
I couldn't say definitively.
I have a thought that I hadn't had. Well, that's a good point, but I have a different thought. So remember, we're not just missing the surveillance footage of him from walking through the building at the police department, but we don't have any footage of the big red flag with all the moving around of the cars. It's like musical chairs, but with the cars, right? The moving around. He's covering something there. There's a lot there. Remember, that was like the biggest red flags of all of it. And I'm wondering, okay, if I go back to the thinking, okay, so like, let's say that there was something happened with the snowplow. Again, the gash on John O'Keefe's head, to me, it really looks like the snowplow is a strong contender for what caused that, because it's very specific. And okay, so if we think, what if something happened, like maybe the reason a lot of this makes no sense is because he went to the police station to put the Jeep Wrangler there, because maybe he knew someone would be able to clean that up for him, or maybe he was going to be able to do it. I mean, but I'm wondering if he left the Wrangler there and took a different vehicle, and that's what's all this shenanigans with the cars. And then maybe he didn't have the snowplow when he pulled up in the morning. Again, no one testified, and so far, including him, no one's actually testified specifically that he came back in the Jeep Wrangler. But it's just that when Lally asked him, so what other car did you drive all day? And he was like, oh, the Jeep Wrangler. But he's not been asked specifically about this. And no one testified to seeing it again. He drove his Jeep home. See, but then that's where the Jeep Cherokee comes in. I'm wondering if he swapped into the Jeep Cherokee. Because again, family, it's Caitlin Albert's car. Like they could have provided him with that. And then he left the Wrangler at the station. And again, Allie McCabe is involved in this too, because she's apparently picked Colin up and dropped him off at the house. But also, again, she was at the police station twice that day, right before all this happened with the dog thing. So I wonder if, again, the Jeep Cherokee, that's another thing. I think there's something to that slip up. And I'm wondering if he borrowed her car. Wow. I would just wish we had some fucking information, like telemetry, something. We would not have to be guessing any of this if, and I guess like in terms of like the video surveillance, it seems like they destroyed that. So we don't have that, but like, I don't think they could get to the telemetry. It's just.
And when you come into the house, who, if anyone, is it that you see inside the house when you get there?
So I saw Brian, I saw Nicole, Brian Jr. may have popped in and out of the same kitchen area that I was in before, Jen and Matt McCabe, and then a short time later, Julie Albert showed up.
And Julie Albert, when she showed up, what, if anything, did you observe her to have with her when she showed up?
Like box of donuts or muffins or something like that.
And as far as the house when you come in, similar to the evening before, but how would you describe sort of the mood and demeanor of the people in the house when you arrived there later on that morning, sometime around 7 or so?
The people were pretty distraught.
And did you know why they were distraught?
Because John had been found on the lawn.
And is that why you had gone to the house?
Yes.
You guys, wow, this is such heartfelt testimony, right? Wow, I'm really feeling the emotion. Like, God, he can give a 50,000 word answer to shit about the moving around of the vehicles, but now we're back to like 1 word answers. And yeah, like you're really feeling, really feeling the love, right? Really feeling the love for John O'Keefe here. Let's listen again to just how moving, right? I'm being incredibly sarcastic. I'm sure you guys know.
People were pretty distraught. And then a short time later, Julie Albert showed up.
And Julie Albert, when she showed up, what, if anything, did you observe her to have with her when she showed up?
Like box of donuts or muffins or something like that.
And as far as the house when you come in, similar to the evening before, but how would you describe sort of the mood and demeanor of the people in the house when you arrived there later on that morning, sometime around 7 or so?
People were pretty distraught.
And did you know why they were distraught?
Because John had been found on the lawn.
And is that why you had gone to the house?
Yes.
And when you received that information,
Like that, those 3 questions and answers in a row, like that's just so gross to me. And also, I will just say, yes, in terms of what Rock Shaper's Scissors is saying, I mean, they definitely have been using Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday as a scapegoat for this whole thing, or as Michael Scott would say, an scapegoat, in terms of why they were getting together and why they did this and that. And even the whole thing about going to the bar. He was never going to go, but yet they still tried to start incorporating his birthday party into the story from the very beginning, saying that was the reason they went to the bar in the first place. It's not necessary. Like, again, it drew red flags right away because it's like, he didn't go, people. And then, I mean, and all the rest of it. Now, the donut thing, when he testified, it did seem like he had genuine memories about that. But my impression was it was like from when he was a kid. Again, this would be like a convenient way to do it, right? Like, I'm thinking that maybe that was a tradition, that maybe it did happen, but that I don't think it happened that morning or whatever, right? But like, it was a way to kind of make up a reason to be there because, as we know, they all gathered together to discuss everything. So, yeah, 100% Fender. I agree. Yeah, he definitely did. I feel really bad for him because I feel like he's just got really, he doesn't seem to be wanting to be a part of all the rest of this. And he got kind of wrapped up in it. And then again, just on top of everything, they're all like, oh, he's got all this anxiety. And they're just like, Jen McCabe completely just like, put him on blast on the witness stand. That was disgusting. And then on top of that, they're like using his birthday as an excuse for things. Stupid. And also, I will say, him and his friends were the only responsible people in terms of the drinking situation, in terms of arranging for rides. So,
or were informed of that. How did you receive that information, or what, if any, impact did that have on you?
Well,
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain, you can ask it differently.
When did you first learn of Mr. O'Keefe being found on the lawn at 34 Fairview?
during the phone call at about 6:30-ish when Brian Albert, when I spoke with him.
And what was your reaction when you received that information?
It did make sense to me. I couldn't do the math in my head because I know John O'Keefe and the defendant never showed up. It didn't make sense.
Sir, that answer doesn't make sense because what math? If you didn't know what happened, how can you do the math? This is just like with Alec Murdaugh at the kennels, right? If you don't know anything that happened and nobody knows what happened, then why the hell he said he was one of the first people to leave the house from the party, right? So then why wouldn't, if you really don't know anything, like wouldn't you assume they showed up after you left? What math are you even using? If you're like, yeah, they weren't there when I was there, but I left. I was the first to leave, as he said, because of the drinking thing. And well, who knows? He left, right? He left. That's the point. He left. They could have arrived after that, right? How do you know? How do you know that that's not what happened?
So from this time that you're in the house, do you recall any sort of conversation about within the group as far as what was going on?
Objection.
Do you recall that there was a conversation?
Yes, I recall that there was conversation and it's,
Objection.
Just that.
okay.
Next question, Mr. Lally.
Now, from the time that you arrived there, later on that morning, about how long a period of time were you there for?
Less than an hour.
And from there, where did you go from there?
I don't know if I went.
I love that one. That's one of my favorite ones. From there, where did you go from there? Let's listen again. That's a great one.
I don't know if I went back to the police. I don't know if I went back to the police.
Sorry, not
You
for,
arrived there later on that morning, about how long a period of time were you there for?
Less than an hour.
And from there, where did you go from there?
that's the best one.
I don't know if I went back to the police
Brilliant.
station or I went to West Roxbury. Might have been the police station.
That's right. And it gets better from here because his answer is I don't know. He does not know where he went. Like West Roxbury is his home. He's like, I don't, this actually, I mentioned this, I think at the time as well, because this is crazy. He's like, I don't know where I went. Between when the options are home or to the police station and they're in different towns, you don't know where you went.
And if you went to the police station, why would you have gone to the police station?
This makes no sense. So then, so this to me is Lolly's trying to hint to him, hey, you went to the police station because he forgot or whatever. He's like, but if you would have gone to the police, like, why would you have gone? This is the most stupidest thing.
At that point.
Because I was still trying to put things together in my head. I was upset.
Sounding like you went there. But,
Those would be the reasons.
oh my
Do
God.
you recall whether or not, bless you, do you recall whether or not you were at the police station that day?
Yes,
No, I'll allow it.
yes, I'm pretty sure I was there.
Well,
And,
what?
do you
You
know
just
about
said
how
you didn't.
long you were there or about what time it was that you were there?
No, I couldn't say specifically.
And after you left the police station that day, where did you go from there?
At some point, I probably went back to West Roxbury. I don't specifically remember.
Now, again, from when you went, maybe a fairly simple question, but as far as you drove the Jeep Wrangler from West Roxbury back to Fairview Road that morning, correct?
Yes,
And then you drove that Jeep Wrangler from Fairview Road to the Canton Police Station at some point during the day?
I believe I was in that vehicle all day.
Now,
There, guys.
At some
I
point a
believe-
few
hold on.
days,
That was the
following-
part I was thinking about. Hold on. Vehicle.
at some point a few days,
I was upset. Those would be the reasons.
do you recall whether or not, bless you, do you recall whether or not you were at the police station that day?
Yes,
No, I'll allow it.
yes, I'm pretty sure I was there.
And do you know about how long you were there or about what time it was that you were there?
No, I couldn't say specifically.
And after you left the police station that day, where did you go from there?
At some point, I probably went back to West Roxbury. I don't specifically remember.
Now, again, from when you went, maybe a fairly simple question, but as far as you drove the Jeep Wrangler from West Roxbury back to Fairview Road that morning, correct?
Yes,
And then you drove that Jeep Wrangler from Fairview Road to the Canton Police Station at some point during the day?
I believe I was in that vehicle all day.
See, now this time Lolly's helping him out by saying Wrangler. Earlier, it was just referred to as a Jeep. Now he's saying Jeep Wrangler each time to be specific.
Now, At some point, a few days following this,
What a
did
mess.
you have occasion to meet with some troopers from the state police?
I did.
And do you recall who those troopers were?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
And were you familiar with those troopers prior to that date that you met with them?
So I was familiar with Trooper Buchanan. Evidently, I was reminded by Trooper Proctor that I had met him before. I think I helped him on a gun recovery that he made, but I didn't remember him.
And as far as you mentioned, sort of socializing with other officers from law enforcement, had you ever socialized with either Sergeant Mechanic or Trooper Proctor before?
So Trooper Proctor, no. I had seen Trooper Buchanan on a number of occasions at a local gym. I had seen him one time at the hillside. I think he might have been with his child after a sporting event. I think I said hello. I bought him a drink, but I wouldn't classify that as socializing, more being friendly. But I also that area of responsibility, the South Shore, south of Boston, Cape and Islands. I was assigned to a group where I would interface with people in that area, and that Norfolk CPAC office would be people that over the years I've probably dealt with.
Now, when you met with him on this day, do
It's
you
like, I
recall
don't even know what the
specifically what
question
day it
was.
was?
That was so long.
No,
If I said February 3rd, would that sound about right, or if you know?
I would say in that area.
And when you met with them, you had a conversation with them or an interview in regard to what had transpired on the 28th and 29th, correct?
Yes.
And following sort of the substance of that interview, what, if anything,
Yeah. I would interface with people, right? I mean, said nobody ever. That's not. And like Fender has a question here. Why does Lally not seem to be a DA, more of a hired gun? I mean, the question that I was trying to think of how to answer that. I'm like, I don't know how to answer that because it's really the reverse. It's like, how does he not seem that? Like, what if anything about him makes him resemble an actual normal DA or prosecutor even, or anything? I mean, it's like nothing. Like there isn't. Yeah, right. I know that whole answer felt like he was trying to distance himself from Trooper B and Trooper. Yeah, it was crazy.
did you provide the troopers with?
I provided them with text messages that I had exchanged and had on my phone with John O'Keefe, and text messages that I had exchanged with the defendant.
And
Oh boy.
how did you, in what sort of format did you provide those text messages?
Screenshots, because everyone knows screenshots is the best way.
Well, they were copies.
Screenshots.
And I
say the
believe that the format would be, the way to categorize it, screenshots.
word. Yes, there
And
it is.
how is it
Yeah.
that you
Oh my
sort of
God.
generate?
Were you there when or you probably saw it anyway, rock, paper, scissors, but when Jen McKay was like really getting like flustered on the stand, the whole part, I think I put a timestamp there actually, for whichever episode that was, because she's like calls him Proctor Trooper and then like fucks up his name a bunch of times in a row and it's hilarious.
These
I saw that.
from your phone?
I consulted a coworker, who's also a friend,
You know
and
who that is? That's that Matt Kelch guy that is probably in hot water for helping him out.
he was he has the training with the cell phones.
See, this is such a shame because this dude, it's such a shame. I feel bad for this dude because I don't know, man. It's like, I hate that. Like this other guy, Matt Kelch, seems like a friend of Higgins's, but doesn't seem to know anyone else that's involved here. And maybe was just doing a favor for Higgins or whatever the fuck. But like the thing that's interesting here is like, the problem is like, if you've got a friend who works, in that, doing that, like FBI cell phones and shit, right? They would know that the way that you're trying to hand over these they would know that that's not how it's done. Like they wouldn't assist you to do that. they'd be like, that's not going to fly. Right. It's just really sad. It's also just making poor Matt Kelch look like he's incompetent, and we don't know anything about him. Like, he's probably not going to testify. We don't know anything about him. He's definitely getting thrown under the bus.
Told him I wanted to provide these to the state police.
Yeah.
What is the best way that I can get them off my phone and provide them to law enforcement?
And
no law.
why
Yeah,
was
I
it
guess
that-
what I was trying to say is, like, no law enforcement professional would aid him in turning over screenshots. It just wouldn't happen. Unless they were also involved and were trying to not get, you know what I mean? Like another Albert, yeah, they would do it, but not like, that's why I'm like, there's just no way. Like, this poor Matt Kelch, I'm like, I don't know. Because he didn't know anybody else. Like, he was not wrapped up in this. He didn't have, what's the words we came up with? He doesn't have a horse in this window. He doesn't have a butt on that dial. We came up with a bunch of new sayings. Like, that's the Matt Kelch dude. Doesn't know anybody else that's involved here. And now he looks like, now he's making that dude look bad. Like, and it's just so far-fetched, right? Yeah.
That you felt it was important, or why is it that you wanted to share those with the troopers?
Well, I thought it was important because I've had communication with the both of them, and I wanted to be fully transparent.
No. I'm sorry. This is just for anyone. Like, I know it pisses y'all off too, right? Because we know how this works with the cell phones. This is just bullshit. It's like, oh, look, I was being so transparent by taking screenshots. When it's like, if anyone who knows anything about this shit is like, yeah, screenshots, all the red flags. It's the opposite, right? You're trying to look like you're helping, but you're actually probably hindering things, because now you're rehoming your phone and destroying everything. My God. It's like, we all know the problem. There's list of problems with this is just so long. It's just
Now, with
right?
reference to either or both of those
Just no Plow on that
communications,
Jeep. Great. That's another
with
good one. Yeah.
Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, the material that you provided to the troopers, what if anything, did you do to that material before giving it to them?
Nothing.
I'm just gonna devolve into starting to just mock Lally in this crazy voice. I ended up doing this with Elaine when I was doing Deputy Heard, reading the sidebars, where I was reading these sidebars, and sometimes it took hours, and it's like a lot of it is Elaine, right? And it's like, without me trying to, just subconsciously, like, I ended up developing a voice for Elaine, and I feel like it's happening with Lally little by little. So just so you guys know, if you hear me making weird sounds and I'm copying what he's saying, that's what's happening.
The material or the text that you provided to the troopers, that was what was on your phone?
Yes.
So there was no deletions, no excising any material, nothing like that before you gave it to the troopers?
Oh, exactly what was on my phone, I provided to them.
I'm glad.
And specifically, as you were providing it to them or shortly thereafter, did you have a conversation with Sergeant Buchanan in reference to that very topic?
Yeah, and just to clarify too, I remember I said this when it came to Elaine. The voice that comes out, it's like, again, it's not planned, it's not on purpose. It's the way that I end up hearing them in my head. It's not the way they actually sound. So like, if you hear me do a voice, it's like that like what is like when I hear him talk, that's how I'm hearing it. And it's because of the repetition and the annoyance and the grating nature and stuff like that, to where that's how now I interpret it, essentially, if that makes sense. Like, it's not trying to actually sound like them.
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall him asking you anything about, as far as if this was the entirety of what you had provided?
Oh, so I think during the actual interview, he specifically asked me, these, I would say in sum and substance, he said, is this an accurate representation? Has anything been deleted? And I said, no. I mean, as with respects to the text with the defendant, from the first time that she reached out to me and texted me, nothing had been deleted. As far as John's text string, we might have had older.
This is another one. Let's go back and listen to the question. This is bad. This is really bad. This is really bad. This is, my mom has late stage Alzheimer's and my son was in a boat wreck.
The material that you provided to the troopers, what if anything, did you do to that material before giving it to them?
What, if anything, did you do to that material before giving it to the troopers or whatever he says?
Nothing.
So as far as the
Wasn't the right
material or the text that you provided to the troopers, that was what was on your phone?
So as far as the material, see, that's a terrible question. What he's trying to ask is, so you provided what was on your phone. Let's just pretend that's the question because that makes more sense.
Yes.
So there was no deletions, no excising any material, nothing like that before you gave it to the troopers?
Okay, maybe this is the one. There was no excising, no deletion, excising. No excising, deletion. You didn't delete anything or whatever.
Exactly what was on my phone,
Now this is the answer that's interesting.
I provided to them.
And specifically, as you were providing it to him or shortly thereafter, did you have a conversation with Sergeant Buchanan in reference to that very topic,
Okay, maybe
if
this.
you recall?
No, I don't recall.
Nope, it's not.
Do you recall him asking you anything about, as far as if this was the entirety of what you had provided?
Okay.
So I think during the actual interview,
Okay, so this is the one. So he's saying, did he ask you if this was the entirety of what you provided?
he specifically asked me, I would say in sum and substance, he said, is this an accurate representation? Has anything been deleted? And I said, no. I mean, as with respects to the text with the defendant from the first time that she reached out to me and texted me, nothing had been deleted. As far as John's text string, we might have had older text strings that were deleted, but that was what I gave him. What I gave the troopers was exactly when
Wow.
I captured everything is exactly it is what it is. Everything that was on those phones was provided.
This I'm gonna have to clip this. This is one of the biggest disaster answers this is such a disaster. Let's go back and hear how he should have answered the question. We're gonna have to get to the question again. Hold on.
I mean, as with respects to the,
So it is a long ass answer.
I would say in sum and substance,
Fucking hell. Yeah, it's BS. It's BS.
And specifically, as you were providing it to him or shortly thereafter, did you have a conversation with Sergeant Buchanan in reference to that very topic?
Did you have a conversation in reference to that very topic? I don't know if this is the long one yet, because again, it's Sergeant, but the answer should be yes. That's all you need is a yes. He just asked if you had a conversation. Did you have a conversation about it? Yes.
If you recall.
no, I don't recall.
Do you recall him asking you anything about, as far as if this was the entirety of what you had provided?
Okay. So clearly he forgot about the conversation or was hoping it wasn't going to come up. But this question is, do you remember him asking you about the entirety? Hold on. We need to get to this specific question. Okay, hold on.
I would say
What you had provided?
Just a little bit further back.
Deletions, no excising any material, nothing like that before you gave it to the troopers?
exactly what was on my phone, I provided to them.
And specifically, as you were providing it to him or shortly thereafter, did you have a conversation with Sergeant Buchanan in reference to that very topic? If you recall.
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall him asking you anything about, as far as if this was the entirety of what you had provided?
Do you remember him asking you anything about if this was the entirety of what you provided? It's just, do you remember him asking you? That's the question. Do you remember him asking you? So the answer would be yes, I remember him asking me, or no, I don't. Yes or no. It's a yes. It's actually a yes or no question. That's what we need to keep in mind. This is a yes or no question. This is a yes or no question.
So I think during the actual interview, he specifically asked me, I would say in sum and substance, he said, is this an accurate representation? Has anything been deleted? And I said, no. I mean, as with respects to the text with the defendant from the first time that she reached out to me and texted me, nothing had been deleted. As far as John's text string, we might have had older text strings that were deleted, but that was what I gave him. What I gave the troopers was exactly when I captured everything is exactly
It's a yes or no question.
it is what it is. Everything that was on those phones was provided. Nothing was deleted.
And as far as when you provided these text communications to the troopers, was that something that they had asked for, or was that something?
So we know that it is really hot in that courtroom. I think it's both. I think he probably would look like a mess even if it wasn't hot. Because this is all bullshit. So yeah, but that was a yes. I mean, and it's funny. So Lally wasn't asking him for the context of the conversation, just if you had one. But he just offers all that up. I mean, that probably would have been like ideally that would have come out on cross, right? Like anyway.
That you volunteer.
I volunteered that to them.
And upon them sort of receiving them from you, did they have further questions beyond what they had already asked you based on what you provided?
I believe they got into other specific questions, specifically in relation to John O'Keefe and the defendant, as far as intimacy and things like that. There was more detailed questions that followed.
Oh boy.
And sir, if I could turn your attention to the first sort of content within that, just in reference to what is the date of the first sort of exchange in these text communications between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe?
Wednesday, November 24th.
By the way, that was to the tune of Oxford Town by Bob Dylan. Shout out to Bob Dylan.
And in general, can you describe for the jury what that conversation was about on Wednesday, November 24th?
He basically, it's kind of hard to read, I apologize, but it looks like he's just reached out to me. He said, "What's up, Pell? Where are we going to hang local? We are going to hang local. Are you drinking?"
So he's out, he's trying to see where you are and if you want to meet up.
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to the last page within those documents you have before you. So with reference to, there's some conversation on the bottom of that last page from Sunday, January 16th, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned that with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, you had been over his house on a prior occasion to watch the Patriots game, correct?
Yes.
And when was that in relation to this date that we've been talking about as far as the 28th and the 29th? How long before?
So it was the 16th? Might have been the 15th into the 16th, I believe.
So that text on the 16th was either same day or the day following when you had gone over there to watch the Patriots game?
Well, with the text where I asked if I broke his nephew's toy video game would have been the next day.
Now, in reference to Mr. O'Keefe, you described that he was a friend of yours, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, prior to you going over there for the Patriots game, at some point, or had you been over to his home at any previous time?
So I reached out. We had inclement weather. It might have been around the beginning of January, maybe 6th to 7th. And I shot him a text and said, do you want me to clear the driveway for you?
So using the same plow that you were talking about before, you had offered to clear out his driveway?
Yes.
Now, on this occasion that you go over there for the Patriots game, prior to that, had the two of you had any conversation or had you been invited to go over there with reference to football games before?
Yes, a number of times at the hillside, I was asked, hey, we're going to.
So initially when this happened live, I had a theory as to why he was getting emotional there. And I was thinking that it was because he didn't, he knew what was coming up about this game controller or whatever. I think that's what I thought. But now that I know what some of the text messages are to come up early on in this conversation, I think what might have happened is that as he was looking over that to read it, he saw the next page of text messages, which is the part about his dad dying of cancer. So I think that that's where the emotion is actually coming from, is because he saw the part about texting about his dad with cancer. That might make sense. Rock Shaper Scissors says, flanking flank. I'm going to have to call it a night. See y'all next time. Thank you for being here. It was super fun. Hope you have a good night and see you soon. And like I said, we'll be covering Idaho tomorrow, which reminds me, I still need to check on those time zones.
To watch the last half at the house, you want to come by, things like that, yes.
And had you ever taken Mr. O'Keefe up on any of those prior invitations to come by the house and watch?
My dad died of
No.
cancer. So.
And so on this particular game, do you recall why it was that you took him up on it this time and went over?
Well, I felt bad I had never been over there. I've been asked repeatedly. I knew it was probably going to be the last game for the season. And I had also independently got a text of an invite from John himself and then also from the defendant independently.
Now, in reference to you thinking it was going to be the last game of the season, do you recall, like, was it a regular season game, playoff game? Who were they playing? Do you recall any of that?
I think it might have been the Bills. I don't know if it was the playoffs or it was just another game to me, but I knew it was probably going to be the last game.
And so if you recall that evening, about what time was it that you stopped by Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Oh, it was like just before the game ended, not long after.
So pretty far into the second half of the game by the time you arrived.
Oh, yeah.
And in addition to Mr. O'Keefe, who, if anyone else, was at the house when you got there?
I believe Chris Curran and his wife might have been there at one point. I think maybe the wife left, but he stayed. I believe maybe Mr. Curran, never met him before. I think they introduced him as Mr. Curran's brother. And then John's nephew. And I don't know if his niece was there. She might have been in the other room.
And the defendant, Ms. Reed, was she there as well?
Yes.
And as far as the
so
Currans
that's
are
what I'm
concerned,
thinking about.
are those people you're familiar with, and how do you know them?
I'm sorry.
Again, the hillside. I met them there, and I believe through John O'Keefe.
How well did you know them at that point?
Not very well.
Now, you mentioned that John's nephew was there. Had you ever met him before?
No.
And what, if any, interaction did you have with his nephew while you were there?
I'll allow it.
We were playing video games together.
And so the text, if I could direct your attention back to the text communications before you with Mr. O'Keefe on that last page. And if you could read from that text exchange, and if you can indicate sort of who's talking or who's saying it.
It says TF, hurting like this in 10 years. Haha. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who's saying that.
Not sure who's hurting and who's saying haha.
Well, I know I was definitely hurting that morning, but I'm not sure who was saying that.
And what, if any, other communication is there later on in the same chain?
All right, I see John. Was it necessary to introduce Hennessy XO? Was I really playing video games? That would have been me. And then it says, I blame Karen. Yup. And then I said, please tell me I didn't break your nephew's video game. If I did, I'll replace it. Did I throw a controller or some shit? And then it says, I don't think so. WTF, I'm hurting. How can you guys not be still in bed?
Is that the end of that
And then
specific conversation?
it appears to be, yeah. Yes.
Then the next conversation begins on what's indicated as Saturday, 12:20 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it your recollection that that was January 29th?
Yes.
And is that the message that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe while you were in the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes. I said, are you coming here with followed by 3 question marks?
And again, Mr. O'Keefe, based on your recollection and based on the records you have before, you never responded to that text, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you never saw him after that, correct?
Never again, no.
May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes. Folks, be mindful of the instruction I've given you on digital evidence, on what you have to find before you consider them. Also, I want to tell you that what you're going to hear or see is testimony about certain statements allegedly made by the defendant. You're to view those statements solely for the limited purpose of the defendant's state of mind, as it might go to the nature of the relationship with John O'Keefe and potential motive. Okay? All right, Mr. Lally, go right ahead.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Higgins, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 104A?
Yes.
And as you just mentioned, these are text messages between yourself and Ms. Reed, is that correct?
Yes.
And on what date did you first receive any communication from Ms. Reed?
January 12th, 2022.
And prior to that, had you had her number, or did she have your number as far as you were aware?
No.
You had never communicated to her via cell phone or any other means prior to January 12th, 2022?
No, I had not.
And so that initial communication you received on January 12th, 2022, that's about 8:27 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the content of the message that you received?
You want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Hey, Brian, it's Weed Whacker.
And how did you respond to that?
Question mark.
And if it's helpful to you, sir, if you can't see the screen sort of from where you are, you can read along in the exhibit before you.
Okay.
Now, as far as that communication is concerned, is the Weed Whacker, what, if any, meaning did that have to you? Or
So ultimately, it was based off a interaction with the defendant, kind of a nickname that she adopted.
And how did that nickname sort of come to be?
I mean, at least it wasn't Nevercracker, right? I mean, my God, talk about nicknames.
Or what, if anything, transpired between the two of you that led to that?
Why did I?
So I was leaving, I believe, my residence one day in Canton, traveling down Pleasant Street. I saw the defendant along the side of the house on the Pleasant Street side using a weed whacker, and I gave kind of a beep of the horn.
It
And
sounds like
the
it sounds like she gave herself the nickname and he didn't give her the nickname because she identifies herself as Weed Whacker, which is interesting. Unless it's a nickname that he gave her verbally, and then that was the first. Like it sounded to me like that those text messages were that was the first interaction they had since that day. So I don't know, it is kind of a bit weird, like how that nickname got established, because typically I feel like it would be not common to give yourself a nickname, right?
defendant gave me the finger. So I realized that she clearly must not have recognized me possibly because of what I was driving. I was in my work vehicle. So I spun the vehicle around, and as I pulled up to roll down the window, she said something to the effect, "Get the fuck away from me. My husband's a Boston cop." And then I rolled down the window more, and she clearly recognized me, who I was in that vehicle.
And had that become sort of a recurring theme in subsequent conversations that you had with Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And sir, if you could read from page 7, and if you could just indicate who's speaking and what is being said in this communication.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. I said, haha, how did you get my digits? Defendant responded, the Melissa and Lido show. I said, haha, I thought you creeped John's phone. I said, haha, again. Defendant responded, no way. I was the last person in Greater Canton who didn't have your number.
Hold on. Let me go back just a second to the part where, so because the thing is that, okay, so that's, okay. He catcalled her?
Become sort of a recurring theme in subsequent conversations that you had.
in Canton, traveling down Pleasant Street. I saw the defendant
I need to get back to
along the side of the house, adopted.
And concerned is the weed
Here.
whacker. What, if any, meaning did that have to you? Or,
All right, let me see again.
So ultimately, it was based off a interaction with the defendant, kind of a nickname that she adopted.
And how did that nickname sort of come to be, or what, if anything, transpired between the two of you that led to that?
So I was leaving, I believe, my residence one day in Canton, traveling down Pleasant Street. I saw the defendant along the side of the house on the Pleasant Street side using a weed whacker, and I gave kind of a beep of the horn, and the defendant gave me the finger. So I realized that she clearly must not have recognized me possibly because of what I was driving. I was in my work vehicle. So I spun the vehicle around, and as I pulled up to roll down the window, she said something to the effect, "Get the fuck away from me. My husband's a Boston cop." And then I rolled down the window more, and she clearly recognized me, who I was in that vehicle.
He's
And
got
that
problems.
becomes sort of a recurring
He's
theme.
got
And,
some problems telling that story. So I actually hadn't thought of it that way. It's funny that I'm glad you mentioned that, Kitsmits. For whatever reason, I didn't pick up on the honk. Like, I remember when this happened, when it first happened, like when it was happening, I was like, why is he honking? Like, it didn't even register to me, because I guess in my mind, someone would say they catcalled, but like, I don't know. I was like thinking, was she in the middle of the road? Like, literally, here's what my mind went to. My mind was like, was she weed whacking in the middle of the road? Was he honking to get her out of the road? I was really confused about this entire. So I didn't even think about that as catcalling. But no, you're totally right. Like, whenever I would go running and get catcalled, I gave people the middle finger. So yeah. Yeah, I didn't. It's so funny. Like, so the thing to me that didn't register, it's like, it didn't register to me that the way he's describing his behavior is so inaccurate, I think is what it was. It's like, I hadn't realized I didn't realize what he was doing. Had I realized what he was doing, then I would have been like, oh yeah, no, definitely. But like, I didn't register the honking. I guess it's because of his demeanor and the way he's describing it. And he's like still emotional, from what I believe is probably reading the part about his dad. Well, and for him, it might not have even been a hello. It could have been cat. It could have been, for him, it could have been honking because he found her attractive. Remember, later on, he's like, yeah, you were hot from the jump or whatever. Like, maybe he did honk at her as in a cat call, right? But I just didn't even, the way he talks about it, that did not occur to me until you just said this, Kitsmits. Because he doesn't actually say why he honked at her. Here, let's listen one more time. He does not actually say why he honked at her, which is interesting. He's not like, oh, I recognized her, so I honked.
So I realized that she clearly must not have recognized me because
that led to that.
So I was leaving, I believe, my residence one day.
Well, Karen, in the text messages, refers to some other time they had an interaction at the bar, but he says he doesn't remember that ever happening. So that would be the other way around. It's like she remembers having met him before, but he doesn't remember her. But apparently she didn't recognize that. I don't know. It's weird. It's just, I guess she didn't recognize that was him. Like, I guess if he's got his windows rolled up and the windows are tinted, then yeah, right? She might not see who it is. But again, then also, and I pointed this out when it was happening live, then how would he have heard, like how, because part of their conversation apparently happens with the windows up. So yeah. I don't think he recognized her, because later on in the text messages, he's like, I didn't remember ever meeting you before. But here, let's listen again.
adopted.
I need to go back a little bit further.
January 12th, 20.
On the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 104A?
Yes.
And as you just mentioned, these are text messages between yourself and Ms. Reed, is that correct?
Yes.
And on what date did you first receive any communication from Ms. Reed?
January 12th, 2022.
And prior to that, had you had her number, or did she have your number as far as you were aware?
No.
You had never communicated to her via cell phone or any other means prior to January 12th, 2022?
No, I had not.
And so that initial communication you received on January 12th, 2022, that's about 8:27 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the content of the message that you received?
You want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Hey, Brian, it's Weed Whacker.
And how did you respond to that?
Question mark.
And if it's helpful to you, sir, if you can't see the screen sort of from where you are, you can read along in the exhibit before you.
Okay.
Now, as far as that communication is concerned, is the Weed Whacker, what, if any, meaning did that have to you? Or
So ultimately, it was based off a interaction with the defendant, kind of a nickname that she adopted.
and how did that nickname sort of come to be, or what, if anything, transpired between the two of you that led to that?
So I was leaving, I believe, my residence one day in Canton, traveling down Pleasant Street. I saw the defendant along the side of the house on the Pleasant Street side using a weed whacker, and I gave kind of a beep of the horn,
Yeah. See,
and
so he's
the
not
defen-
saying, he's referring to her as the defendant because he's like, this is who she is now, right? He's not saying I saw someone I knew or I beeped the horn because I recognized her. He's just saying I saw the defendant and then I gave a beep of the horn. He's not giving any context behind this at all, which makes me think it probably was actually a cat call, and that's why he's not giving the context.
and then gave me the finger.
Yeah, I like here one more time, just to his proportion here, because I think
In Canton, traveling down Pleasant Street, I saw the defendant along the side of the house.
so. I think that because again, when they text later about it, he doesn't remember meeting her. I think he doesn't remember meeting her. It seems to me like they did meet before at the bar, but he doesn't remember meeting her because he's maybe too drunk, right, or whatever. And she just didn't recognize him because of the windows being tinted potentially.
On the Pleasant Street side, using a weed whacker, and I gave kind of a beep of the horn, and the defendant gave me the finger. So I realized that she clearly must not have recognized me possibly because of what I was driving. I was in my work vehicle. So I spun the vehicle around, and as I pulled up to roll down the window, she said something to the effect, "Get the fuck away from me. My husband's a Boston cop." And then I rolled down the window more, and she clearly recognized me, who I was in that vehicle.
I mean, they could object to speculation. He can't say what she thought. He can't. He shouldn't be. They could be objecting here because he can't say what she did or didn't recognize or thought or didn't thought. So.
And did that become sort of a recurring theme in subsequent conversations that you had with Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And sir, if you could read from page 7, and if you could just indicate who's speaking and what is being said in this communication.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. I said, haha, how did you get my digits? Defendant responded, the Melissa and Lido show. I said, haha, I thought you creeped John's phone. I said, haha, again. Defendant responded, no way. I was the last person in Greater Canton who didn't have your number. I think even Kerry has it. I responded, what, with a bunch of question marks. I said, I just don't give my personal number out to anyone. How would Kerry have my number with a bunch of question mark? And the defendant responded, Melissa had it.
Now, as far as in those communications, the reference the defendant makes to the Melissa and Lito show, do you know what that means?
The two individuals that I also know from the hillside.
And the Kerry person that she refers to, do you know who that is?
I believe that's Kerry Curran, Chris Curran's wife.
And again, sir, if you could read from page 9 as far as that conversation goes and just indicates whom is speaking at different points.
Okay, so the defendant said, I'd prefer a weed whacker. I responded, that's the thing about nicknames. Defendant said, we were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show, wanted to see if you were game. I responded, you don't have a say. And I believe I was referring to nicknames. And I said, vacation where?
I wonder what else.
Defendant responded, I know.
I wonder what else was being suggested there, because she's saying I'd prefer weed whacker, and then he's saying that's the thing about, like, you don't have a say. So I guess he wanted to call her something else, and she's like, I'd prefer weed whacker. Gatorman, happy to see you. What's crazy is that he didn't elaborate on the rest of the conversation after he put the window down. No, I do. Yeah, no, I do think that's strange. And actually, whenever I covered this live, when was it? Friday? Whenever it happened in real time, I did mention, I actually, the thing that I commented on more so was the deal with the window. I'm trying to listen for different things on what stood out to me before, so it's not like as, not to be redundant or whatever. But like, yeah, I agree. I've said that from Friday, like, there's definitely things, because like we don't have the context for this part, right? Because that's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering what he said, what he wanted to call her instead.
Okay, so
Let me go back a little bit.
bunch of question marks. I said, I just don't give my personal number out to anyone.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot missing, and that's clear.
How would Kerry have my number with a bunch of question mark? And the defendant responded, Melissa had it.
Now, as far as in those communications, the reference the defendant makes to the Melissa and Lito show, do you know what that means?
The two
Roger that, Fender.
individuals that I also know from the hillside.
And the Kerry person that she refers to, do you know who that is?
I believe that's Kerry Curran, Chris Curran's wife.
And again, sir, if you could read from page.
But yeah, he does the conversation. And Lally doesn't ask him about the rest of the conversation. Yeah, so it's like there's conversation in person. I'm just thinking about what's missing. Like, there's conversation in person from after he rolls the window down, and then there's conversations in the text messages. And it seems like there's a conversation that would have happened even between this incident and these texts that we just saw, because it goes like the one that's like, hey, it's weed whacker, and then he's like, question mark. That obviously is the first text. Like, that looks like the first text when you don't know who it is, right? But then after that, it's like referring to their friends, and it's like she knows he's going to know who she's talking about when she refers to Melissa and Lito show or whatever, shit like that. It's like clearly there's been correspondence prior to that. So.
9 as far as that conversation goes, and just indicates whom is speaking at different points.
Okay, so the defendant said, I'd prefer a weed whacker. I responded, that's the thing about nicknames. Defendant said, we were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show, wanted to see if you were game. I responded, you don't have a say. And I believe I was referring to nicknames. And I said, vacation where? Defendant responded, I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in, I believe it was supposed to say Fort Lauderdale. It's abbreviated. Something quick and easy. I said, Defendant responded, I'm the queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I responded, I'm going to Nashville next month, 19 to 21st.
And also, I will say too, Gatorman, I saw you at the SDS chat. I can't remember there were a lot of people in there. I don't remember. I probably said hi and you probably didn't see it. I mean, who knows? And I was just in there for a second, but just wanted to say that's awesome. I'm glad you watch STS. But also, this is when I was having this thought about the whole thing with the timeshares, because like Laura, the sisters Sullivan, as we call them, they do this whole timeshare thing clearly. And part of me wondered when hearing about this whole thing, it's like, yeah, I'm the queen of vacays. And like this, it sounds like she's trying to advertise this vacation and bring a lot of people along, which is very specific, right? It's like the only time when you're going to plan a vacation and just like be like, yeah, the more the merrier. Let's invite people who we're just acquaintances with. Like, for example, the group of 60 that went to Aruba. I almost said Bermuda. But, it's like, yeah, why would you do that? Why would you want to have a vacation with people in the group who you don't even know? Like, it doesn't make any, but the thing is that I think it's a timeshare thing, like in terms of like, that's a way to make money, right? So it's kind of, in a way, you can almost picture it as like multi-level marketing, kind of, in the sense that like, you have to sell things to your friends type deal. Like kind of along those lines. Like that's the vibe that I got from hearing, especially the older sister testify. I was like, oh wow, there's definitely, and now she doesn't, say, oh, I'm taking advantage of my friends, but I mean, it kind of is what it is, right? I'm not saying that they didn't want to go on vacation, but like literally you're not inviting them because you want to, you know what I mean? Like, because the thing is like, that's how they make money, is they sell those rooms or whatever. So, she's even like, yeah, I booked the ticket for them. I handle this thing, but I don't handle that part. Like there was a lot of languaging in there. It's like, oh yeah, you're providing a service, right? So part of me wondered if this was also something that Karen did. Because this languaging is like really like this, I don't know. It just gives me a similar type of vibe of like selling something, if that makes sense. Right. Exactly. No, I'm sure she meant to say no one, but yeah, like would openly say that. Exactly. Right. But that's kind of how I felt like with hearing from the Sullivan, the older sister, Laura Sullivan. It was like, clearly that's what's happening. That's just I just can't imagine that. Like, and we've talked about it, just would have been so awkward, right? And the thing that would have been so awkward is like, there's this, the sister, Laura, would be the commonality in that she knows everybody that was invited because they're all friends of her. But those friends don't all know each other. And that, like, they're on a vacation together. It's just fucking weird. Weird as shit.
For a benefit, one of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come.
And as far as either one of those,
that's also weird. Like inviting them as if it's like a party. Like that's the weirdest. Like it says, I'm going to Nashville next month for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come. What? I don't. That is interesting because think about it that way. He's saying one of our guys. Maybe this is okay. We think about his attitude towards his brothers in law enforcement, right? Fallen brothers, I guess you could call them. I think some people say that. I don't know. I don't have any law enforcement family or experience, but anyway, I know that that's like a thing. And like here he's talking about benefit for a guy, or I guess this one's not dead potentially, but a benefit for one of our guys got shot in the head. And here's his attitude. It's an opportunity to party. You guys should come. Potentially so he can hook up with Karen. So that's an interesting bit of like almost foreshadowing, right? For how he treats his brothers in blue. Isn't that a saying? I don't fucking know.
You were discussing, do you recall any further discussion or any going on any of those trips?
Well, I mean, I definitely went to Nashville for that benefit for one of my coworkers. It may have been more conversation about the Florida trip, but I can't specifically recall it.
Well, wouldn't it be in
And
your
again,
text
sir, if you
messages?
could read from that page of communication as far as who was speaking and what was said.
So there's a photograph of somebody with a weed whacker. The defendant said, no, you're not a creep. I said, nope. She said, you're kind of a loner, which I used to be. I responded, no, not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I'm tight with. So you think you got me figured out? And then I typed circle of trust in quotes.
This is okay. So even if there's nothing missing from like, okay, let's take these a page at a time. Like this page, for example, let's say that there's nothing missing from this particular page. Like we don't know what's before or after, whatever. But let's just say there's nothing missing from this page. This is so weird. Like, so you got me figured out? I've never heard, this is so surreal. We just have to like, no one's ever said that to me. I would never say that. Like, I just don't. And then the circle of trust in quotes. There's just I know it's just the start, but like, it's so weird. And why did Karen send that creepy picture? Okay. I see what you're saying. Okay. Right. Okay. I see what you're saying. Okay. Weird. See, that makes sense now that you put it that way, but like yeah. Wow. Yeah, I guess I couldn't pick up on that. I guess.
And again, sir, if you could read from page 17 as far as what is said and who is talking.
So the defendant said, yeah, I said loner, not loser.
This is
I assume you.
What I was wondering if he accidentally saw when he was being handed all these text messages and then he got emotional earlier.
Know a lot of people, PPL, people abbreviated. You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young, and March of 2020.
So now
I'm so not a loser. You won't figure me.
I think that's what it was. I don't think it was about the nephew because why? Well, clearly he doesn't give a shit about John. He doesn't get emotional talking about John, right? Even though he claims to be a friend, he doesn't get. But the nephew, he didn't meet the nephew. Like he didn't know the nephew. He didn't have a close bond with the nephew, right? I think he says he just was around him that one time when sounds like they didn't get along all that well playing video games, or at least Brian through the thing. So he's saying nephew and getting emotional, but I think what he's accidentally seeing, or not, I'm not saying accidentally seeing, like I think what he's reading or seeing ahead, well, as he's answering, I think he's seeing these text messages about his dad. That's just my thought, though.
LOL. Defendant responded, no one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? I responded, cancer. Defendant responded, I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you are private and observant. I'm sorry, what kind? I responded, long brain kid. Okay,
so let's break this down. So because there's time is missing, but there would have been a delay. So she says, no, I'm sorry, that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? Clearly, she was sending this message or typing this out before he responded with cancer. So let's just imagine that this makes any type of sense. So she's like, I'm sorry, that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? In that case, the closest thing she has from him that would have prompted her to mention what she knows about him with like the girls and the locking of the doors would have been in response to you won't figure me out. So my thought is that he's like, you won't figure me out, LOL. Her response to that particular text is this text. I know you guys can't see my arrow. In other words, okay, if we were to put these in order to where it makes sense. She says, you can never really figure out anyone completely. Your dad died when you were young. Again, going in order in terms of how they sent them, how they wrote them. Before he responds, she would have started typing, no one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. Then she would have read, after she sent that, his text messages to her saying he died March 2020. Her response to that would be, I'm sorry, that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? Then she gets the text from him, I'm so not a loser. You won't figure me out, LOL. Then she starts typing on a response to that. As in, he says, you won't figure me out. And she's like, well, I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you are private and observant. Now, he's sent cancer, but she just reads that. So you see how there's like a weirdness about them not they're like sending things to each other before they read the response to the previous thing. That's why this is confusing. But this is the case with all of these screenshots. So I'm going to try to make them make sense, more sense than they do the way they are. So, because some of it, I was thinking about this when I was putting the video together, and I was like, some of this would make actual more sense if you just understand that it's out of order. So then after she sends that text, she gets the cancer message, and then she says, "I'm sorry, what kind?" So then hopefully that helps at all.
Knee and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL.
And again, sir, if you could read from that.
In the blue bubbles is me. I said, "You're funny." Defendant responded, "Yikes. Wow, that's rough. Jesus, I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside." I responded, "Don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out." Then I said, "Who chats?" ? Defendant responded, "Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat."
I'm wondering if this WeChat, I just now thought of this, is that she's referring to her and him, because this is the thing that I'm saying is I keep getting this impression that he does not remember having ever meeting her. That's why, like I was saying, I think that he did not know he knew her, like when he honked. And so unless he was just like, oh, maybe that's John O'Keefe's girlfriend, but still, I don't think he had a recollection or a memory or made the connection that he'd ever talked to her before at the bar or whatever. Because this comes up several times where she has memories of conversations and he doesn't have them. So I think when she's saying we chat, she might be referring to her and him, and he's not picking up on it because it didn't even occur to him that they'd met before potentially.
I responded, "That's all you got? We chat? Sure."
Right. Yeah. So that's what I keep referring to. That she's saying that they had conversations before. And he does not remember ever talking to her, which means he wouldn't have recognized her, right? This is, if he didn't even know that had happened.
From Brockton, spit it out. Defendant responded, "You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting to lock the door." I said, "Oh, she has been out of play like for 3 months now." And then I believe it starts to say out of rotation, ?
So here, or let me go back a whole second. Where it says, "Oh, he's not," I think that part of that, I think he still doesn't quite remember Karen. I think he's not acknowledging, like his response to this bit is when she says, "You and I kept chatting about the girl who kept forgetting to lock the door." He doesn't say, "Oh, now I remember talking to you." He says, "Oh," and then she's been out of play. I think, in other words, he's like realizing that she's saying that the two of them had talked before and he doesn't remember her. And remember, if you've ever been in that position, it's something, it's like you would be embarrassed, right? Like that's not a good place to be if someone remembers you and you don't remember them. And also it could be embarrassed because he was maybe just so drunk. Maybe this is a problem for him. I don't know. But the way that he's trying to recover that potentially and make the conversation seem like, that's why he instead is like talks about the girl instead of their conversation. She's saying this, she's trying to talk about them too. She's saying, "You and I chatted, right? You and I." And then his response isn't in reference to them two. Instead, it's, "Oh, she's been out of play for whatever the fuck," about the girl. So I don't know. It's interesting.
And spit it out. Defendant.
I don't know. I see. I mean, I still take it as he's not remembering the conversation, but he's trying to act like he kind of does because it's awkward.
Responded, "You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting to lock the door." I said, "Oh, she has been out of play like for 3 months now." And then I believe it starts to say out of rotation, ? I'm in the blue bubbles again. I said, "I just got a Saturday invite." The defendant said, "Did you say yes? ? I said, "Not yet," with a bunch of periods, but did respond. Defendant said, "What did you say, Mr. Elusive?" I responded, "No, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Ha, I'm shy." The defendant responded, "We prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too."
Yeah, it sucks that there's all this stuff missing. But yeah, I think that what could have been happening is what could have been happening is let's say he was seeing this girl And like, let's say that he's drunk. I mean, it sounds like he was probably pretty drunk, right? He's drunk at the bar, or they're probably both drinking, right? And he's just going on about this girl who forgets to lock the doors at the house. Probably complain, whatever, right? It's just, he's just running his mouth about that or something, right? And she remembers that, and he doesn't remember that. And then when she brings up this girl, it seems possible that she's bringing it up as a way to jog his memory of like, yeah, remember we talked about this. You were talking about this girl, that blah, blah, blah. And then he's like, because he doesn't remember it, he's like, why the fuck are you spying on me? Because that was what it came across like, at least initially going through this. It was like, wait, what? I mean, and I remember even hearing like when I watched like EDB and maybe even Runkle, like everybody's initial response to this was like, that's weird. Is she spying on him? Like, what the fuck? Like, it definitely comes across as weird unless you kind of realize that there's this miscommunication or whatever, and that's a lot of, and a lot of this really could be attributed also to people's memory because of alcohol, like we've talked about before. A lot of this could have been prevented. Potentially all of this, right? All of this maybe could have been prevented. But it seems like she does actually mean well. Like with all this, like it does seem to me like she was being catcalled or whatever, and then she recognized him. But the irony was that he doesn't remember meeting her or whatever, and then now it's all confusion, right? Because she probably thinks that after so maybe let's say he catcalled her and then she recognized him. She probably assumed he recognized her and that's why he honked. So now there's this like confusion over, she probably assumes he had remembered that they'd met. So like it gets to a lot of layers of like, just, yeah, confusion, I guess, if that makes any type of sense. Like if they had just laid it out, like initially, like, okay, do we remember each other? Bada bing, bada boom, done.
Solo. Yeah. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. I'm inviting you. And I said, haha.
Now, sir, is that the Saturday night that's being referenced there? Is that the same night that you had gone over to the home at some point for the Patriots game?
Yes.
And again, if you could read from that page.
The defendant said, John said Brian's being wishy-washy now, in quotes. I responded, haha, did you tell him you texted me? The defendant responded, no. And then I gave a thumbs up. Then I said, you cranky now, question mark.
This is an interesting one because this is all on one page, but it looks like there's definitely things missing. So this would be an example of where I wonder if they were on the phone. After that thumbs up and then the text, you cranky now, clearly things transpired. Either they were on another platform or messages were deleted or they were on the phone. But clearly this is following up with some conversation that we don't have.
Defendant said, haha, no, just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. I said, name a few. Defendant said, name a few. I don't know. All of them. Question.
That's weird. Why would he want her to name? Like, that's a normal thing. Like that. Okay. Let me say this. That's a statement that I think she did not intend to be a big deal, right? Like by the statement I'm referring to is most couples don't even like each other. I've heard people say things like that. They're not meaning this is one of those things where it's like in this context, that's going to look a little bit different. But in other words, her goal is to get him to come hang out with them or whatever, right? And she's saying that he's being anti-couples. So I don't know. I don't think she's like actually saying. So in other words, his response, name a few, is weird to me. And then she's like, I don't know all of them. Like looking at this, I'm like, yeah. She wasn't actually trying to give specific couples. She said most, as in it's a generalization. I don't know. It's very interesting. It seems like they don't really understand each other very well.
Mark, they all want to hang out with single people. And then I said,
The who's, I swear to God, y'all, of all the things. Look at that. He said, you suck. Anyway, foul ball. A lot of this is just, I just don't even know. But the things that drive me probably the most crazy from him are when he does these hmms. I don't understand that at all. Like, what are you doing? What the fuck is that?
And sir, if I could ask you to read from that page.
But, like, this is all stupid.
In blue is going to be myself again. Foul ball. Defendant responded, "You stink."
See, what are
I
they
said-
even, like, to quote Lally, what is this in reference to? What, if anything, is this in reference to? Lally, why aren't you asking your favorite stupid questions when it actually matters? Like, this is a moment where you could be saying, what, if anything, is this in reference to? And it's like the only time I wouldn't be annoyed because we don't know what this is talking about.
You suck in your double trouble. Defendant responded, "You're hot." I responded, "Are you serious or messing with me?" Defendant responded, "No, I'm serious."
I wonder too if they're just like drinking a lot like every day, because like some of this is just like, what?
I responded, "Failing is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that?" Defendant responded, "Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here."
Yeah.
I responded back, "I'm fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question." And then it starts to say, defendant said, "Rather you stay here."
And is that, to your memory, when is that text exchange taking place? In reference to the night that you went over to the O'Keefe's house.
I believe it was that night.
Now, at Mr. O'Keefe's house on that particular evening, do you recall how you came into the house?
I believe it might have been the front door.
And if you know about how long were you at Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
I was probably one of the last people to leave, I think.
And what, if anything, happened as you were exiting from Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
So as I was exiting the house, it was either through the breezeway or the garage. And as we were walking out, the defendant planted a kiss on me.
Now, before you went out that way, where was Mr. O'Keefe? Did you say goodbye to him or anything like that?
I think I said goodbye to him. He might have been in the bathroom. I'm not 100% positive where he was.
And when you went to leave, which exit from the house were you headed to initially?
Well, as I said, I don't remember exactly if it was the breezeway or the garage I was starting to walk through, but whichever way I started to exit, the defendant told me to go a different way.
And which way did the defendant tell you to go?
Well, her way.
And
I honestly can't tell you which door that was. If it was either the breezeway or the garage.
And as you were going out, again, I'm sorry, what happened?
The defendant kissed me,
And how did she kiss you?
not like a friend.
Lip to lip, is that fair to say?
Yes,
Like a romantic kiss?
that's the way I interpreted it.
How did she kiss you? No,
And
Lolly.
were you still-
She kissed. He's like, you mean with the lips? It's like, no, she kissed him using her leg. What do you think?
Still inside the house at the time that this
No.
occurred, or were you outside of the house if you know?
Not sure if we had just got to the outside or not. It might have. I'm not sure if I was. It was close proximity to leaving.
And what was your reaction to that?
I was taken back.
Is that something that you were expecting?
No.
And about how long was it between when the defendant kissed you and when you left?
Well, almost immediately.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention back to the exhibit before you on page number 27.
Yes.
Again, sir, if you could read from that page and who's speaking.
So I'm in the blue bubbles, and I said, I think you're messing with me. The defendant said, why do you think that? I responded, because this is so out of left field. Where did these failings come from? Defendant responded, I just think you're like me. I said, meaning? Question mark. Defendant said, do you have your own kids? I said, I have no kids. How am I like you? Question mark. Hello. And defendant responded, aren't we alike? I responded, I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me? And I think the defendant put a question mark on that bubble, I believe. Or I might have, I don't know.
Now, that
Yeah, I
conversation
don't buy
as far
because
as,
he knows the blue is him. He's already said that like a million times. So like obviously that was him. He was saying, because in other words, I think what happened was he texted that. She didn't respond. He was getting impatient. So he put a question mark again, as in like, why the fuck aren't you answering me, you woman? You know, type. That's the vibe I get from that. Yeah, and again, with the weirdly abrupt ending to a story. Yeah, I know. Well, scenes in a movie though flow a little bit better. I feel like, well, unless it's a B movie, which I
you
guess
asking
kind
her
of
about
like, yeah.
why she reached out to you. How often was that question asked by you through the course of these text communications?
Well, the extent of the actual communication via text between the defendant and I was between January 12th and January 29th when John passed.
Interesting.
On
So
the
this is really interesting. So let me back up to the question. So this, I was really confused as to what the hell the point was of this or what was happening when this happened on direct initially. But it makes sense after you've heard cross because, again, Lally, true to form, is anticipating that he's going to be asked about when the nature of these texts changes from like, you know, where Karen supposedly starts ghosting him.
that bubble, I believe. Or I might have, I don't know.
Now, that conversation as far as you asking her about why she reached out to you, how often was that question asked by you through the course of these text communications?
So, so here's the thing. He doesn't actually answer this question, but what Lally's trying to get to is the idea that we do see Brian did ask this question several different times. And the reason that Lally's asking this question is because he wants the witness to point out, oh yeah, I asked this several times. I mean, I'm just speculating, right? And then to be like, oh, it was so weird. He's wanting to hint to the jury that Karen, the reason it was so weird out of left field is because Karen was just trying to use him, right? To get back at him, to get back at John for what she thought happened in Aruba. That's the whole point, that she's just trying to use him just to get back at John. And that's why Higgins is so confused about why she's texting him or whatever. And so he's trying to make sure that the jury notices that. So he's going to mention it as much as he possibly can. But Higgins doesn't actually like answer the question that's being asked.
Well, the extent of the actual communication via text between the defendant and I was between January 12th and January 29th when John passed. On the 28th and 29th, the 28th, I sent a text, as we spoke about before when we were at the Waterfall. That text didn't reach.
How you know this is a prepared answer, because what Lally asked him is, how many times did you ask her to say why she reached out to you or whatever? And the question that Higgins is answering is, how long did you guys have communication for? Like what period, over what period of time? That's just a completely different question. But you can tell that he is just rattling this off because he didn't actually listen to the question. This is just a prepared answer. So he was like half listening to the question and heard something about like a question about how many text messages and thought it was length of time. But Lally wanted specifically you asking her this question about why are you reaching out to me? So this is just a mess.
Respond. There was a text sent by the defendant to me the next day. So in that time period between the 12th and the 29th, there was 9 days that the defendant and I exchanged text messages.
This is the thing. This is obviously a prepared answer. He didn't ask how many days did you exchange text messages. He asked how many times did you ask for that question. But what's funny is this answer is the exact. This answer is answering a question that's not being asked of him now, but it's answering the question that's going to be asked of him on cross, which is what's so interesting. Because that's what comes up on cross is like, how many days were you guys texting and what was the nature of it and all that. So When was last text?
With that being said, those text messages, I don't believe were every day, consecutive days. There was 9 days in between the 12th and the 29th.
And that's when she ghosted him, according to the
And so as far as that questioning, as far as posing to her, why did she reach out to you? Was that something that you asked once or more than once?
Yeah, I asked it more than once, and during the pendency of this communication, I was basically trying to suss out what the intentions were of the defendant. Was the defendant interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? Was she trying to weaponize me against John and put me in the middle? There was numerous things that were going on, and that's what I was trying to vet out or suss out, or whatever you want to call it. But I was having a hard time accepting what was happening.
And again, sir, if you could read from that page.
So I'm in the blue bubbles. Shoot straight with me. Defendant responded, I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Couple question marks. I responded, yes, agree. Now what? Defendant responded, I don't know. I said, shouldn't you know? Defendant responded, do you like me? I said, yes, from jump. Defendant said, when was jump? I said, first time I saw you. Defendant responded, when was that? I said, Hillside for your shore.
If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Hillside for sure. When were you interested? Defendant responded, I don't know, you're just my type. I responded, you think you can handle me? I thought you were happy, question mark. Defendant responded, how do you know if I'm happy? He said, I just assumed.
Whole thing that you think you can handle me, all I can think about is freaking Beyonce and Bootylicious. And also, that's just the weirdest thing to fucking say ever again to anybody ever. You think you can handle me? What? What does that even mean? Unless you're Beyonce, Bootylicious. I swear.
Defendant responded, are you hard to handle? I may have put a question mark. Then I said, what do you like about me? Defendant responded, I just feel like you're from my neighborhood.
Are you 5
I
years
said,
old?
yes, yeah, ditto. Defendant responded, and I think you're hot.
If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
Y'all.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. Defendant responded, what? I responded that you're hot, smart, witty, but I didn't think you were interested. Defendant responded, witty? I responded, yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Defendant responded, just thought we were the same / from the same neighborhood. I responded, are you afraid to say what's on your mind? What's in your mind? And then I said, on. Defendant responded, no, didn't I? No, didn't I? Question mark.
Oh my God, what a mess.
I'm glad I'm in the blue bubble again. I'm glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Defendant responded, yeah. I was basically begging you. I responded, you don't have to beg me. I meant to say beg. Defendant responded, huh? I said, I will give you what you want. How are you texting right now? Then I said,
Isn't that so funny how he says, I will give you what you want? That's not what he said. He said, I'll give you whatever you want. Completely different fucking sentence. It's weird. This is where it really takes a different turn, huh? Interesting. Also, what's funny is the way he reads his own text message, the UG, with whatever he goes, like the way he says it is funny. What a mess. But yeah, let me just to put this on the record. He says, I will give you whatever you want, not I'll give you what you want. Completely different.
leaving me hanging. Defendant responded, no. I typed kids and then kinda. Defendant responded, how am I texting? And I began to say, is everyone asleep?
As far as the communication from the defendant indicating, yeah, I was basically begging you. What did you take that to mean?
That she wanted me to come over.
If I could ask you to read from that page as well.
So it starts off with the defendant saying, I just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I said, I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Question mark. Defendant said, yes, you should have. I responded, that would have been distracting. So now what? So no, what? And then I said, now. Defendant said, now what? Question mark. I responded, balls in your court. Defendant said, what do you want? I responded, loaded question. What do you want? Question mark. Defendant responded, I asked you, exclamation point. I in turn said, nope, you initiated this.
This is just like kids, like children, and it's like, I know you are, but what am I? I know you are, but what am I? Oh, like, stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. This is what this
I said, spit it out. I'm in the blue bubbles. Defendant said, hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want.
Thank God, because you are kids.
I responded, don't you have a boyfriend? Question mark. Defendant responded, where are you? Question mark. I said, Canton. Defendant said, where? Question mark. I responded, my office is at the PD. Why? Are you going to Mansfield? Question mark. Defendant responded, where is that? I said, Canton PD. Defendant said, I have a house there from before I reconnected W. John. I responded, oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind.
What are we, dude?
Defendant starts off and says, do you like me? Question mark.
Dudes,
I
any
respond.
dudes ever watching this, piece of advice from me to you. Well, we could easily go through and use these messages as like a lot of examples of what not to do. I'm just going to keep it simple here. Yeah, my piece of advice, do not ever say, I feel like you're not really saying what is on your mind, I think is what
this is at the PD. Why are you going to Mansfield? Question mark. This is at the PD. I'm glad you came. Defendant said, okay. When works for you? I said, whoever. Mark. The defendant said, this is at the PD. Why are you going to Mansfield? Question mark. Defendant responded, where is that? I said, Canton PD. Defendant said, I have a house there from before I reconnected W. John. I responded, oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind.
Yeah, if somebody said that to me, I don't care if it's a dude or a lady or who. Yeah, like, it's so gaslighty. Don't ever say that. That's a piece of advice from me, a piece of squirrel advice.
Defendant starts off and says, do you like me? Question mark. I responded, yes, clearly. Defendant said, come over my house.
I mean, clearly, it's obviously not clear. She wouldn't be asking.
I responded, when? Question mark. Defendant said, when works for you? I said, whoever, and then whenever, when works for you? Question mark.
Really funny, like, he's gone from Beyonce to Shakira. So now it's like, I know I thought this when I was doing it live and I was like, what are the lyrics? Hold on. Right, yeah. Whenever we're meant to be together. I'll be there and you'll be near. As she says that weird, they're saying near. And that's the deal, my dear. Yeah. So anyway, he's gone from a bootylicious. Do you think you can handle this to Shakira here? So he's got it covered.
Defendant said, I asked you first. I responded, I think you're messing with me. Defendant said, I'm glad you came over tonight, with some type of face. I responded, me too, balls in your court. What do you want, Karen? You looked great tonight. Yes. I said, I'm in the blue bubble. I said, are you glad you walked me out? Question mark.
We still have not learned what low comps is. Does anyone know what the fuck that is? Is that drink prices? Low comps? Is that like a cheap drink price? Is it a special drink price? What the fuck is low comps? Does anyone know?
And what did she respond?
Defendant said, yes, with like semicolon,
It's an emoji. You know
some type
that-
of a mark there.
What is wrong? You know
Are
that's
you,
valid.
question mark?
Come on.
And I said DEF for definitely.
If you could, please read from that.
So at the top, I'm in the blue bubbles. It says yes.
So again, this is just, I feel like there's a pattern being established. Do you guys see what I mean? Is this a trick question? I mean, it's like they are all unsure about what happened at times because they were drinking. And this goes along with the fancy dinner party clue thing that I keep talking about, right? Where it's like nobody knows what happened. Seems to be a thing. A regular.
Then I said, are you going home tonight or tomorrow AM? Defendant texted, we kissed, comma, right? Question mark. So then I put a question mark on her question and said, is this a trick question? Defendant said, I don't know when I'm going home. I'm selling my house, with what I think is a smiley face. What a trick question, and a couple of question marks. I responded, are you moving to Canton? I'm following your lead with this. Defendant responded, I live here, but I have property in Mfield. I'm guessing it's Medfield. Defendant said, why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. I responded, you started this, right? Question mark. Why did you get my number? And it says each out to me. It meant to say reach out to me. I then said, still have not told me. Defendant said, sorry, should I not have? I responded, I'm fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. Defendant said, you're mad at me? I said, OMG, no, not at all. You're being silly. Defendant said, I told you, exclamation point. I just think you're like me and I'm attracted to you. And then she said, a lot. I responded, feeling is mutual. I just never saw this coming. Defendant said, why? Question mark. I responded, because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. Defendant responded, I was, but things have deteriorated. I said, why? Question mark. How so? Question mark. What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? Question mark. Defendant responded, it is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died and everything got fucked up. I responded, he seems very into you. Defendant responded, I just told Melissa that I had your number but lost it. I said, that's cute. She wasn't suspicious? Question mark. Defendant responded, no, she's great. I responded, does she know you like me? Question mark. Defendant responded, she's a sweetie. We just agreed you are great, with another smiley type face. Defendant said, yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water. I responded, are you breaking up or staying together? Defendant responded, I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I'm very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. I responded, when was that and how did you find out he hooked up? Question mark. I don't want to complicate your situation. Defendant responded, we went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel all over one of our friends.
Either one of them could have just stopped talking to the other one at any point in time. But if he's the one that's like, I don't want to fuck up your situation, hello, well, just don't talk to her anymore.
Whatever, it doesn't matter. I responded, it does matter.
Now, as far as that indication that she made to you, either through text communications or in person, did she indicate at any point in time where that occurred?
So there was an occasion that the defendant stopped at my house. And again, the conversation that took place at my house was in relation to, again, sussing out and trying to figure out if this was everything that I stated before. Like, was this legitimate? Was she seriously interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? And during that, there was touch on that topic, and I became to realize, it was my understanding at that point that this incident took place in Aruba on New Year's Eve, based off the text messages and the conversation at
Yeah,
my
I'm
residence.
with you, Fender. I know.
This
I'm
was
with you.
something that she brought up,
I
not
don't
only
get
in
it
the text
either.
communications
I don't
with you,
get it
but
either.
in person in communication
Yeah,
with you
I
as
mean,
well.
it's funny. It's like there's some people who just, I'm just one of those people that like, you know, I don't understand how people could actually like more than one person at the same time. Like, even regardless of cheating. Like, I don't know how someone, like, my whole life I've been like that, where it's like, even when I was little kid, it's like you have a crush on a boy. It's like, like I would have friends and it's like, oh, they have a crush on more than one boy. I never understood that because I would only have a crush on one boy at a time. Like that, and then, so anyway, that's just how my squirrel brain works, I guess. I don't know what it would be like to like be interested in more than one person at the same time. So, so then the cheating thing just makes absolutely no sense, obviously. On top of that.
Yes, I mean, outside of being over there for the game, there was only one time that the defendant and I ever interacted on a one-on-one basis.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 41.
It's so funny because it's still unclear if they had sex. Do you guys think they had sex? I mean, it's like I can't tell if they're just the attorneys, because both sides don't really try to clarify that issue. I think no one wants to touch it with a 10-foot pole. So I don't know but like, are they trying to just assume that the jury's like, yeah, they must have had sex, definitely, like it's a given, or what? Because like at some point they do kind of get into like the define intimate thing. Like I think it's on Cross, but they're talking about with kissing. So it's very, they ask him directly when it comes to kissing. Like he says intimate stuff, but then Higgins responds with, you mean kissing, I believe. They don't use the word sex or intercourse at all. And I think that when he asks him, it's like, were you intimate again type thing. It's not like, were you ever intimate in such a way? So. Wait, what? Shipping? Huh? What are we shipping?
I can ask you to read from that.
So I'm in the blue bubbles and I said, did they bang? Question mark. The defendant responded, does that matter? Question mark. I said, sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. Defendant responded, it doesn't really matter. I said, okay, I won't ask again. Defendant said, I don't care, with a smiley face. It doesn't matter. I responded back, okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Defendant responded, okay. I responded, why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions? And then I typed thong. Defendant responded, I'm not. I am, question mark. I responded, you're kind of getting defensive. Defendant responded, not at all, with an exclamation point. Defendant is in gray. She said, we did kiss earlier, comma, no, with an exclamation point. I responded in blue bubble, I think you initiated that, no, question mark. Defendant said, yup. Do I owe you an apology, question mark. I said, OMG, no. Why are you being sensitive? Defendant responded, I'm not. I responded, kinda. There's a P and a FFT, never, responded by the defendant. What do you want from me, question mark. I responded, what's on the table, question mark. Defendant said, what do you want ideally, question mark. I responded, the real deal. Defendant responded, it doesn't exist. It starts off in blue. I said, I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom and Bedford are down to the Cape. Defendant responded, which base down the Cape? Which branch? I said, Army's Army. Defendant said, I'm not abnormally sensitive. I responded, Joint Base Cape Cod. Oh, I won't be so hard on you. Defendant responded, OMG, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I responded, I was just playing with you. Defendant responded, you weren't, but that's okay. I responded, stop being sensitive, please.
God.
Defendant responded, I'm not.
Yeah, that's if you want to start a war, say something like that to me or anybody. I mean, I like that. Stop, like this, stop being sensitive. That is so insane to me. That's so insane. That's like, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Now, sir, in reference, in that page of text communications, you made reference to a base down the Cape, is that right?
Yes.
And
Oh, interesting.
where is
Okay.
that in relation to where you live in Barnstable County?
So I can utilize one of the gates to get onto the base. I can get fuel. I can shop. I then can hit the Bourne Bridge, and I would use that as a cut through
Interesting.
at the time when I was splitting my time between two different properties.
Is there also like a duty-free shop there?
There is, yes.
And at some point throughout the course of the text communication, you said you offered to pick something up for the defendant from that shop.
I believe so. Defendant said, I don't know, question mark. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms with kind of an emoji. I responded, more than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton, question mark. Defendant said, I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. I responded, a lot, why, question mark. Defendant respond. I then said, do you even know what you want, question mark, or who, question mark. Defendant responded, because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine, and I never wanted kids. I responded, I thought you were in this happy relationship. Defendant responded, everyone is happy at the hillside. So it starts off with the defendant. It said, everyone is happy at the hillside, exclamation point. I responded, oh God, you avoid things. Defendant responded, it's just very, very complicated, dynamic with the four of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I responded, I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Defendant responded, well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I responded back, I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. Then I said, I'm divorced since 2017 and have no kids. I said, I'm divorced since 2017 and I have no kids. Defendant responded, I try very hard, but they are very spoiled, and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel differently if they were mine or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on NYE while we were away, and that has really affected me. I responded, what did he exactly do, question mark. Defendant responded, I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing someone about raising kids with an emoji. I responded, why don't you tell me, question mark. Defendant responded, he was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over our friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse, not sure. I responded, oh God, did they
The and she's gross thing, what do you guys think that means? And she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Was that a voice to text mistake? Is that like, that doesn't make any sense.
bang? I'm in the blue. I said, did they bang, question mark. Defendant said, so I was the kids celebrating New Year's, I think it's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. I said, was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? Defendant responded, I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere, without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They are constant, and it feels like a lose-lose. I responded, you clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside you. Defendant responded, yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. I responded,
Yeah, I know she's saying Marietta's gross, but like there was something. Hold on, let me go back. The syntax or something was weird. Hold on. Sorry, just trying to find. I can't. I think it's probably just that I can't buffer to the exact spot, but it's like the way she says it is weird. Oh, did you see it? Crap, I can't. Ah. I had it a second ago. Okay, hold on. I'm trying. See, I have to move my mouse really slowly or it like jumps. It's crazy. Trying to go real slow. Aha. Okay. So, right. Okay. So he was put all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over our friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel. And she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. It's not the and she's gross part that's weird. It's the which I think may actually be worse. Worse than what? Like if she's trying to say that she thinks the girl is gross, which makes it worse, then the way you would see that is and she's gross, which makes it worse. Though something's weird about that though. And then the not sure. What's the not sure? And she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure. Maybe gross was supposed to be something else. Oh, okay. I think I see what you're saying, Kitsmits. Yeah, like she's saying, oh, that it's not the fact that she cheated that bothers, or that he potentially cheated in her mind, right? Like if he did, we don't. Anyway, that it's not the cheating thing that bothers. It's the fact that she finds the girl gross. I see. I think I see what you're saying. Yeah. Right. Yeah. As you guys can probably tell, I don't have a lot of experience dealing with people that are like overly dramatic. So it's hard for me to, I appreciate y'all that are able to translate for me and help me understand what the hell some of this is, because it's just really bizarre to me. Okay, cool. Thank you.
I think it's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. I said, was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? Defendant responded, I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere, without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They are constant, and it feels like a lose-lose. I responded, you clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside you. Defendant responded, yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant.
God, again, another thing.
Responded,
Somebody said, you clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside you. I mean, I don't even know. I can't, y'all. I think what would happen is my bushy squirrel tail would become a swirling helicopter of bushy fur, karate squirrel action. That's all I can say.
or began to respond, you can vent, babe.
Oh, that's awesome.
Defendant said, basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin, and sometimes it's thankless. I respond.
There's my, like I said, remember guys, that of all the things, this I probably hate the most is this, what the fuck does, oh my God, I can't.
Responded,
Yeah.
Defendant responded, you
nothing.
probably felt that way too. I responded, I did at times. It was one, not two, thankfully. Defendant responded, want to grab a drink, question mark. I responded, if you gave me some notice, I could have. Defendant responded, you in capital letters said you were adaptable. I responded, I am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? Defendant responded, that sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way.
Now, as far as her invitation, is that something that occurred on one time or more than one time?
I believe it was more than one time.
And at any point in time, other than the two you've already recounted, as far as going over to Mr. O'Keefe's house for the football game, or the defendant stopping by your apartment in West Roxbury, were there any other occasions you went out over the defendant's house or out with the defendant by yourself?
No, never. Defendant said, are you single, question mark. I responded, yes. Defendant said, I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? Question mark, question mark. I responded, you getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me? Question mark. Defendant said, and on vacay and probably a few other occasions. I responded, you didn't, it should say you didn't really beg. Defendant said, I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Question mark, question mark. I responded, why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Question mark. Usually do it when they do live with,
Oh my God.
do it when they do live with someone. And then I said, do not do it. Defendant responded, maybe, maybe not. I said, I could go on, but I do not want to pump, it should say, your shit up too much. Defendant responded, thanks for saying that, but low comps at the hillside. I
Again,
responded, you know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. The
If a guy ever says, ladies, if a guy or a girl, whatever it is, if somebody ever says to you, you know how to ruin something nice, peace out from them. Like, seriously? How? No one has the right to say that to somebody. Seriously.
defendant responded, John has showed me about 5 times the ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly, with an emoji of somebody throwing up.
that one
I
either.
responded, what?
Mr. Fender, can you guys help me? What the hell is she? Why is she saying my voice and my accent are killing me softly? What? Her accent? I'm so confused. Is she saying she doesn't like her accent anymore? I mean, is she saying that her accent gives it away that it's her, when it's like, how would it not be her? I don't think that her identity is in question. It's not like John has like a million other girls there. It's like trying to figure out who it is, right? I just don't understand what this means. My voice and my accent are killing me softly. What? I mean, actually here, I would say his response is in a way relevant or valid, although he doesn't mean it in the same way I do. He's like probably like freaking out. But the what is what I just said. Okay. Oh, I see. That makes sense, Kitsmits. Okay, thank you. Okay. So that's interesting. It seems like her problem then with this ring footage video isn't that she was caught, whatever, kissing or whatever the fuck. Like, it sounds like then the problem is she just hates that he's playing it for her because of her self-consciousness. That's interesting. That's a good point, Kitsmits. Yeah. Yeah.
Defendant responded, yeah, he has cameras everywhere, you cops, with another emoji. I responded, Jesus. Defendant said, he's like Christ. Are you guys hooking up? Question mark, question mark. And I started this, I said, OMG, great. I responded, I don't need drama, dude. Defendant said, no, it's fine. I responded, seriously? Defendant said, I'm serious, with an exclamation point. I said, you legit planted one on me. Defendant responded, I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. And then was OMG Bruins with an emoji after that. I responded, so your slick move isn't on there with some question marks? Defendant responded, course not. I responded, oh my God, and then I said, I almost, an emoji with somebody throwing up. Defendant responded, it was a peck anyway. I kissed Kerry and gay Jeff too.
So this act, Bruins is a sports ball team. I don't know what it's referring to though. Again, this looks like there must be things that are missing. But also, I have a question since we're asking each other. So what's the slick move? And also, he's saying in the testimony that this kiss was a passionate, romantic, whatever fucking kiss. She's saying it was a peck anyway, and he's saying he agrees. Yeah, weak. I agree. So was there a peck that was on camera and then a slick move as in a different kiss that wasn't on camera? Okay, so then was I correct that there's two kisses? One's a peck on camera, the other's a slick move off camera, maybe? Yeah, Bruins, I think it's football, but don't quote me on that. Sports ball.
I responded, yeah, weak. I agree.
Now, as far as cameras at Mr. O'Keefe's house, is that something that you were aware was there prior to that conversation with the defendant?
No, not that I recall. Defendant said, LOL, funny. I responded, so now he is jealous of me, question mark. Defendant said, no, with an exclamation. I told you, he likes you a lot. I said, which makes this worse, question mark. Defendant said, you said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I responded, I think he's a good dude too. Defendant responded, yeah, he is. I responded, funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse the shit out of yourself because I'm a lot of fun. I said, it was fun. Defendant said, I've complimented you today too, with a couple of exclamation points and then some type of emoji. I said, and kicked my nuts in. Defendant said, OMG, how? I responded, if I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere, so I'm all set with, that's, and then I said, in quotations, that's fine, but I am not asking again. Defendant said, well, it was 7 p.m. and I'm super cool, so right now I'm asking again with some type of I think it's a smiley face. I responded, coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. The defendant responded, now equals not. That sounds good. I responded, that's trouble. Defendant said, why, question mark. The defendant said, no, I'm busting your chops, it's okay. I responded, no, you are sensitive, nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have gotten carried away. Defendant said, you in capital letters said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. And I responded, oh, okay. Defendant responded, I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone over for a drink. I responded, you're the master of avoidance, so you think I would just give it up. Defendant.
Give what up? Well, give what up? Give what up? I mean, I'm not. Oh, give up asking her to come over? Is that what he means?
Responded, I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of cop DM mindset.
And here you have someone who does not know what carpe diem is. That's incredible to me.
Said, been through. Defendant said, what am I avoiding, question mark. I'm not afraid to be direct. I responded, some of my questions. Defendant responded, okay, which? Ask again. I said, nope, tricks are for kids. Defendant responded, I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. I responded, okay.
Give it up means have, hold on. So now let me see. Because I didn't understand. Hold on. But doesn't he want to have sex with her? This is why I was confused. Because like that's what I would. I mean, yeah, like I knew that. Like the reason I guess I was confused is because isn't he trying to have sex with her? Isn't he trying to get her to come over for a drink so they can have sex? Give up the booty call, Fender says, but. So that's what I was thinking initially. Like you think I would just give up trying to have you come over, but give it up. I mean, I think also we're probably assuming that there's like, in other words, there could be more typos. Like what if it's a typo, right? Like that would make more sense. I mean, this is just, oh, okay. I love how we're trying to like understand this and it's just like such a mess. Yeah, it is so funny. Oh, man.
42, I know what happens when you invite someone over for a drink. I responded, you're the master of avoidance, so you think I would just give it up. Defendant responded, I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of cop DM mindset. And then said, been through.
That makes sense.
Defendant said, what am I avoiding, question mark? I'm not afraid to be direct. I responded, some of my questions.
Right.
Defendant responded.
You know what it is? Okay, so the thing is he's trying to act like it's not obvious that he's just trying to sleep with her. Okay, that makes sense. Because she's like, yeah, obviously, we know that that's what you're trying to do. And that's what would happen. But then he's like, I think maybe he's like butthurt by that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, no way. That's not what it is. Okay, that makes sense. And the reason I'm saying that is because of what Kitsmits said here. That like, because we know that's what would happen. Like that's what he wants to happen. So he's just trying to act like that's like he's not bad. I guess he's trying to act like he's not bad at this, whatever this is. I think that's what's happening.
Okay, which? Ask again. I said, nope, tricks are for kids. Defendant responded, I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. I responded, okay. Defendant said, I can't say that, question mark.
Isn't that like a cereal?
I said, of course you can. Defendant said, did I miss any other questions, sir? Question mark. Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Question mark. Defendant said, yeah, on my second. I said, show me what you got. Defendant said, none of that is true, exclamation point. I'm not talking to other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him, BC, I guess, because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, neither are you, neither is John. I responded, was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning, question mark?
At that point, I would block that phone number. Sorry, that's just the fact that she still talks to him is crazy after that. Like, I mean, already it's like he said so, but like that is, it's just he's getting ruder and ruder.
What do you want from me? Question mark. Defendant said, that's just how I think / feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I responded, I'm not judging you, never have, never will. Defendant responded, you shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business.
Yes.
Defendant said, my only, I'm assuming, point is that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating them, and we have no intention of ever getting married. The point of dating is not to get tied down. If you're not confident, you should be, in my mind anyway. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. I responded, okay, so he is cool with you dating other people, question mark. Defendant responded, and I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he's seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same way, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. I responded, okay. Defendant said, you don't agree with me? Question mark, question mark. Defendant said, at a bar, question mark. I responded, I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Defendant said probably after 8. I responded, okay, if you don't wanna, that's fine, no pressure. Defendant responded, I will a drink. Looks like I tabbed the bubble with a question mark. I then said, what do you drink? Question mark. Are you out now? Question mark. Defendant responded, sorry, I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. I responded, haha, send me a pic of you two.
Now, you had testified earlier about some occasion prior to the 28th when the defendant had come over your house in West Roxbury, correct?
Yes.
In this page that you just read, as well as some of the successive pages after that, is that sort of arranging for that to occur after she goes out or leaves from a friend out in Boston?
I believe she was out with a friend that night in Boston, a female friend, yes.
And that evening when she came over your house, about how long was she there?
Not long.
And so what happened when she arrived, or what, if anything, did the two of you talk about?
It was kind of more of this. It was a kind of a, wasn't an interrogation. It was a face-to-face version of trying to suss out and vet, like, what is this all about? Again, I mean, you know, I'm not proud of these text messages. It is what it is. I'll take responsibility for them. But, you know, John was a friend at the same time, and I certainly wasn't, if they were at the end of the relationship, they were at the end of their relationship, but I wasn't going to have somebody utilize me and weaponize me against somebody that I liked. And it was just a weird experience. It was, I don't either think either one of us finished a drink. It was,
Right.
like I said, it was this type of like, what is this all about? And then she left. I think I might have asked her to text me when she got in, so I knew she got home.
Now,
Well, why don't we
that
evidence
evening or
that?
at any other point,
If that happened, shouldn't we have record of that?
at any other point in your friendship or your relationship, whatever, however you want to term it, was there any other sort of intimate contact beyond what you've described occurring as she walked you out that night you were over at Mr. O'Keefe's house for the Patriots game?
Are you asking if she ever kissed me again?
I'm asking if there was any kissing, any sexual relationship, anything at all between yourself and the defendant.
Absolutely not. In referring to my residence when she stopped by, it was just, I was very uncomfortable,
right.
and
There
this
we
is
go.
an uncomfortable situation.
He's denying the sex then, right? Because it seems to me like it was like some of those texts, it seemed like they were talking about things that happened after sex.
I just a weird vibe. That's the best I can describe it.
He's saying no to the sex.
If I could ask you to start reading from, excuse me, where it says Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m.
Defendant, so Sunday, January 23rd at 9:40 p.m., defendant texted me, phone works, and then an emoji with arrows going like both ways. And I responded, thought you were all set, question mark. Defendant said, with talking, question mark, no. I said, are you sure? And she didn't respond, and I believe I said, that was it for that, the 23rd, I'm sorry.
So then the next date that any text communication was sent between the two of you would have been Friday, 11:32 p.m., is that correct?
That's correct, that would have been when we were at the Waterfall.
And again, what does the text say there?
Well,
That's from you to her, is that correct?
yes,
Yeah, the inflection
And
is all
then
wrong
the
on
next
that.
text communication is the following day, or Saturday, the 29th at 11:54 a.m., is that correct?
yes.
And who is speaking in that communication, and what is said?
That is the defendant, and the defendant said John died.
And did you respond to that at all?
No.
And did you have any other communication?
Yeah, Kitsmits, I said that. I pointed that out. And I said, like, I think the problem is that for me, it seems so implied in a lot of their text messages. It seems so implied that they did have sex that whenever that, I didn't I guess subconsciously I didn't put enough stock in that answer. It just, I guess subconsciously it didn't seem plausible because so much of their texting sound like they're discussing. He mentions their thought. I mean, there's just a lot of stuff in there. Sounds like they're talking after having sex. So, we do start cross. We are starting cross. Yes. And then when they go to break for lunch is when I'm cutting it into the next recap and starting there. So yeah, we do see the beginning of cross. So yeah, again, I think I might have mentioned this when it happened live too, that like, if he denies that they had sex, the only way that they would be able to like it would be her word against his, right? And is it going to benefit her to say they did? Probably not. So I don't know. In other words, I guess to me, that's one of those things where it's like, I guess I just don't really believe the answer, because the thing is that there would be no downside for him to lie about that. There'd be no way to fact check it, essentially. And also it doesn't match with what we read in the text. So I think that's why. Yeah. Yeah, that's not the right example. There's a lot of other examples that, they talk about coming. Like, it sounds like he was over there and he was going to stay the night. And then there's like, you looked hot tonight. There was a lot that sounds like they had a visit. And remember, there's also things that are missing. So the thing is like some of the things that seem like they're missing are the times where they were making plans to meet up. Like, that was my impression actually at the time as well. I was like, wow, it looks like the context that's missing is them either texting, because there's times where they talk about meeting up and then it's like, that's not finalized. And then the next communication is them talking about after that they had met up. So it's like they either called on the phone or he deleted those texts, but like they clearly made, from what it reads like to me, they solidified plans to meet up and hook up, right? And then, but he deleted that, or it was on the phone. And then afterwards they communicated. And then, because there's some text in there that it's clear they had physical contact prior to that. So yeah. Right. And that's the thing. And I think that's why he's denying it. I think what happened was he realized he would be a suspect. And actually, this gets pointed out on cross. I can't remember if it's Jackson or United, but they even say something. I think they imply that like you wouldn't want to be looked at, like you wouldn't want them to know certain things because then you would be a suspect, right? So like, in other words, I think it's entirely possible that they did have sex, but he knew that would make him look like a suspect. So he deleted anything that would confirm that, for exactly what I said. It's her word against his. And then the only way to get around that would be her taking a stand, right? And of course, it also kind of makes her look bad. So in other words, both parties have a reason to lie and just be like, yeah, we didn't have sex. So like, I don't think there would be any, I don't know that it would serve Karen's team to try to disprove that and be like, yeah, they had sex. So, because to me, it just doesn't, yeah, there's some messages in here that it's pretty clear that he, like, I remember getting this sense from even when it was happening live. I was like, oh yeah, no, they just had sex, and he's talking about seeing her naked. Like, so, but it's so hard because to buffer on this, to go and pull up specific texts because it wants to jump ahead, and then so it'd be hard to go back and find them. But hopefully, y'all can remember what I'm referring to. So. Yeah, I mean, the other thing is that we heard in opening statements that they took her phone and did like a phone extraction before they had like a search warrant. So it's possible the defense got her message, got it thrown out. Like they would have been able to do that, but would they have wanted to, right? Because then they would lose, you know what I mean? It's sort of like a catch-22 of like, well, typically in a normal case, yeah, you'd always have that thrown out if it wasn't due process. But if there's things in there that are going to prove that she didn't do anything, or that somebody else did something, or whatever, things that could help their theory of the case, you might not want to have that thrown out. So, and because I didn't do any research ahead of time, I don't know what went on before that, but I just know from what they said in opening statements. Right. Yeah. Right.
with Miss Reed following receiving that text message on January 29th?
I mean, the thing is that they could be showing her text, like in every other, like I use Murdaugh as an example because as this, for this channel, the Squirrel Crew, we just followed that. So I know that it's something most people can relate to, but for any trial, you could use it as an example, but like they can use the defendant's text messages at any time, like the prosecution can. Whether or not they take the stand is irrelevant. They can use them. And because it's essentially, it would be hearsay, but there's an exception because it's a party opponent. I think in this case, what would be the holdup on her text messages would be, like I was saying, there wasn't due process because, again, according to opening statements, they took her phone without a search warrant. And so that could be what the issue is. Or what, not an issue, but the why we don't have it. They bring in text messages every time, like in every trial I've watched. I mean, text messages, emails. It's the same thing as statements, right? Like think about all the times when somebody's on the stand and they're testifying to something the defendant said. It's not hearsay because it's a party opponent. And text messages, just like emails, they're statements. All they are is statements. So there's actually no difference between somebody saying, I heard them say this, or they told me this, or a text message. It's all the way it's, and under the law, a statement is a statement. And it's like, it's just a matter of, is it hearsay or not? Right. So that's what I'm saying. Without a warrant, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. It's about, I think it's about the warrant, the search warrant. Like if they had done the search warrant properly, we would, I mean, I would imagine we would have been seeing her text this whole time. But again, I don't know, and I don't want to look it up, but like it's potentially, it might be that other people who had followed this and read stuff ahead of time would know the answer to what happened with her phone, but I don't know it because it hasn't come into trial. Right. That's what I'm saying. I mean, yeah, I'm saying it's not hearsay. I'm saying I think it's the search warrant thing because it wouldn't be a hearsay. It's by definition, it's not hearsay. Or well, rather, let me clarify that. It is hearsay, but it's an exception. So.
No, I have not.
Sir, if I could,
I don't know what you're saying. Hold on,
a couple more questions. Did you respond to that at all?
Oh, okay.
No.
And did you have any other communication with Ms. Reed following receiving that text message on January 29th?
No, I have not.
Sir, if I could, a couple more questions for you, taking you back on the early morning of January 29th when you had come from Waterfall to Fairview and then you were leaving from Fairview, if I could turn that sort of portion into your mind.
Turn that sort of portion into your mind, he said.
Pulling away from the residence, the period of time that you were talking about as far as the plow being down and scraping a little bit on the ground, do you recall that?
I do.
About how much distance are we talking about with respect to that?
Distance less than a foot, I would say. I mean, it's real quick. I heard it.
And then as far as when you familiar with an area in the front of Mr. Albert's property at 34 Fairview where there is a flagpole and a fire hydrant?
I do know where that is, yes.
And as you drove by the house that evening, where were you in relation to that part of the yard?
When I drove away?
Yes.
Well, I might have been I was in the street. I pulled away, so that area would be on my passenger side.
And so more what I'm asking, sir, is as you pulled away,
Lally.
did you pull away alongside the curb? Did you pull to the middle of the street? Or where did you direct the vehicle to go as you were pulling away?
Like any other time, I pulled away from the curb, and that's kind of I mean, it's a one-lane street, so to speak, and nobody was coming towards me, so
What are you
just
at?
pulled out into the middle, into the street, drove away.
drove away, like in a car, Lolly.
No further questions of this
Thank
witness, Your
God.
Honor.
All right, we're on a cross.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Who did you come here to?
Y'all, we did it. We made it through. Thank God. We're going to have a change of pace. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be excellent. Let's
Day
go.
with Mr. Higgins.
Who did I travel to the courthouse with?
Who did you meet here?
An attorney, my attorney.
Is there a reason that you felt compelled to bring an attorney with you for your testimony as a witness in a homicide investigation?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Trial, I should say.
Sustained.
You brought your attorney with you who's sitting right behind you, correct?
That is not my attorney.
This, I think, was strategy. I think this is fucking brilliant. I don't think this was a mistake.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were his attorney. My mistake. Where's your attorney?
See? That's fucking smart.
I don't know. He might be in the courthouse.
Is he in the building?
I don't know where he physically is right now.
Okay. Without telling me anything that
Brilliant.
you said to your attorney, did you meet with him this morning before your testimony?
Yes.
Did you meet with him during the break? In your again, don't tell me what you talked about, but did you meet with him during the break when we took a break a few minutes ago?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
He's on another level. I love it.
And obviously the subject matter, again, without telling me any communication, the subject matter was your testimony here today, correct?
No.
How many conversations have you had with Mr. Lally about your testimony or your proposed testimony in anticipation of you testifying today?
One.
When was that?
That was on Monday.
How long was that conversation?
I would say under an hour and a half
In person or over the phone?
in person.
Where was that conversation?
That was at the DA's office.
Who else was there?
My attorney, victim witness advocate, I believe her name is Kristen Collins, ADA McLaughlin, ADA Lally, and Lieutenant Brian Tully from the Mass State
Crazy
Police.
that he's
Anybody
an
taking
AJ.
notes?
I did not. I don't know if anybody was taking notes.
Well, you were sitting there watching
I
Lieutenant
will
Tully. Did
say-
you take notes?
Them not taking notes is really consistent with this entire department in terms of law enforcement and everything. Like, yeah, no notes, no report, no evidence, no pictures, no video. That just seems to be how they roll.
Not that I saw, no.
So you had an hour and a half long conversation with the prosecution team and a police officer witness, and you're telling me that you did not see anybody taking a single note down. Is that right?
That's correct. I did hand something to Lieutenant Tully, but he
Not
didn't.
surprising. They would not want evidence or record of their meeting, probably, right? Because they, like, everything is so fucking shady, right? They don't want to leave a paper trail.
Take any notes in
That's-
reference to what I handed him.
What'd you hand him?
I handed him a piece of mail that I got at my residence.
Anything having to do with this case?
Well, I believe so.
Was that turned over to Mr. Lally?
No, I turned it over to state police.
I'm
Other
wondering
than
if
that piece of
was-
mail that you handed to Lieutenant Tully?
So I have a good thought about that piece of mail. I think that piece of mail might have been something like in terms of like a letter of like harassment or something. That's the impression I get because he seems really zealous about like, yeah, it has to do with this case instead of like distancing. He's like, yeah, it has to do with this case. And you know, from the other witnesses, we always see that when it comes to the harassment, right? It's like they're going to distance themselves from John and from all the shit that went down and all the shit they did wrong and all the lies. But when it comes to the harassment, then yes, it involves them and it involves the case, right?
Is there any other exchange of documents or anything like that? Have you shown anything in anticipation of your testimony?
The only thing I can be recalled showing was a photograph of the exterior of 34 Fairville Road in Canton.
What about the text messages that you just went over extensively? Were you shown those?
I was shown a pile of papers, and I was advised that those text messages were going to be, they were put into another format, so they were easier to read.
And these are the screenshots that you've just described on the exhibit.
Well, as I said, he showed me the stack, said they were the text messages. They were in a different format, but I'm assuming that's what they were.
What was your assignment with the ATF back in 2022?
I was assigned to the Bridgewater Field Office, but I was full-time with the United States Marshal Service doing fugitive apprehension.
And where were you physically officing out of?
Well, I continue to maintain the office at Canton PD.
Okay, but to be clear, you were a federal officer, not a Canton police officer on some sort of a task force with Canton PD, correct?
No, I was not on a task force with Canton PD.
But you did have an office at Canton PD based on a personal relationship that you had with the chief, correct? He gave you this office as a courtesy, is that right?
So if I can explain,
Yes or no? Was it provided as a courtesy?
Well, working partnership, I would say.
And you've been asked that specific question in a prior hearing, correct?
Yes.
In June of 2023, right?
Yes.
And you explained, look, there was a personal relationship that I had with Chief Berkowitz.
I did.
It was born out of
Tragedy.
a family tragedy that he was aware of.
Horrible tragedy, yes.
And based on that personal friendship and that personal relationship, he offered you the convenience of officing out of Canton PD.
I would say that's a good summary.
And in addition to just having an office there, you also had a key card access, correct?
I did, to get in and out.
What was the name that you used? You said it was a proxy card?
I think it's called, I think in the IT world, it's probably called a proxy card. That's what I know it to be.
So you had both a physical office and full access to Canton PD, all based on the friendship and relationship and convenience. The friendship and relationship you had with Chief Berkowitz and the convenience that he wanted to give you for having that office there, correct?
No, I wouldn't say full access. I had access to certain areas within the department.
Well, you certainly had access to and from your office.
Yes,
You had ingress and egress to the Canton Police Department.
yes,
You could go in and out of the Sally Port.
I could.
You could go upstairs to Chief Berkowitz's office.
Yes,
You could go downstairs to the dispatch area, which is on the first floor, correct?
yes,
And then you could go out to the Sally Port, into the Sally Port, across that garage, those two bay doors, at your leisure.
well, that would exclude the evidence room, the arms room, and places like that. I didn't have access to those places.
Right. But the places that I just mentioned, you did have access to.
Yes, absolutely.
You'd had that office for what? Back in January of 2022. Probably had that office for more than 3 years.
I would estimate probably sometime around 2018.
2018. Okay,
Yeah.
not 18 years. 2018.
No, 2018, I'm sorry.
Okay.
My
So,
apologies.
maybe close to 4 years.
Yes,
Okay. I want to turn your attention, Mr. Higgins, to January 28, January 29, 2022. By the way, I should ask another foundational question. Are you currently still at ATF?
am I employed by ATF?
Correct.
Yes, I am, a special agent, yes.
And what is your current billet or your assignment?
Objection.
Is that something you're free to discuss?
I'm assigned to division operations at this time.
Okay, what does that mean?
That's,
You're taken out of the field?
was I taken out of the field? Yes.
Are you no longer in the field?
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
Uh-huh.
Sustained.
Not in the field. Yep.
You may be able to come back to this.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to turn your attention now to January 28, 29 of 2022. You recall those dates?
I do,
You've been living with those dates for the last couple of years.
like a nightmare.
Taken out of the field, he was, they say.
John O'Keefe's body was found outside your friend Brian Albert's house on the morning of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes,
Is it fair to say that you and Brian Albert and Kevin Albert sort of run in the same social and professional circles?
I mean, without speaking for anybody else, I think we know a lot of the same people.
Go to some of the same holiday parties, for instance,
Yes,
go to some of the same events, whether they're law enforcement events or otherwise.
retirement parties, yes, things like that.
Might meet up at a bar and have a social drink together.
Yes,
Might share a meal together, correct?
yes,
And you would agree that you particularly are pretty well connected to the Canton law enforcement community.
could you qualify that, explain that?
You know quite a few cops, right?
Well, it's a small department, so I do know everybody in the building in some capacity.
Okay, so my question is, you know quite a few cops in Canton.
I do,
You're pretty good friends with, as a matter of fact, maybe best friends with the chief of police, former chief of police, Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
yes,
You know Brian Albert, he's a Boston police officer.
yes,
You know his brother and work with his brother at Canton PD, correct?
yes,
So it's fair to say, back to my original question, you're relatively well connected in the law enforcement community, the fabric of that community in Canton. Is that right?
well, I think that comes with working with people, yes.
Is that yes or no?
That's like,
Yes.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you've
like in Murdaugh when he's like, Creighton, like Alex doesn't want to admit that his family has power or influence, or he doesn't want to, and he also doesn't want to admit that he's like wealthy or whatever, like, you know what I mean, or successful as an attorney. Like there's all these things that's like obviously duh, and like it's like pulling teeth, and eventually he concedes because he's like, yeah, there's no way around it. But it just reminds me a lot of that. It's like, just come on, just say yes.
Even given a personal toast at one of these events, these retirement events, et cetera, correct?
Chief Berkowitz, yes.
And during the course of that toast, you even said, if you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man.
There you go. Beautiful.
Did
That
you
was a
say
joke.
that? Did you say that?
I don't recall that.
You don't remember telling that joke in front of a room full of folks?
I don't.
If you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man?
I don't.
Yes.
You will agree that some of your closest friends are some of the more powerful people in Canton in terms of politics and law enforcement, right?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
At that same retirement dinner, there were members of the DA's office there, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, the DA, Michael Morrissey, was there.
I believe he was at one point.
All right. And that was the same event that you gave either a keynote speech or some sort of a speech for Chief Berkowitz's retirement. Is that right?
Yes.
How long have you known Brian Albert specifically?
Oh boy.
I think I had some interaction with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department in my capacity in fire investigations. And then I would say pretty much through my entire career at ATF, you know, I came into contact with Brian.
Give me a number of years.
Well, I've been with ATF now for 15 years. I've probably known him at least that whole time.
You'd say that you have both a social and professional working relationship with him?
I would say yes, he's a friend.
Frequently drink together?
Good one. Yeah, that's awesome. Right.
We have drank together. I wouldn't say frequently,
Right.
but
I know Fender, right? Had this, his family had the portrait. I know. It's insane.
yes, we've drank together.
Break bread together, have meals together?
Absolutely had lunch.
Is it true that you testified,
Lunch. Right lunch.
answer, quote, I mean, in 2 years, I mean, maybe under 50? End quote. That was your testimony to how often you socialized with Brian Albert, correct?
So we socialized more when I started working with his unit.
Okay, so
Yeah, I'll
my question
say.
is,
When he started
Well, I-
working with his unit, guys.
I don't know the exact number, but yes, we socialized, absolutely.
that's all I was getting at.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, there's no secrets here, right? He's my friend.
Mr. Higgins,
There's no secrets here, really.
let me ask the questions. I get it.
That's fine.
I get it. You also know Brian Albert well enough to know what his relationship with, for instance, the other guy that you traveled back from New York with, Eddie Hernandez.
I do know Eddie Hernandez. I actually know Eddie the longest out of everybody.
So you knew Eddie, or Officer Hernandez,
Objection,
before you
Your
ever
Honor.
knew,
Ask the question.
you knew Officer Hernandez before you ever knew Brian Albert.
Yes,
You knew him before you even knew Kevin Albert.
yes,
And you're aware that there was a physical altercation
Objection,
between
Your Honor.
Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez that you're aware of, correct?
The objection sustained.
Are you aware that Brian Albert had gotten into a fist fight with Eddie Hernandez?
Objection.
Sustained.
You do know that Brian Albert has a reputation for being a fighter.
Objection.
Sustained.
I love that he just doesn't even give a fuck. He asks the question. It doesn't matter. And that's the point. The jury hears the question. And we all know that the jury's told the questions aren't evidence. But of course, as they say, you know, there's like a million sayings. The toothpaste is out of the tube. Can't put the cat back in the bag. Cat's pajamas, bee's knees, all the different things. So, you know, like that's, he's on a mission. He's on a mission.
You were asked in a formal interview, do you recall, I want to make sure I'm clear about some of your prior statements. You had a formal interview with some folks prior to your testimony at a prior proceeding. You understand what I'm talking about?
I'm tracking.
Okay. At the formal interview, which is what I'm going to call that,
Okay,
the formal interview, you were asked about
Ads.
Brian Albert and his reputation, were you not? Yes or no?
yes,
You indicated in that formal interview that even Chief Berkowitz was
Objection.
quote, a little afraid of Brian Albert.
I don't know if
Right,
y'all
so-
remember like way earlier on, but I was actually saying how like you can tell Lally's going to object because you can hear the big deep sighs. So like this is, so we had to wait to get to Cross to hear it, but you can really hear it. Let me rewind just a second to show you guys. You can tell when he's going to object, and he's probably standing up or leaning forward.
At the formal interview, which is what I'm going to call that,
okay,
the formal interview, you were asked about Brian Albert and his reputation, were you not? Yes or no?
Yes.
You indicated in that formal interview that even Chief Berkowitz was
Objection.
a little afraid of Brian Albert.
Yeah.
All right, so that is the objection sustained.
You're also relatively close friends. In addition to being close friends with Brian Albert, you're also relatively close friends with his brother Kevin, correct?
I am.
Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police Department, is that right?
Yes.
And you've worked in the same physical office with him for a number of years.
Physical building.
Physical building, that's a better way to put it.
It's different.
Is that right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you've consulted with Kevin Albert on certain of his cases professionally, is that right?
I've assisted.
And you've also socialized with him, shared drinks with him,
Yes,
gone out
I-
to bars with him, is that right?
Yes, I have.
It's fair to say that you know the Albert family relatively well.
I would say that I know Brian and Kevin the best.
On January 28th, you drove your Jeep Wrangler to the Hillside Bar to meet up with Brian Albert for drinks, correct?
I did.
You said you drank 3 to 4 whiskey sodas at the Hillside, is that right?
It'd be Jameson and Ginger, not whiskey soda.
He's like,
My
not
mistake.
whiskey
Jameson
soda.
Ginger. Jameson is
Hilarious.
Irish whiskey,
It is.
and Ginger is ginger ale.
Yes.
Okay. What was Brian Albert drinking?
If I was to guess, a beer.
I don't want you to guess. Do you know what he was drinking?
No, I don't.
He was drinking.
He was
something?
drinking something.
Okay, alcoholic.
Yes.
You two were probably going round for round. In other words, finish a drink, get another round for the two of you. Finish it, get another round.
I don't think we. No, I wouldn't say we were going round for round.
So he was nursing one beer while you had 4 Jamesons.
So there is a reason why he said whiskey and soda. I don't know if it's just a matter of just seeing if he's paying attention. There's a reason though, and it might be that we don't know the reason yet, but I'm just pointing it out now. You've heard it here first. That wasn't him getting it wrong. That was on purpose. He knew it was Jameson and Ginger. He said whiskey soda for a reason. I'm trying to think. I don't know that the color would be any different. I was thinking maybe it's about the color of the drink, but I mean, I think a whiskey soda is still going to look about the same as a whiskey, Jameson and Ginger. It's just more specific, right? Obviously, because ginger, ale being a little bit more colorful than soda water, obviously, but whiskey being darker, I don't think you would see a difference in color. So just note, I'm just noting that it might come up at some point. We'll see.
Well, it would have taken. Say that again.
He was nursing one beer while you had 4 Jamesons. What you said?
No, he was probably. Maybe he had more beers than I had Jamesons. Is more what I would say.
Okay, so maybe he had 5 or 6 beers while you had 4 Jamesons.
I'm not going to put a number on it because I don't know.
But it was more.
More than what?
More than you.
Maybe. He wasn't there that long.
Well, it doesn't take that long to drink a beer, does it? I mean, if you're sort of thirsty and in a hurry.
Is that a question?
Everything I say up here is a question.
Okay.
Just presume
Well,
that.
all right. So
So,
Let's question. Yes, Mr. Higgins, that was a question.
All right, let me put a question mark at the end of that.
okay.
Your memory that Brian Albert had more drinks than you did when you had those 3 to 4 Jameson and Gingers.
To be honest with you, I wasn't keeping track.
He left Hillside and you stayed, correct?
For a short time, yes.
You later changed your mind and ultimately decided to go to the waterfall. You finished whatever you're eating or drinking and decided to go over to the waterfall, right?
Yes, because I'm always saying I'm going to show up and then I kind of do the Irish exit. So I decided it was a long day. It was an emotional day, and I decided to join them.
Did you drive your vehicle over there
Yes, I did.
after having as many as 4 whiskeys?
Yes.
Brian Albert, did he drive himself?
Well, I didn't see him. I dropped him off in Boston PVD district down there in Charlestown, and I'm assuming he drove back towards that way to meet me.
He wasn't with anybody else.
Not that I know of.
So he was drinking at the Hillside Bar and then got in his car and drove over to the waterfall as well.
I didn't see him drive over, but I assume that's what he did, yes.
You went to John O'Keefe's house. I'm going to shift gears for a second. You went to John O'Keefe's house at some point to watch the Patriots game on January 16th, right?
Yes.
That was the time when you indicated that when you left, Karen gave you a kiss goodbye, correct?
Yes.
It's safe to say that that was not some hot, passionate, long kiss, but you think it was more than
Oh,
just
this
a
is
friendly
great.
peck, correct?
I wouldn't describe it as a peck. I'd describe it as more than friends. It was a kiss.
Well, you did describe it as a peck, didn't you?
When?
When you texted Karen Reed and she said it was just a
Yeah.
peck, and then you texted
Yeah,
back.
that's what I was saying. And I guess we were thinking maybe he was just downplaying it. But yeah, I remember that was what I pointed out.
I agree.
Figure of speech.
Or the truth, right?
Figure of speech.
After that incident, it's safe
He could have. That's interesting. I mean, that makes me rethink, because if the truth is that he was downplaying that, to go along with like the fact, oh, it wasn't a big deal or whatever, then why wouldn't he just say that? Like, that's not, figure of speech though. That doesn't really make sense.
to say, we've just gone through a number of them. You exchanged flirtatious texts with Miss Reed, is that right?
Is the incident you're referring to when she kissed me?
No, I'm saying after that. After that incident, yes, after the Patriots game,
Okay, yep.
you exchanged flirtatious texts
We did.
with Miss Reed.
I did.
And that was over the course of a few weeks, a couple of weeks, but just 9 days. Is that right?
So it was between the January 12th and I would say before the 28th, because the 28th, she didn't respond, and the 29th, she sent that last text that John died.
Well,
Those
it's
weren't,
actually- You've looked at the text, right?
I have.
You just looked at the last couple of texts.
I did.
The last text that she sent of any substance was January 23rd, right? Almost a
Well,
week.
I think the text,
Almost a
I think the
week.
text on the 29th, John died, there's substance there.
Okay, I'm not
Romantic
suggesting,
substance,
I'm
dude.
talking about after you said, well, on
Yeah.
the 28th, right? The text of substance between the two of you, talking between the two of you, not the John died text. That substance ended on the 23rd, didn't it?
I'd have to have the text in front of me to agree with you. Okay, are you directing me to the 23rd?
I'm directing you to the last page, just look at everything on it and tell me if that refreshes your recollection. This is the last substantive texts about you and Karen before your well.
Yes, it'd be the 23rd at 9:40.
Okay? Yes. So it was 9 days of texting between the two of you, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And aside from the kiss goodbye, you two never had any sort of physical contact with one
Here we
another.
go again with the physical.
Do you mean intimate? When you say
Okay.
physical?
Correct.
Yes.
I'm not talking about shaking her hand, Mr. Higgins.
Oh boy.
Well, I want to answer your question truthfully.
I would like you to too. You didn't have any physical intimate contact with Miss Reed, correct?
No, I did not.
There was no other hugs or kisses or certainly no sex.
No.
And when she said, "I'm glad you came over tonight," in one of those texts
So,
that you
so in
just
other
read a few
words,
minutes ago, she
that
was
just
referring to the
verifies it. So in other
Patriots.
words, he was confronted with this twice and answered it twice. And in my mind, it didn't happen. Like in my mind, I didn't register this because I guess I just found it so implausible. So
Game with John there and a big crowd there, correct?
Yes.
Over the course of that week or so, Miss Reed did explain her feelings about her relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, correct? In text messages.
During the pendency of our communication, she did express, yes.
And she indicated that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating someone, et cetera. We saw those texts. Is that right?
Yes.
She also indicated that in terms of the situation in Aruba, she was upset by that, but it's not that big a deal. Correct?
It was clear to me she was upset.
And she said, "I don't care too much about that other girl." Right?
Well, at least that's what she said in text, yes.
That's what I'm asking you. Is that what she said in text, Mr. Higgins? It's not a trick question.
That's what she said in text.
Right. She said something along the lines of, "I'm just trying to be realistic. There's cracks in the relationship. It's far from perfect." Is that right?
I think that's something she texted.
All right. And you'll agree that during the course of these texts, you were constantly asking for clarity and explanation from her, were you not?
During our communication, I did ask for clarity.
Many times. You
Yes.
saw it, correct?
Yes.
And she pretty much wouldn't answer you, correct?
She was non-committal, I would say.
Which is why you were saying in your texts, why won't you answer the question? And she would parry. And
So this is great. This is really good. This is really good. He's pushing back on, like, I guess the prosecution, if they're thinking by him asking, like, oh, why won't you answer the question, blah, blah. It's that he's suspicious of her motives, right? That he's like, oh, why is she doing this out of the blue? But he's just saying, like, she wouldn't answer your question because she was non-committal. It's not like, it's a completely different way to interpret the fact that she's not answering the question.
not answer that one either, correct?
Well, I didn't want to be stuck in the middle of anything.
That's not my question. I'm asking you whether or not she would answer your question about clarity specifically.
She avoided questions about text.
Right. And that was frustrating because you were very interested in her romantically at that point, correct?
I was attracted to her. I don't know that I would say very interested in her.
You texted things like, why did you get my number and reach out? That's a quote from the text we just read, correct?
I did ask that, yes.
You said, now what? Is that right?
Yes,
You texted, so now what? Correct?
yes,
You texted, I would hang out, meaning with you,
yes,
correct? You were showing interest in her.
yes.
You were showing
I think of all the texts that he sent, the one that shows that he was actually interested in not just a one night stand, and maybe also like what would differentiate it and put it into the romantic category. The text where he says what he's looking for, or she goes, what are you looking for? And he's the real deal. That to me is the one that is a different category.
romantic interest in her.
I wouldn't say it was romantic. I was trying to vet it out.
Well, you weren't seeing if she wanted to go see a ball game with you as a buddy, right?
Not really, no.
No, you were showing romantic interest in her, weren't you?
I was trying to vet out
The best
was her
the best part is when he defines it here in a second.
interest in me legitimate. It was very normal for me to have that question in my mind when I didn't initiate this, she did. And I think it was a fair question just to try to find out.
So I think what he's saying there is like, yeah, because obviously I suck. So like if a lady is like, hey, I like you, it's like, well, something must be wrong here. That makes sense.
Showing romantic interest in Karen Reed, weren't you?
I was interested, but I don't think I was at the romantic phase.
Okay. When I say romantic, well, what do you mean by romantic?
Yeah.
What's the romantic phase?
Sending somebody flowers?
Dating?
I can't.
Well, there's a difference between dating and hanging out. I mean, it's kind of hard to date somebody when you have a boyfriend.
Mr. Higgins.
Well, people do all the time.
Not if both people are dating other people, right? Happens all the time, doesn't it?
Well, I think I asked that question too.
Right. That's not my question. My question is, you seem to have a problem admitting that you had a romantic interest in my client. Is there a reason for that?
I was attracted to her.
Right. Physically attracted.
I thought she was an attractive woman.
Romantically attracted.
I'm not going to go there. No, I don't agree with that.
Of course you're not going to go there because that would put you in a very awkward position, wouldn't it, sir?
Objection.
Not at all.
So the objection sustained is to the form. You can ask it differently, and
Yeah.
that answer will be stricken now.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
You were sexually attracted to her.
I was physically attracted to her, yes.
Okay? Sexually attracted to her was my question.
Well, I think in the text I said, you're hot.
Okay? So my question again, Mr. Higgins, you seem to not want to answer my question. My question is, were you or were you not sexually attracted to my client?
Yes.
Okay. You were saying things like, what do you want from me? And I want the real deal. Those are your words, correct?
Yes.
And the real deal with you would be to date her, to get involved with her, romantically, correct?
No.
The real deal was what? What did you mean by I want the real deal?
Like a relationship.
What kind of relationship? A buddy-buddy relationship? You just want to go like
The same thing everybody wants, a real relationship.
a romantic relationship, Mr. Higgins?
It's possible.
Right. And she was answering with things like, when you said, now what? She answered, I don't know, correct?
Yes, she did.
When you asked, so now what? She answered, I'm sorry, when you said, so now what? She answered, now what? Correct?
Well, I don't have it in front of me, so I can't agree with you. If I'd like to see what you're referring to.
Well, you just read it about 10 minutes ago. Would you quarrel if
I know, but you're giving me portions of it.
you were given portions of it by Mr. Lally as well,
Okay.
right? did you text something like, now what? And she responded something like, now what? What?
I think on one occasion she did, yes.
Okay. And you remember you just read a text where she texted, I'm sorry, you texted, what do you want from me? And her responsive text was, I don't know. Correct?
I think that was one of the texts.
Again, with this theme of her being non-committal, one way or the other. Is that right?
Well, that's not how I would interpret it as a theme, no.
Well, didn't you just say she was non-committal? That was your word, not mine.
I did, but as I told you, it's been a process of trying to suss it out and see what this was all about.
Right. So when you were sussing it out and determining whether or not you were going to advance this romantic interest, she was sort of non-committal, wasn't she?
Well, not one person advances it. I think that's a joint thing.
When you texted, you want the real deal, she responded,
It's so painful, isn't it, though, guys, seeing him here?
it doesn't exist, didn't she?
She did, yes.
And she never once in any of those texts expressed anger or hatred toward John O'Keefe, correct?
No, not at all.
Matter of fact, she indicated more of frustration with the immediate family. The kids, she didn't want to have kids.
In its totality, I would say yes.
And then on January 23rd, as you just saw, she just stopped communicating with you altogether, correct?
Until the 29th, yes.
Correct. Do you know what the term ghosted means?
I think I have a general idea, yes.
She sort of ghosted you, didn't she?
I wouldn't agree with that.
That was frustrating to you.
Oh
that
my
She just
God,
stopped
love
communicating, wasn't it?
No, not at all.
You had been moving through this mindset of exploring a romantic interest with a beautiful woman, thought was interested in you, and just like that, it was done, right?
No.
So what communication did you have with her after January 23rd?
Well, she texted me on January 29th.
You keep saying that, but you know what I'm getting to. January 29th was her informing you that a tragedy had occurred. John had died, right? I'm not talking about that, Mr. Higgins, so I don't want to keep playing games.
All right, so that's what we talked about. No more of
Sorry, Your
that.
Honor. After the 23rd, or up to the 23rd, she had been texting back and forth with you pretty regularly. You just saw it, correct?
She also sent me a text with arrows saying the phone works both ways.
And as of the 23rd, she stopped, didn't she?
The texts were sporadic over those 9 days. I don't know if they would have stopped or they would have kept going.
Well, they didn't keep going, did they?
Well, John passed away.
You know they didn't keep going because from the 23rd onto the 24th, the 25th, the 26th, the 27th, the 28th, all the way to the 29th, she never texted you, right?
I believe so.
She didn't respond to any of your texts, correct?
Well, she didn't respond to the text on the 28th Friday.
Yep.
All right, why don't we take our lunch and recess, folks?
Lunch and recess. So I hate for those of you who just joined us. Unfortunately, that's what we got for today. To be continued. So here's what's next. Here's what's the next plan. The next plan is this. So, as I mentioned earlier in the stream, we have scheduled for Idaho tomorrow the hearing. However, I completely didn't remember that there's a different time zone. So, for the funny thing, so Ada County, where Chad Daybell is 2 hours earlier than here. Latah County is 3 hours earlier than here. So they are an hour different time zones in Idaho. So that's another thing that makes it confusing. So in other words, that'll be 1 o'clock p.m. here, not 10 o'clock. But I remembered that there's a thing with the way Judge streams it on his YouTube channel where once it's done, it disappears. So like you can't actually, I don't even think you can like pause it or rewind it or anything like that. So I think that what people have been doing is like just capturing it as is, because I think that you can't do anything with it. So like the only way to give commentary or watch it together would be if literally we don't pause it or go back or do anything, like literally not touch it. So I think what I will do is I will just I'll move the stream to tomorrow night so that we can watch the hearing and we can watch it the way we normally would. And then we will do the next recap for this trial on Friday. And that probably should get us up to speed. Well, actually, yeah, I would say so, because there's not going to be that much to do with the last couple witnesses that we had on Tuesday. Yeah. So we might be all cut up to speed on Friday with the recaps, and then we'll have fresh testimony next week. So yeah, so that'll be what's happening next. We will do Idaho. I think I already did just check recently and there weren't any other documents, but if there are any other documents, I will make sure to cover those as well. And yeah, do you guys have any questions? For anyone who didn't see the music video, definitely check that out. And as always, every video will have timestamps. I'll probably get this done pretty soon here. Timestamps, and of course, we also have the links for the playlist as well in the description. So everybody, thank you so much for watching, for being here. It was awesome. We have the best squirrel crew on the planet. Love it. Love you guys. So yeah, so tomorrow will be the defendant's fourth and fifth motions to compel, if I didn't say that. And it'll be interesting to see who we have after we heard from the detective. I think it was a detective. It was law enforcement last time who handled some of the cell phone evidence. So yeah, love you back, Fender. We love you. And also, hold on, let's do some Nightbot. Because Nightbot likes to say bye. Cute. Cute. So, all right. And Nightbot is so cute. All right. So thanks, everybody. And we'll see you tomorrow. And I will roll the outro.